So hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are fine. So as you seen in the thumbnail today we are gonna see what if Naruto fell in love with Grafiya. So watch this video till the end, also like, share and subscribe to the channel. Now let's move on to the video. I often wondered if the future was set in stone, and if it truly was set from the very beginning, why even bother to fight against the odds in our lives? Where was the meaning behind our constant fighting? All the pointless fights between us humans just so to make our lives better. To fight for our homes, our families, to fight for what we thought was right. A difficult question if you ask me. The question I still ask myself nowadays. I thought that I had seen the horrors of war, the true horrors and pain that swallowed the shinobi nations with the ongoing fourth shinobi war. I thought that it was the most terrifying thing that would ever threaten our lands. But I was wrong, so terribly wrong with my assumption. I thought that after Madara's defeat and finally, with Otsutsuki Kagaya's escape to one of her dimensions, peace would finally spread across the nations, and it did for a few years. The war had ended after only 2 days, but still so many shinobis had died in the midst of Obito's and Madara's madness. I still find it hard to believe that we managed to win the war after all. Without Sasuke's aid in the final battle, we would have surely lost. Madara had been defeated, but then came an even stronger foe, Kagaya Otsutsuki. It was a battle we could not win, even Sasuke's and mine combined powers were not enough to match her. She was just too strong, no human being could fight her on equal grounds. All seemed lost in the end. We started to lose our hope. The moment she tried to kill us, Kagaya suddenly stopped in her attempt. She only looked me in the eyes before a lone tear escaped her right eye, and then she vanished to one of her self-created dimensions, never to be seen again. But before she did, I heard her soft melodic voice inside my head. She gave me a warning that someday in the future, I would call her again for assistance, to gain her assistance against an unseen terrible threat. She would wait for me, wait for the day, which would mark the end of all things. I did not believe her words. I was foolish back then, foolish and young. And so the fourth great shinobi war finally came to an end. The Mugen Tsukiyomi of Kagaya lifted with her departure, ending the illusion casted upon mankind. It was a time to celebrate. We were hailed as heroes, Sasuke and myself. None of the others knew what had happened, not even Kakashi or Sakura. Even Sasuke did not know of Kagaya's warning. The war had cost us deeply, the wounds were still fresh, and so it was decided to keep the alliance between the 5 great nations sealed for all eternity. To never let such a pointless and horrible war happen again. A wonderful decision back then. It was a great moment for all of us. We came back to our village to mourn our losses. So many had died. So many of my friends were dead, killed during the mist of war. I still remember their names, engraved into the memorial stone of Konoha. Niji Lee Hinata, Choji Ino, Genma Katestu, even Iruka Sensei, Gai Sensei, and my Jinchuriki fellow, Kurabi. They died protecting our world from a madman's dream. People died for less. I mourned for a long time, feeling responsible for their deaths, but I overcame my grief. I needed to, or I would spit on their belief, and the sacrifice they had made. Sakura's and Bachan's beating helped a lot for me to see reason. It was a rough time afterwards. We still had much to do, rebuilding Konoha from Pain's attack, improving relationships between the other villages to maintain our alliance, and many other things. Tsunade even promoted me and Sasuke to Jonin, even going so far to name me the ambassador to all the other villages. It seemed I left quite the impression on the other cages, even more so on one. She was truly one of a kind, but I was still young and fairly inexperienced with women, especially a grown-up woman. 2 years after, I finally managed to express my feeling for her. You could guess my joy when she returned them. I was so happy back then, and our wedding was just too perfect to be true. I even managed to convince Sasuke to be my best man. The expression on his usually stoic face when he learned of my soon-to-be wife, that alone was worth it. And only 1 year later did my wife grant me my deepest desire, my true dream, the dream of a family. Life could not get better for me. I was the happiest man ever. But it did not last long. None of us could have predicted it. None of us even knew how big the world, or rather the universe, exactly was. We always thought that mankind would destroy itself, but it did not come from our world, not even from our own dimension. It was madness. Nothing could have prepared mankind for the upcoming disaster. Our extinction, all we stood for, all we had fought for, all our dreams and hopes destroyed in one single week, against something we did not even know existed in the first place. Something against we stood no chance to win. Our entire race was doomed to extinction. Not a single human escaped the planet's destruction, except for me. Till these days, I still do not know how I survived. Why did I survive? Why was I saved from death while my family, my friends, my home, everything I ever fought for, were destroyed by the Legion? Even now, I do not have an answer to that question. I came to another world, or dimension to be precise. It was a strange world. Even though humans lived on this planet, they were not like me. They were pitifully weak, both mentally and physically. How they managed to survive without chakra I did not know, and then I slowly started to realize that I was the last one, the last survivor of my own homeworld. I was alone in this new world. I did not know what to do any longer. I had lost my spirit to fight and live, the loss of my family being too much to bear, and so I simply wandered across the world, trying to find something to do, a new purpose to live, and as the years passed on, I became aware that I did not age any longer. I still looked like I did on my 20th birthday. I had not even realized my own powers. Power I did not have before the destruction of my homeworld. I had become so strong, I had become something more, something stronger than I could ever imagine. It took me decades to master my newfound powers, and during my travels, I learned more of this world, a world not just inhabited by humans, but also by yaokais, angels, devils and even gods. The surprise was evident on my face when I first became aware of their existence. My curiosity rose. The underworld, an interesting place, even though I preferred the human world, I quickly lost interest, especially since I visited the place during a war that swallowed the Dark Lands, a war between devils, and I had enough of war. It was during that time that I met her. I found her injured, near the point of death, between the frozen bodies of countless devils. I healed her, we got to know each other, we took pleasure in our talks, and when I finally left the underworld, she came with me. We traveled the whole world for a century, and before I knew it, I once more had a purpose in my life. I was no longer alone, I was happy once more, and I knew that I could not let the same happen to this world, to my new home. The moment I looked into her beautiful eyes, I knew what I had to do, I knew what and whom I had to protect. Even this world was not saved from them, they would find this dimension, and they would destroy it. It would suffer the same fate as my home. I could not let that happen again. I might have lost my will to fight and to live, but now, I had something to fight for. Yes, it would not repeat itself. This world, full of humans, devils and angels, so unprepared for the real threat outside of their world, they would not know how to protect themselves from the shadows that lurked in the dark parts of the universe. It was my duty, my fight. Yes, this world was worth saving. I still remember the day it happened, even though I desperately tried to forget about it, but to no avail. The day, which heralded the beginning of the end, the destruction of my homeworld. It should have been a joyful day, a day to celebrate our victory, but what came we could not even imagine the horrors that were unleashed upon us. Why had it come so far? Why did we have to suffer so much? Fighting for our mere survival, a vain fight if you ask me. I can still remember the happy times I shared with my friends and family, before it all started, before darkness consumed our home. Yes, life had not always been easy. My siblings and I had much to endure during our earlier years, having lost our parents while we were only but kids. I was responsible for my two younger siblings. I needed to protect them. I was feared in our village, feared for something I took control over. I never wanted this power, but I had to protect my family. The village did not want us, did not want me any longer, and so we were forced to flee, to search for a new home, a true home. And a new home we found. Yes, we finally found our place, a place full of friends, a warm home, which welcomed us, despite my strange unwanted power. I was so happy to finally have a place to call my home, to finally know my family and safety. It was the start of our new life, a good life. The years passed on and the guild, which we joined, became even stronger and well known over the continent. I learned to live with my power, to control my power, and grew stronger with each passing year. But the moment I thought that I had lost my sister, I became weak. I became tired of the fighting, and simply wanted a calm life for my remaining sibling and myself. Those 3 years were truly a difficult time for us, and even for my guild, which I considered family. But she was not dead. My sister did not die that fateful night like I had thought. We were reunited once again, and together we faced many adventures, strong enemies who threatened our world, but we always managed to win in the end. The bonds of our family and friendship were always victorious. Even after we awoke from a 7-year stasis, we managed to recover. Much had changed during these years. Our guild had suffered greatly with our departure, and we had to show the world once more the strength of our guild. A perfect chance to do so came months after the Daimedo Enbu, the Grand Magic Games. We could prove ourselves. We could reclaim our position as strongest guild. We were excited to win. We aimed to win, to fight for those who were left behind. We needed to make amends, as they had suffered, cried for 7 years. We had to fight for them. The competition was strong, the fights were ruthless, much was at stake. While we slowly managed to regain our reputation and the support of the audience, we never suspected what happened behind the scenes. The Daimedo Enbu were only a cover to absorb the magical power of the fighting guilds. There was a portal, which was going to be used to travel back in time to kill a certain dark mage, the strongest mage who had ever existed. Project Eclipse. Their intentions were good, but none of us could have known what would truly happen. And the moment our team had won the games, it began. I still do not know how it really happened. I had not been there when the portal was opened. That probably saved my life now that I think about it. We were truly foolish, believing that the portal portal could also be used as a weapon to kill over 10,000 dragons. How foolish of us, but we believed it and we suffered the consequences. The truth is we were all played for fools, as the portal was never meant to be used as a weapon, it was not even meant to be used as a time travel portal. In the end, the one who had manipulated us was manipulated himself, believing that he could use the portal to reign over the world. But it did not happen like he predicted. I remember a red light, the sky became blood red, the ground around the city shook and crumbled, and then I felt it, this dark feeling, like nothing I've ever felt before. It was terrifying, and only seconds later did the sound and stench of death swallow the city before spreading over the whole planet. I can never forget the screams of my friends, their cries, their fallen bloodied forms. Nothing could have prepared mankind for the darkness that stepped through the portal. Death came and swallowed the land, it came and destroyed everything I ever cared about. I was completely helpless as I watched the city burn, the countless dead bodies that were devoured by these creatures, those foul creatures, slaughtering every living soul that came across them. So many died, I still am unable to find the words to describe it, I only want to forget about it, but the pictures still haunt me in my sleep. I saw them dying one by one of my friends died a painful gruesome death, their very souls ripped to shreds. I saw my siblings dying right in front of my eyes, my little brother and even my little sister. I held her blood-covered body in my arms while she drew her last breath. She smiled at me, her bloody lips trying to smile like she always did, her eyes slowly losing their beautiful shine. I was forced to watch her die a second time. I felt so weak that moment, I could not even protect myself. I did not even want to, I just wanted to follow my family and friends. But death did not come for me that day. I was saved. I do not know how he appeared, I do not know where he even came from, I just know that he did. My savior stood right in front of me, killing the creature that threatened to claim my life effortlessly. He then slowly turned his head to look down at me. He gave me a small smile, and before I could react, my world turned black. I awoke in this world, so different from mine. I never forgave myself letting my family and friends die while I managed to survive. I often ask myself why I survived. Why could not my siblings be saved instead? Why was I saved and not them? I still do not understand, and I still have not adapted to this new world. I did not deserve to live. But I did. I survived the destruction of my home. I know that my savior managed to rescue some other people from my homeworld, but I did not want to meet them. I grieved the loss of my siblings and friends. I do not know how to live any longer, how to live without my family. I never really thanked my savior. I still think I did not deserve to be saved that day. I lost my belief and hope. I'm useless. Nighttime, the capital city Lilith, underworld. Silence reigned over the largest and most populated city of the underworld. Not many devils were currently out on the streets, even though their race was mostly night active. But for the sake of the non-pure-blooded devils, mostly former humans, the flow of time was adjusted to match the one flowing in the human world, and so it came that even the true devils adopted to the new lifestyle, sleeping during the artificially created night. After the Great War hundreds of years ago between the three major factions, known as the Devil Race, the angels from heaven and their counterparts, the fallen angels, many things had changed for the underworld, but the loss of their four strongest leaders, known as the Yondai or the four great Satans, peace with their mortal enemies, was essential for the survival of the Devil Race. What followed was not a real peace treaty, but more like a fragile truce between them, but it was better than nothing. The three factions had lost their leaders and most of their forces. They could not allow another war to occur, or it would mean the end of them all. Unfortunately, not all devils were satisfied with this truce, seeing it as a disgrace to their proud and superior race. They wanted nothing more than to continue the war, even though it would only lead to their destruction. They wanted to avenge the death of their fallen leaders. But not every devil had the same opinion. Many devils, especially the younger generation, wanted to maintain peace with the angels, and as no compromise could be found, war was inevitable. The underworld, mostly the territory controlled by the devils and not the fallen angels, was swallowed by a terrible civil war, bringing death and destruction to the lands. The losses were heavy, too heavy, as they had not yet recovered from the Great War. The descendants of these four Satans, even though fighting fiercely, were slowly pushed back by the younger devils, who had formed an alliance to resist and take control over the underworld. This anti-Satan faction managed to banish the few remaining loyalists to the most remote regions of the underworld, thus ending the civil war after many years. Four young devils, responsible for the victorious ending, took the leadership over their fellow kin. Since that day, they were known as the New Yondai Mau, taking the position of Lucifer, Leviathan, Beelzebub and Asmodeus. Lilith became the new capital city and the seat of the four Satans. It was one of the most secured places in the whole underworld, making it nearly impossible to infiltrate. But now that the Mau were gone to their respective family homes, their guards had also left with them. The perfect opportunity to strike. The lone figure could be seen standing on one of the many high houses in the middle of Lilith. The figure wore a simple black coat, the face hidden by a hood, giving no sign of the figure's identity. Sighing deeply, the clothed person gazed at one of the tall tallest buildings inside the city. The Bank of Lilith, Crocus. Deep within the coffins of the bank laid something of great value, something her master wanted needed at all costs. And she would bring it to him, she would not fail. Inside the bank, hundreds of meters below the earth's surface. It was dark inside the narrow passage, dark and moist, as water dripped down from the cold stone roof. Only a few weak light sources illuminated the long corridor. It was only one of countless gangways below the capital bank Crocus, the devils having built a true web of passages hundreds of meters underneath the earth to guard their treasures. But this passage was special, it only led to one single vault, buried deep underneath masses of hard rock and dirt. Bajuau. The silence of the dark corridor was shaken by the sudden sound, followed by an amused chuckle. Bless you Kizo. I hope you haven't caught a cold. Ah thanks man, oh, how much I hate this fucking post. Any idea when we'll be relieved? His partner only shook his head, no idea, but I bet we still have guard duty for another 4 hours or so. Kizo sighed deeply, wiping his nose clean. Shame, I fucking hate it down here. Always wet and so stuffy, not to forget the horrible smell, and even after all these years, I still don't know what the hell we are even guarding here. The second devil guard only shrugged, leaning his back against the cold stone, his spear loosely held in his right hand. Who knows, I bet not even the higher-ups know what it is, but that shouldn't concern us, we only have to guard it, nothing more nothing less. His partner scratched his chin, if you say so, but I just wonder who the hell would want to steal something no one even knows anything about. This is just plain and simple, and useless task. Maybe you're right. Before Kizo could voice his other complaints, the air suddenly grew cold, making the two guards tense. Boy, hasn't it just gotten much colder? His fellow guard felt the same, seeing as even their breaths became visible to the naked eye. The two devil guards grew nervous, looking around the narrow corridor into the darkness. I've got this really bad feeling, maybe we should call rain. Kizo could not even finish as his voice was swallowed by the torrent of blood that escaped his mouth. His fellow guard was not even able to react as he suffered the same fate, something sharp having slitted their throats in less than a second. Both devils sank to the ground, blood spraying out of their throats. They desperately tried to stop the bleeding by pushing their hands against a horrendous wound, but they knew it was in vain. The lone figure emerged from the dark of the gangway and calmly walked in their direction. Kizo watched the black-clothed person when she came to stop right in front of the sealed door to the vault. His vision became blurred. The last gurgling sound escaped his bloody lips as a sharp spear of ice pierced his heart, killing him instantly along with his partner. The intruder did not even bother to look at the downed forms of the two guards, who were lying lifelessly in their own pool of blood. Her attention was solely fixated on the heavy metallic door, protected by powerful sealing magic. She touched it with the palm of her right hand and slowly, a layer of thin ice spread over the door. The powerful use of magic made even the passage freeze over with thick white blue ice. The door hinges froze and burst into thousand small ice bits, sending another powerful magic pulse out to disable the last magic seals. The heavy door finally fell to the ground, creating a strong cloud of dust. The figure stepped into the small vault, her eyes immediately landing on the weakly illuminated chest on the stone podium. She needed to act quickly now, surely her earlier power rise had drawn attention. Better she would not risk a confrontation now, her master counted on her. Walking in front of the simple chest, she touched the cold rotten wood, and with another wave of her magic power, it opened. Her eyes glowed underneath the hood as she saw the reason for her coming. Her master would get his wish. At the same time, Gremory Estate, Underworld. Her home was still as she remembered it to be, even though it had been only 3 months since her last visit, it still felt like years to her. A small smile graced her delicate lips as the young woman walked across the impressive hallway of her family estate. Welcome home, Rias-sama. Said girl gave a smile at the bowing maid before she resumed her walk. Being the second child and heir of the prominent clan, Rias Gremory was well known throughout the underworld. Even though she disliked to be seen as only the princess of her clan, she was still proud of her family's name, being one of the last pure-blooded devil clans after the Great War and Civil War. Still, she often wished to be seen as only Rias, just Rias. That was one of the main reasons why she went to the human world, where she was not known for her stature as devil or Gremory princess, but she still missed her home, and so she often came to visit her family in the underworld. Stopping in front of one of the many mirrors, which decorated her family's estate, the young woman gazed at her reflection. What she saw made her hum in appreciation, knowing very well why she was seen as the most beautiful girl in her school. Her long beautiful crimson hair, which reached past her waist, was truly what made her stood out from the rest. She was really proud of her silky hair, several bangs covering her forehead and framing her pretty face. Her eyes were of a brilliant blue color with a hinge of sea green, her creamy pale skin doing well to accentuate her feminine features and plump lips. She was even one of the tallest girls in her class, and of course, due to her being a devil, her body was far more developed than an average human girl. Although much to her ire, she would never be able to be best her friend and queen in certain aspects. The Gremory heiress was clothed in a yellow blouse, showing a generous amount of her ample cleavage while her black skirt went slightly past her knees, giving a good sight to her creamy long legs. To complete her outfit, she wore black high heels and a blue jacket against the cold of the night. Yes, Rias could be more than proud of her figure, if only someone could see past her beauty and see the inner her, if only. Shaking her head to get rid of the upcoming thoughts, Rias quickly stepped through the double doorway into the large spacey living room, illuminated by several huge lamps on the ceiling. A long wooden table took most of the space in the middle of the hall. Rias smiled as she saw her older brother sitting near the head of the massive table, silently going over countless papers, which needed his signature. The eldest child of the Gremory clan looked up from his paperwork, and his eyes immediately brightened when he saw his little sister. Before she could blink, Rias was already in his arms, being spun around while her brother rubbed his cheek on hers. Rias tan. Their cheeks immediately reddened in embarrassment, struggling to get out of her brother's vice hug. "Oh, Ani-sama, put me down. Now." Not wanting to earn her ire, the male quickly complied and put her back on her feet, although he smiled brightly at his lovely little Ni-chan. Adjusting her clothes and trying to regain what little dignity she had left, the crimson-haired princess huffed before slapping her brother's chest, making him wince. "Jerk. You haven't changed at all during these last months but I still missed you, Ani-san. I hope you stay for a while. Father and mother would surely be happy to have you here for a bit longer." Hi chuckling, her older brother went back to his seat, followed by his sister who sat down on an ear chair, brushing some strands of hair behind her left ear. Rias gazed over the massive amount of papers on the table. "Looks to me like this won't be a vacation for you, huh?" Sighing deeply, her older brother massaged his temple. "You have no idea, Rias tan, I fear I can't spend much time with you after all. Even though you need your big Aniki so much, sniff, already seeing your hurt pretty face makes me so sad, sniff." Ria's right eyebrow twitched dangerously, although her face remained impassive as she watched her brother wiping his fake tears away. "Keep telling that to yourself, Ani Ibaka, seriously, why do I have such a siskin as brother?" Yes, her brother was truly an interesting devil. Being born as the first child of the current head of the Gremory clan, he would have been the heir, but due to his efforts in the civil war, her brother along with 3 other powerful devils took over as the new Satans. Even if it was hard to believe, her brother was the leader of the 4 Satans, and currently, the strongest devil among his kin. He was Serzich's Lucifer, formerly Gremory, but most of all, he could be the most childish person she had ever met in her life, despite him being the leader of the Yondai Mau. Yeah, even she still found it hard to believe sometimes. Serzich's could be viewed as a male version of her. He was quite handsome, if she believed the talk among the female maids of the estate, having the same bluish-green eyes as her and shoulder-length crimson-red hair, as it is usual in her family. He was nearly a head taller than her, clad in his usual black evening robe, and not his traditional Satan attire. Sending his paperwork a heated glare, Serzich's turned his attention now completely to his sister, grinning brightly. "So Rias tan, what brings you here at this late hour? I know, you missed me too much, didn't you? Yes, no need for further words, I know I need to look more after you. My little Rias tan is still too young to live alone, I should have known. If only I could visit you more often, having your big Aniki with you would surely brighten your day," wailed Rias tan. Groaning, the young woman slapped her right cheek in embarrassment and fury. Only her brother, despite loving her more than it should be, always managed to bring her nerves to the point of breaking. "Nothing of that sort, Ani Ibaka, though I did miss you." Ignoring his cheeky and stupid grin as best as she could, Ria's demeanor became serious again. "I just came back from my monthly visit and I wanted to see you all before going to bed, although I may guess Tusan and Kasan are off to visit one of the other families. I can't feel their magic power inside the estate." Yes, they are currently at the ball, which is thrown at the Citri estate. "You know how close our 2 clans are." The Mau put the pen on the table, leaning his head on his right hand palm. "But this is not the only reason for your visit, is it?" True enough, a small smile graced her delicate lips. "You may not believe it, Ani-san, but I'm sure I have found a powerful new member for my peerage." "Oh, do tell so." "A human student from my school has gathered my attention. My guess is that he has a powerful sacred gear inside his body. I even dare to say it may be one of the 13 Longinus, although which one, I cannot say for sure." Now that managed to raise one of Serzich's eyebrows. "Interesting, it seems luck is on your side, Rias tan. Having such a powerful servant in your peerage is surely bound to bring you fame in the future. You still lack many pieces after all, so when do you plan to reincarnate him? You are waiting for a better opportunity." Nodding, Rias blew another strand of hair out of her face. "I am not sure when I'll be able to reincarnate the sacred gear wielder, though I do plan to do it in the following weeks, if no better chance arises. Fortunately, Sona has shown no further interest in him and given me even free rein to add him into my peerage. She is close to have a complete set of pieces. Lastly, I heard she managed to reincarnate another sacred gear wielder, the one she already had her eyes set on." Serzich's closed his eyes, chuckling slightly. "Ah yes, little Sona-chan, Seraful-chan always speaks so highly of her little sister during our meetings. She seems to manage very well. our little siblings grow up so fast, and sniff I'm not able to see my little Ria's tan sniff during her growth sniff. A tired sigh escaped her lips as Rias watched her brother going from serious into an emotional state, her left eyebrow twitching all the while. Fair enough, she should have gotten used to it by now. Hearing little footsteps outside the hall, the girl turned her head, and not a second later did the doors open. Oba-chan. A beautiful smile sneaked on Ria's lips as she extended her arms to welcome the small bundle of joy, who nearly crashed against her chest. Missed you, Oba-chan. The crimson-haired princess lifted the young boy off his feet, getting a good look at him. Your auntie missed you too. Oh my, Mil-chan, you've grown so much in these last months, already getting much heavier and stronger, are you not? The small boy giggled cutely while enjoying his aunt's attention. Yeah, not long, and I'm taller than you, Rias Oba. I am sure of it. Ria's amused grin did not leave her face, bringing her little nephew closer to her chest while she sat back on her chair. Both family members giggled while the young woman rubbed her cheek against the small boy's one. But you'll still be my cute little nephew. Rias Gremory, her nephew and the son of Serzich's Lucifer, the second heir of the house Gremory, had only just reached his 10 years, the little boy being nearly the exact replica of his father, short spiky crimson hair and the same facial traits, although his eyes were a deeper shade of red. Her nephew was currently dressed in his pajamas, meaning he was just about to be brought to bed, or he might even have sneaked out of bed, difficult to tell sometimes. Ah-chan sensed you, Rias Oba, so I had to say good nighty to you too. His cute face made Rias even happier before she started to tickle him, earning some cute laughs from her nephew. In the meantime, Serzich's watched the exchange with a small smile. The sight of his family always managed to raise his spirits up after hours and hours of endless paperwork. This was one of the moments where he knew that the terrible war he fought in had been worth it. Even though the three factions were not truly at peace, life had gotten better for the new generation. He would do everything to maintain the peace for his race. The Mayu clapped his hands, earning the attention of the still cuddling duo. Not that I want to interrupt this little family reunion, but should you not already be in your bed by now, my son? Milikas only grinned, but Tu-chan, Rias Oba has come home, and Ka-chan said I could come and say good nighty, na Ka-chan. The doorway opened once again. He missed his aunt after all. Rias smiled at her sister-in-law. Of course he did, who won't? Serzich's sighed happily before his eyes fell upon his lovely wife. Still, I am surprised you even allowed Milkun to come and greet her. Last time when Rias Tan came in the middle of the night, you didn't allow me to leave the bed to greet here. The Satan sulked while a small rain cloud floated over his head. But my love, you should have seen our son's cute face. I couldn't help but comply to his wish. Her gentle smile seemed to lighten up the hall. One time does not hurt, you know how Milkun loves his aunt. Yeah, Milikas beamed all over his face. You're my favorite auntie after all, Rias Oba. I'm your only auntie, Mil-chan. Rias smiled lovingly at her nephew, who giggled. Smiling, Serzich's turned to his wife, who came to stand next to him, her eyes never leaving her only child. He didn't cause you too much trouble, I hope. Normally he only wants to sleep after I told him a small fairy tale. How did you even manage to bring him to bed, Kagami-chan? Her smile never vanished. I just promised to tell him the story how we meet all those years ago. Kagami Belmont, the wife and queen of Serzich's Lucifer, even though being a high-class devil to one of the noblest clans, she was one of the kindest women Rias had ever met. She was not arrogant like most of her peers or even pampered. Her older brother would not have fallen for her in the first place if she was. The Belmont clan was just like the Gremory clan, one of the 34 remaining pillars these days. Even though their numbers had suffered greatly during the Civil War, it was only due to the wealth and power of the remaining members that they were even considered a noble clan even till these days. Their mastery over earth magic was unrivaled, but their true power lay in one particular member. Kagami Belmont, she was the only devil who had perfected the use of earth magic beyond what could be considered possible, having gained control not just over earth magic, but also over magnet magic. Because of her giant abilities, Kagami was able to control Saken, or gold dust magic like it was commonly known, making her a fierce opponent and powerful ally during the Civil War. And despite all her power, she never looked down on her fellow devils. Her kindness was well known and gained her a lot of fame and popularity with the younger devils. It was one of the traits which drew Serzich's towards her. Ria's father had told her that his only son was a nervous wreck. The first time he gathered the courage to ask her out, their first date could only be seen as a disaster. Everything that could go wrong went wrong, but to his surprise, Kagami did not mind much, finding it cute how the normally strong male was reduced to a quivering mass. Needless to say, Serzich's was overjoyed when she asked for another date, and from that day on, their relationship grew only stronger to the point where they finally consumed their love during their wedding. but his greatest joy was when his wife gave him a healthy son, who they named after her deceased brother. They were truly a great couple, and even if Rias was happy for her brother, she always felt jealous her brother had married the woman he came to love over the last century, but for her, it seemed that fate was not in her favor. Shaking her thoughts off, Rias eyed her sister-in-law. Kagami was without a doubt a beauty. Her long silky light brown hair fell down to the mid of her back, while two longer hair bangs framed her flawless face and rested on top of her covered bosom. Milika's had his red eyes from his mother, even though hers had a lighter shade. She did not even need much makeup to make her stand out from her peers, only a bit of red lipstick to accentuate her flawless bronzed skin. Her fingernails coated in a thin layer of black nail lac. The heiress of the Belmont clan was dressed in a formal black yukata, which was kept together by a red slash wrapped around her waist. Rias could not help but feel jealous sometimes, her sister-in-law being often considered one of the most beautiful female devils of the underworld, and many younger devils envied her relationship with Serziches, the two of them already considered the most popular couple in the underworld. Letting her cute nephew out of her arms, she watched as he tackled his mother, hugging her legs. Ria's eyes became a bit dull as she watched the exchange between parent and child, the loving embrace when Kagami lifted her son up to hold him, her soothing voice when she whispered into his ear, feigning a sweet giggle in return, and the proud look on her older brother's face as he told them to finally move to bed. She closed her eyes. Sometimes it truly hurt seeing them so happy, the sight of a loving husband and wife with their child, the joy of having a person truly love you for whom you are. She wanted their happiness, even though she knew that her chance for actually having a person to love in the near future was nearly non-existent. Rias bit her bottom lip, trying not to gain too much attention. She would do everything to have a choice for her future, the choice to marry a person she might come to love. Sending the family a longing gaze, the crimson-haired princess wondered if there was someone out there who could make her feel special, someone who just saw her as Rias. Only time would tell. The city of Kuo, outskirts Japan. Hot steam filled the spacious, luxurious bathroom as the glass door to the shower silently opened. A tall blonde man stepped out, covered in countless drops of water that dripped down his athletic build. Sighing pleasantly, he quickly pulled a towel out of the wooden shelf to his left and dried his hair off, wrapping the towel around his waist. The blonde man moved towards the sink and gazed at the mirror right in front of him. He sighed melancholy as he eyed his appearance. So much has changed these past decades. Damn, I've truly gotten old. Even though only mentally, all the pain and losses I was forced to endure, I can hardly even remember my old life. Remember her. Carefully, the man touched a nasty-looking scar, which went straight through his left eye, degrading the otherwise handsome face. He winced as the memories came back. But what stood out most was the huge scar, which covered most of his upper chest, making it appear that something had tried to rip him to shreds. Even though his healing factor was still exceptional and had gotten even stronger, he did not allow the ugly scar to heal. It was a reminder for him, reminding him of his failure to protect his family. Naruto took a deep breath before he steeled himself and left the stuffy bathroom. Entering his spacious bedroom, he walked straight to the large table next to his broad bed. Licking his dry lips, he eyed the countless liquors, which he kept on the desk, before grabbing a bottle of brandy and poured some of the cold liquid into a glass, followed by 2 ice cubes. Shaking his head, he took hold of the glass and stopped in front of the large window, gazing hollowly at the beautiful sundown that transpired outside his home. The late hours still sent some rays of sun into his bedchamber, casting wide shadows over the floor and walls. Beautiful, majestic, and yet so deadly at the same time, nature has sure given us such beauty to feast our sight on. A shame humans tend to ignore the wonders of nature, being more concerned with their pointless tasks. Such a shame indeed. Taking a good gulp of the brandy, Naruto clicked his tongue, enjoying the cold liquor flowing down his throat. This world is not ready yet. Pouring the last of his drink down his throat, he sat on the bed edge, putting the glass back down on the counter. His eyes became dull, the eyes of a hardened warrior who had seen much in his life, too much, having seen the good of life, but more so the gruesome side of life, things he would never forget and still haunted him even in his deepest dreams, never allowing him to completely forget them. It will not be the same here, not as long as I still live. Too much lies at stake this time. The blonde-haired man did not show any signs of surprise when the door to his private chamber opened and someone stepped inside before gently closing it once more. He could hear the soft sound of clothing falling to the wooden floor, and only seconds later did the bed slightly shake as the person crawled onto it. A small smile found its way on his lips as 2 slender yet strong arms wrapped around his neck, pulling the rest of a warm naked body against his back. Naruto now smiled in content as he felt 2 soft pillows press against his back, while the owner's head rested on his right shoulder, her warm breath tickling his ear and cheek, letting pleasant sensations run through his body. His right hand came up to caress her smooth arms. May I presume that the mission I gave you was a success? Naruto, in fact, did not even need to voice his question, as he knew that the woman was very eager and followed his orders without complaints. She had never failed him since he first met her all those years ago, not once. The woman nodded slightly, pressing herself harder against his back. Of course, Naruto-kun, it took me a bit longer than I predicted, but in the end, it was quite easy to gain possession, though it came to a little bloodshed. I hope this will not be a problem for us. Her soft and loving voice was like music to his ears, her warm embrace giving him the hope and comfort he needed. His eyes became more determined. Yes, this was the path he needed to take. I see, nothing to fear, my dear. I never expected you to gain possession of the stone unnoticed. Now that I think about it, he might have been more suitable to get it, but hellas, I already gave him another mission. Naruto closed his eyes while continuing to rub her arms. Did you kill all witnesses? The woman nodded. I did, although I wasn't able to completely erase all traces of my ice magic. That may become a problem in the future, even though the only one they know who can use this form of magic is Leviathan Seraphol, one of the Yondaimao. It's not much of a problem then. The underworld does not know of your existence yet, as they presume you had died long ago. It should remain so, at least for the time being. Our intel was correct after all. Your informant did a good job. Surely the information was not easy to gather. He is the best spy I ever met. He may have been a damn opponent in my previous life, but now it would be much more difficult to gather the pieces without him. But enough of that, let me see it. The woman did not answer, she only stretched her left arm out. Naruto took the clue and stretched his own free hand out. A small, but heavy object fell into his open hand palm. The former Jinchuriki brought the piece closer to his face, scrutinizing it with his powerful eyes. It seemed like a simple unimportant polished stone, not bigger than his palm. The jewel was in a deep green color, and even though it had been long since forgotten and sealed away, he could still feel the power within it. The number 3 was engraved into the jewel. Yes. A step closer to our goal. You did well, as expected. You never disappoint me. The woman sighed happily, tightening her embrace, her face nuzzled into the golden shining mop of hair, taking in his scent. What will we do now? Surely our presence will be noticed by the 3 factions with my actions last night. They may not exactly know who did it, but now they will actually try to search for the responsible. Someone who can break into their facility nearly unnoticed is a risk they will not leave uninvestigated. Soon they will come for us. Naruto hummed softly, let them be, they still don't know of us, they aren't even able to sense our presences, so they are of no concern to me. A far greater threat will soon arrive in this world, very soon, so the pieces are starting to move. The two gazed at the last rays of sunshine. Yes, we need to prepare ourselves. This world won't be ready to fight this war. Know the slaughter that will undoubtedly swallow these lands. None of them has what it takes to stop the imminent invasion. We are their only defense, although a weak one. Is there no hope? Her question made him pause. It was the same question she had voiced when he was still a human, when he still felt human, a long time ago, too long ago. He did not have an answer back then. His world had ended in less than a week, but now he had one. No, there is, as long as we stand and fight for this world, for our future, for all the people that had to suffer. We will fight the darkness that threatens to swallow and corrupt this world. I won't let it repeat itself. I won't let their deaths be in vain, not as long as I still have some fighting spirit left in me. You taught me that after all. Huh? You were the one who gave me back my will to fight, to live, I should say. The woman smiled. She always did when she saw a fraction of his true self. She loved the man he had become, or the man he had always been. He still fought despite all the destruction that had happened to him and his world. He was a true fighter, a beacon of hope for this world, even though the humans and other races will never know of this. He was a person she never thought would come across her, and yet here she was. She was probably the only person who truly knew him. She wanted him, she desired him more than anything else, and she would have him, no matter the cost or who would dare to stand in her way. His heart would always be hers. The father to her children should this world still live after the war. She smiled even wider as she listened to his strong heartbeat. She loved the sound of his heartbeat, as it always made her feel at peace. The remaining gems are still needed. She only nodded. He chuckled weakly. What would I be if not for you? Her delicate hand came up and grasped his chin, gently turning his head to face her. Royal silver hair, like he had only seen it on one person, always managed to catch his attention and made him breathless with admiration. Even though the sun had already disappeared beyond the horizon, her hair was still shining and casted some light across his bedchamber. Her matching beautiful silver eyes gazed lovingly into his very own pair, while her beautiful flawless face glowed brightly. Her red-coated full lips formed into a pretty smile, always managing to give him the happiness and the warmth he needed. Yes, she was definitely one of a kind. He would not let anyone have her. She was his for all eternity. I think we both know what the answer would be, do we not, Naruto-kun? He chuckled warmly, his right hand traveling through her long, beautiful and silky hair, bringing her head even closer to his. She did not resist, her seductive smile never leaving her delicate lips. I would still be sulking and pitying myself. Yes, I would still be a nervous wreck if not for you, if not for your love and belief I wouldn't know what I had become, only an empty shell living without a purpose I suppose. She hummed softly, already feeling his warm breath on her lips. We still have much to do, this is only the beginning, our greatest challenge has yet to reveal itself. True, she carefully traced down his whisker marks, enjoying how he slightly leaned into her soft touch. We are few in numbers, and each one of the three factions, as well as the humans and Yao case, will see us as threat. We are alone against this world and the looming darkness, Naruto-kun. The blonde man briefly closed his eyes, enjoying the loving touch of his woman before he gazed at her, his beautiful and mysterious eyes capable of controlling life, which were filled with pure determination. Alone you say, that may be true, but far more powerful we are, they are nothing compared to us, they can view us as threat for all I care, nothing that we cold handle because in the end, they are meaningless, yet still, I would prefer if they would see things our way when the time comes, it would mean nothing to protect this world if its inhabitants could not see what the real threat is. The silver-haired beauty gave him the most radiant smile he had ever seen, it made his heart beat even faster. He smiled in response, leaning forwards, he planted a soft kiss on her supple lips. The woman moaned into the kiss, parting her lips to suck on his bottom lip, but Naruto quickly broke the contact, smirking as she frowned in response. You seem quite eager, my Grafiya dear. The now named Grafiya hummed softly before she pulled his head closer, their lips once more meeting in a soft yet passionate kiss. He could allow himself to enjoy this one moment of peace and happiness. The time was closing up, the looming darkness was nearing this world. It was only a matter of time before the first shadows would try to pry their way into this world. Although, a part of him feared that they might already made contact with some residents. Somewhere far away, in a desolate place in the underworld, the cold wind blew through the decayed halls of a long since forgotten castle, which was built inside the very root of the mountain. No one knew of this former castle. Being one of the private refuges of the original Lucifer, no devil knew of its location anymore, except for one. A lone figure walked leisurely across the once proud and luxurious hallway to the throne, one of the very few pieces of furniture that still stood inside the castle. This brings back some memories, never thought this place would be forgotten, such a shame indeed. The cold voice of the man resounded across the deserted hall. He was a very tall individual, dressed in silver formal clothes that resembled the Satan's ones, his shoulders protected by well-crafted armor. The man had a handsome face. His shoulder-length silver hair and a matching goat beard completed his appearance, his golden-colored eyes landed on the throne. A single dark-colored sphere was embedded into the stone throne. A smirk graced his lips while he approached his destination, finally stopping in front of the throne. This is where you wanted me to come, huh? I wonder. Carefully, the man's right hand slid over the smooth surface of the sphere. What is it you truly want? The moment the words left his lips, the sphere lightened up, illuminating the dark hallway in a purple-red light. The silver-haired man gritted his teeth, sweat poured down his face while his body shook uncontrollably. He could not take his hand off the sphere, he was not allowed to. His eyes widened when a powerful presence washed over him, something he had never felt in his long-lived life, something that made even his power pale in comparison. The lone dark voice resounded inside his mind, a voice that filled him with despair and fear. The first rays of sun slowly found their way inside the large bedroom, casting their light upon the two sleeping forms on the bed. Naruto frowned when he felt the annoying sunshine waking him up from his sleep. Groggily, the former Jinchuriki finally opened his eyes, mentally sending a small curse to the sun for disrupting one of his most peaceful sleeps since decades. Rubbing his eyes with his free right hand, he wiped the sleepiness off. Another day already. Naruto blinked once more before his senses came back to him, making him aware of the warm body pressed against his left side. A blissful smile sneaked upon his lips as the blonde man turned his head to his left, taking in the sight of his lovely companion, Grafiya-chan. The woman had snuggled up to him, her head calmly resting on his shoulder, while he felt her warm slow breath hitting the crook of his neck. Naruto's left arm pressed her harder against his side, making her sigh happily in her sleep. Although with you by my side, all morning is worth waking up, he whispered softly, not wanting to wake his woman up just yet. He grinned when he caught sight of a small amount of drool, which escaped the corner of her mouth. She looked so adorable right now. Carefully, his free hand moved towards her face, gently rubbing her warm smooth cheek, before settling down to tug away the strands of hair that covered her forehead. Leaning down to press a soft kiss on her forehead, Naruto rested his own head on top of hers, while gently running his hand through her long silver hair, gaining a pleasant moan from her. Her beautiful silver hair was still wet and disordered, making him smirk as he thought of last night. He always enjoyed making love to her, to hold her perfect body in his arms, and to look deeply into her silver eyes, filled with such love and devotion for him, which always left him stunned. Grafiya was the most beautiful woman he knew, and even though it still pained to say so, she was even more beautiful than his deceased wife. His heart pained as he thought of her. Naruto quickly shook the memories off, that was his past life, and now, he had someone new to protect, someone new to love. He wouldn't lose her too, not as long as he still had the strength to fight. He would do anything to protect this world. Naruto frowned briefly, his eyes gaining a hard gleam while he thought of his next move to make. 2 gems were already in his possession, and he still needed to collect the remaining 7. The problem was that he didn't know how long they still had before the first demons would break through the thin layer of the dimensional gap. They wouldn't be that much of a threat to him, they would be weak by his means, but for the others, it would be already too much for them to handle. Most of this world's inhabitants would be corrupted by their foul power, by their mere presence alone. Still, that would be the least of his problems, he could fight them effortlessly, but the true problem lay within the stronger forces. Naruto knew that time was against them. The Legion needed a functional portal to access this world from the twisting nether. The countless different dimensions of the universe were very well protected by the dimensional barrier, but this defense was not perfect. They always seemed to manage to break through, they always found a way. That was his most brilliant and fearsome trait. Most of them were only mindless soldiers, but their leaders, they were on a whole different scale. The blonde man bit his bottom lip. How many worlds had they destroyed till now? Maybe 1,000. Or more. He did not know how many of them had been destroyed because he managed to corrupt the populace. Even Naruto did not know if he would stand a chance against this twisting and cunning opponent. That being said, he needed to speed up his plan. He needed stronger allies on his side, allies who would be able to stand on equal grounds against the Legion. Sure, he had gained some valuable comrades during the last decades, but it was not enough to even stand a chance against them. The problem was mostly the weak minds of the mortal beings, and not just their low power level, the former Jinchuriki side, and not only the mortal race, but the same could be said for the supernatural races of this world, angels, devils, yaokais, even the gods. They could easily be swayed to their side, they could be easily corrupted by their vile magic, turning even former allies against each other. He had seen it, he knew the danger. He spared a glance at his sleeping partner. Even his Gracia could be targeted. Yes, she was strong, probably one of the strongest devils of this time, but that did not mean anything against this foe. She was still a devil, a being who could not control their emotions perfectly. Even though her personality showed otherwise, her desire due to her being a devil was her greatest weakness. The deceiver would make use of it, and Naruto knew that when he lost Gracia to them, he would not be able to fight against her. That was one of their specialties, turning former allies, family members, friends, lovers against the remaining few survivors. The blonde man shuddered. The thought of fighting his corrupted Gracia would break him. Naruto had seen it. He had seen how the Legion forced their will upon some of his closest friends. He would never forget the sight of Kakashi killing his own daughter. He could still see the horror and helplessness in Kakashi's eyes. Even if his former sensei's emotions were deeply sealed inside his mind, the eyes, the door to one's soul, never lied. Even if the body was a mindless doll, they never took away one's emotions. They enjoyed watching how their new puppets would destroy and kill everything they once loved in their lives. Naruto would never forget the pain he felt as he killed his former sensei, and before he would kill his wife too, who cried over the fallen body of their daughter. He did not want Kakashi to feel the pain of killing his own wife too. It had been the least he could have done for Kakashi. May his soul rest in peace, free from the grasp of the Legion. A tired sigh escaped Naruto's lips, his hand never stopping to caress his lovely woman, who snuggled deeper into his form, enjoying the warmth he emitted. Even though I told Gracia that there is hope, I fear that this world will suffer the same fate, the same destruction, the same pain. I am practically the only one who is truly capable of fighting them, and even though I am powerful, I cannot win this by myself. I need allies who can stand by my side without being corrupted, allies who are completely loyal and devoted to me. Looking through the window to gaze at the rising sun, Naruto tried to find the answer. He did not know how long he looked outside. He did not react as Gracia slowly started to wake up, burying her face in the crook of his neck, a happy sigh, leaving her supple lips before she placed a gentle kiss on his skin. He narrowed his eyes. She needed to become like him and her. She needed to become something more, something even stronger than a devil. The question was, how would he make her like him? A few hours later, the city center of Kuo, Japan. Naruto let out another sigh as he stood on the roof of a large apartment building. He had quite the sight of the city where he lived, but more so on the large building on the other side of the road, Kuo Academy if he recalled correctly. The blonde entity wondered why Gracia wanted him to come here, but he complied in the end. He could not really deny her, more so since she gave him the order, a stern expression on her face, which meant she was more than serious, and so, he did not want to raise her ire. This Gracia could be more than scary and cute at the same time, a deadly combination indeed. Naruto whistled a small tune while he waited for his companion to arrive, enjoying the sunshine on this hot beautiful day, and the strong wind, which swirled his spiky hair up, loosening some buttons of his white shirt, exposing the upper part of his chest. He watched the students of the academy leaving for their homes. I should have taken my Bermuda shorts instead of my jeans, damn, sometimes I hate this fucking heat, Databeo. Naruto quickly straightened himself as he felt the incoming magic signature. The white magic circle appeared several feet behind him, and seconds later did Gracia emerge from within the transportation circle. There you are. What took you so long? See, I almost feel like on our dates when you take ours too. Naruto interrupted his speech midways, having turned his head to look at his woman, an annoyed expression on his face before his eyes widened, his mouth widely opened, making him resemble a gaping fish. There stood Gracia Lucifuge in her usual beauty and glory. That alone should not surprise him any longer, having seen her beauty countless times over, even though she still managed to make him stunned almost every time he saw her. Her royal silver hair was tied in two long bangs, which fell down her back, while two shorter bangs framed her face, reaching past her shoulder blades. Her natural beauty did not really need to be perfected, though she still wore her dark red lipstick. It was more her current state of dress that made him stunned this time. A rather interesting outfit if he might add. The ultimate class devil was clothed in a purple dress with white vertical lines, the dress covering her arms and hand palms, leaving only her fingers visible, which were coated in blue nail lac, and going down to her shapely hips. A matching purple knee-length skirt covered her waist, although it was cut in the front to show her legs. To complete her outfit, Gracia wore several dark gray armor plates. Her forearms were protected by thin armor, as well as her shins and feet, leaving her upper legs exposed, while two long armor plates were bound to her waist, covering the sides of her legs. Chest armor protected her front, making the blonde man sweat drop as he saw the curves, which contained her assets. All in all, she looked incredible, sexy and cute at the same time, truly a heavenly combination if you ask Naruto. I am sorry for the delay, Naruto-kun, but I wanted to try my new battle outfit out which I had personally requested. Grafia's monotone, but soft voice broke him out of his musings. I hope it is to your liking. The silver-haired beauty raised one of her delicate eyebrows as she saw the flat look and stupid expression on his face, knowing to expect another stupid remark of her master and lover, though what to expect, she did not know. She watched her lover closing up on her with a blank expression, even though her right eyebrow started to twitch as the blonde man did not lose his stupid look, he only gazed down at her, being almost half a head taller than her. After several seconds, Naruto finally broke from his intense stare, and before she could react, he had already grabbed the collar of her dress and pulled it away from her body, trying innocently to catch a glimpse of her covered bust. The noble and proud devil was completely stunned in disbelief at his bold behavior and only watched her lover with widened eyes, the former Jinchuriki never stopping to look at her cleavage, while his free hand scratched his chin, making it seem like he was in deep thought. Nephia-chan, isn't it a bit hot with all this armor? Damn, your breasts must be covered in sweat if I may guess. Hell, how did you even manage to pack the girls inside this chest plate in the first place? He never saw the dangerous twitch of her eyebrow. He never saw the fist coming either. Bonk. A second later we could find our hero laying face first on the ground, a huge smoking bump now adorning the back of his head. Not in public, Naruto. All she got in response was a weak twitch of his body. Huffing, Gracia adjusted her chest plate once more, trying to forget the embarrassing scene with her lover, although she could not get rid of the huge flush on her cheeks, her eyes closed, and nose pointed high in the air to preserve what little dignity she had left. Oh ouch, after several seconds of pregnant silence, Naruto managed to rise to his knees, nursing his aching head in a desperate measure to lessen the pain. A small smile was however present on his lips. How he loved to mess with his lovely devil woman. He was the only one who actually managed to put her out of countenance, with her being mostly stern and impassive during everything, except when being on dates and during their passionate lovemaking. It was always worth it to rile her up, and even though she always scolded him afterwards, he knew that deep inside she enjoyed it. Seeing her standing away from him, with arms crossed underneath her breasts and with an annoyed and cute expression on her face, he just knew she did. The silver-haired woman casted him a dangerous glare, although the redness of her cheeks made it less than threatening. Oh yes, she definitely loved his antics, she was just too cute for her own good. Scratching his chin, he flashed her his best grin, which always seemed to manage to lessen her anger towards him whenever he had riled her up. Now that he recalled his previous encounters, his cheesy grin and smile always had quite the effect on the female populace, although that time, he was truly too dense to notice that little detail. Gracia had closed her eyes while she massaged a brink of her nose. She did not want to see his grin right now, she should scold him some more, but her partner always managed to escape her wrath somehow. Cheeky little bastard. Aka. After having calmed down, Gracia walked towards the edge of the roof, closely followed by her lover, the two of them now looking down at Kuo Academy. So do you want to tell me now what we want here? The silver-haired devil nodded, her face as usually deprived of emotions. Of course, Naruto-kun, do you see that girl there? The man didn't answer immediately, but followed her pointed finger to look at the person in question. He raised his eyebrows when he saw the crimson-haired young woman who just walked out of the courtyard with some other students. Huh? The little devil princess. What of her? Isn't she irrelevant to our plans? That may have been true in the past. Oh, do explain please. Gracia watched the little group of four moving down the road towards the city center. As you know, she is the heiress of the Gremory clan, one of the remaining prominent houses of the original 72 pillars. During my mission in Lilith to gain possession of the third gem, I managed to gather some information concerning their clan. And Naruto-kun, they have one of the gems in their possession. Now that managed to raise his attention, his eyes quickly daring back to look at the retreating forms of the devils. Are you sure about this? His voice had lost all playfulness. Gracia knew that this was a serious matter for him. She knew how much he wanted to collect all the remaining jewels, not just for his own sake, but for the whole world. Positive. Her lover remained silent for several seconds before he narrowed his eyes. Interesting indeed. That is some good news. After all, the location of the remaining 6 pieces are still unknown to us, despite our best efforts. He licked his lips. You did more than good, Gracia-chan, although I presume that there is a catch, is there not? The silver-haired beauty nodded at her lover's assumption. True enough, the Gremory house is one of the wealthiest clans, and is also considered to be the strongest of the remaining 34 pillars. They have many powerful members, and the current leader of the Yondaimyo, Lucifer Surziches, was the former heir of the clan. Due to their strength, they have quite the resort of magical power to protect their estate and treasures. Oh? It is highly likely that they sealed the gem in their possession into their private vault deep underneath the Gremory estate, protected by the most powerful and complex sealing magic known, intruding into their estate, let alone trying to gain access to their vault, will probably be impossible to achieve, at least if you're not blood related to the clan. Blood related, you say? Naruto looked deeply into Grafia's silver eyes. You mean only a member of their household can lower the sealing magic, which protects their vault? That may be a problem. This is just my assumption, Naruto-kun, but it is most likely the case. The Gremory house is not careless either. They will know how to protect the stone, especially since the one in Crocus had already been stolen by us. They know that someone out there is collecting them. They won't allow foreigners to gain access to their treasure vault. I see. Gracia gazed at her lover, who seemed deep in thought before she saw him narrowing his eyes once more. So only a member of their clan will be able to open the vault, huh? This is a problem indeed, even if I am sure that I could simply crush the protective magic, but that would cause quite the ruckus and I can't really allow myself to be known just yet. So what will our plan be? The former Jinchuriki sighed deeply, but before he answered her question, he wanted to know something else. Say, Gracia, those 3 other devils with the Gremory girl were not part of her house, were they? The silver-haired beauty raised one of her delicate eyebrows at the question, but answered nonetheless. Not per se, they are indeed devils, her servants to be precise, reincarnated devils if I may guess. They are part of her peerage. Peerage? Gracia sighed as she saw his confused look. Honestly, Naruto, try to pay a bit more attention to the small details. I told you quite a lot about my race, the peerage system included. Seeing him grin made her quite annoyed. Well, forgive me, dear, but I tend to lose my attention whenever you speak to me in your lovely maid outfit. You know that I then always have something else on my mind, Jeha. Another sigh escaped her lips. Pervert, you know you love it. Trying to ignore the rising flush on her cheeks, the woman licked her dry lips, trying her best to avoid his stupid cute grin. Back to the matter at hand. As I already told you once, the devil race had suffered great losses at the end of the Great War with the 2 other factions. Our lines had been thinned out, and there were not that many pure-blooded devil clans alive. We were near the point of extinction. Since the normal birth rate of pure-blood devils is quite low, to be honest, we weren't able to repopulate the underworld quick enough to booster our ranks. Naruto only listened intently, desperately trying to ignore the up and down of her more than big bust. The chest armor did nothing to prevent the motions of her twin girls, though how that was even possible, hell, he did not know. So he just enjoyed it. It was shortly after the war that a young and powerful devil came up with an idea. Ajuka Astareth, now known as Ajuka Beelzebub, one of the current Satans, created an ingenious set of 15 to 16 pieces. It was the creation of the evil pieces, special and powerful pieces, which were able to reincarnate other races into devils to increase our ranks. Evil pieces? A set of 16 chess pieces, which were given to the top-class devils in order to resurrect humans and other beings into their servants, making them part of their peerage. This new system allowed us devils to once more gain a significant number after the terrible losses suffered during the Great War. Naruto scratched his chin. These chess pieces allow a devil to reincarnate humans into devils. Interesting. Yes, although not just humans, but also Yaokais and some even say dragons. There is still much unknown regarding the evil pieces. It was also one of the reasons for the civil war between the old Satan faction and the younger devils. Many of the older generations saw it as an insult to resurrect inferior humans into devils. That could actually work in my favor. Seeing Grafia's confused look made him smirk. Can you tell me more about these evil pieces? You wouldn't know to have such a set, would you? Seeing her lover's intense eyes on her form made the Lucifuge frown. It seemed this topic had gained more than just his interest. Unfortunately, there is nothing more I can explain to you, Naruto. Ajuka Beelzebub created the system, so only he knows the details regarding their creation. I'm not even able to show you such a set of evil pieces because, even though I was still present when they were introduced, I had not gained the right to actually receive one. My house was only meant to serve the original Satan's clans, who were, as you should know now, against the very concept of the evil pieces. I'm very sorry to disappoint, master, the woman quickly bowed. Naruto could only sigh at her behavior, although he should have guessed that she would react this way. It took him years to make her see that he did not need a maid or a servant. No, what he needed was a true companion, someone he could trust blindly, someone he could count on. He needed a true friend. Humming softly, the blonde man gently grasped her chin and made her look at him. A small hint of pink sneaked upon her cheeks as she watched his gentle smile and caring eyes. I already told you Fia-chan never bow to me. You know I hate formalities more than anything. Hell, I never respected them in the first place. I only need you, your heart and soul. I only need your love for me. Never forget that, Fia-chan. I won't. Smiling, the silver-haired woman stepped closer to him before wrapping her arms around his neck. Naruto smiled as he lowered his head and met his lover in a soft kiss, in which he poured all of his feelings for her. Gracia moaned as she felt his tongue gently nibbling at her lips, begging to get entry. The devil did not hesitate long and parted her supple lips, her own tongue quickly found by his before they lapped at each other. The passionate lip lock went on for several long seconds before the two lovers finally separated, a thin string of saliva still connecting their lips. Gracia licked it off, a happy sigh escaping her red-coated lips before she leaned into her lover's embrace, trying to listen to his heartbeat. Naruto never stopped to caress her unarmored back, enjoying the warmth and closeness of his woman. He was truly grateful that he met her. He was glad that Mephisto had convinced him to visit the underworld that time, or he would not have met this woman in the first place, who slowly but steadily became his most precious person over the last decades. The ode Mephisto won. The blonde entity briefly kissed the top of her head. So Rias Gremory, huh? MMMH. Naruto gave a weak smile. You probably won't like this, Grafiya-chan, but I don't see any other way. At least with this, I'll be able to beat two birds with one stone and possible gain a great influence in the underworld without anyone knowing. Gracia raised her head to look at her man, her eyes narrowed dangerously while a twitch formed on her right eyebrow. You do not plan to do what I think you will do you now, Naruto? He could only chuckle at her cute behavior. 2 hours later, shopping district of Kuo, Japan. Another deep sigh escaped Ria's lips as she walked through the crowded street of Kuo's market district. The evening came closer, and so most of the people now went to buy their groceries. The crimson-haired girl ignored the many looks she got from the citizens, men and women alike. She was used to them by now. The Gremory princess was currently dressed in her usual school uniform, consisting of a white long-sleeved button-down shirt with a black ribbon on her shirt collar, worn under a black shoulder cape and a matching button-down corset. A magenta skirt with white accents and brown dress shoes over white crew-length socks, showing off her long flawless legs. The uniform did however nothing to hide her impressive chest, as many eyes fell on her two girls, making her sigh in resignation. Even though she did not really have a problem to show off her body, she still wanted people to see past her appearance, like her peerage did. However, it was quite difficult to find such persons. Most were too captivated by her beauty to have a real conversation with. Her mind drifted back to the small ice cream meeting she just had minutes ago with her peerage. It had been quite a hot day, and as such, they decided to move a bit into town and not to go back to the old school building. Having a nice little trip with her cute little servants into town was something she had enjoyed greatly. Although the news of some fallen angels appearing in the city troubles me. During their bounding session, her queen and best friend had sensed the presence of 4 fallen angels coming closer to the city. They probably settled their base camp at the abandoned church, which lay at the outskirts of Kuo. That made her think what they actually wanted here in the first place. But her gut feeling told her that it had something to do with her newest potential peerage member. I do say, maybe they were monitoring his steps. It was a possibility, and so she sent one of her pieces out to look over the human, just in case he was truly their target. Being completely lost in her thoughts, Rias did not pay attention to her surroundings, having already left the most crowded streets. The moment she turned around the corner, she collided with a person. The crash sent the young woman to the ground, her butt meeting the hard and unforgiving pavement. The devil Winston result, having not been prepared to collide with a person. Oh sorry miss. And no, it was my bad. Rias shook her head before she saw a hand in front of her. Smiling gratefully, she took the extended hand and allowed the stranger to lift her to her feet once again. I am terrible sorry miss, I shouldn't have walked so quickly around the corner. No, it is alright, it was my own fault anyway. Rias blinked briefly before she got a first sight of the person with who she came to collide. The moment she caught a glimpse of his azure blue eyes, time seemed to stop for the crimson-haired princess. Her heart seemed to stop beating as she gazed at the young man in front of her, who could only be older than her by a few years. She could not look away from his beautiful shining eyes, sparkling with such joy and warmth she had never seen till now. His spiky nearly golden hair moved in sync with the small breeze, 2 longer hair bangs framing his delicate handsome face. Rias nearly squealed when she caught sight of the strange markings on his cheeks, almost like whisker marks, making him seem even cuter in her opinion. The young man was a head taller than her, so she needed to look up to him. She blushed a bit when she took in the rest of his body. Even though he wore a simple white and unbuttoned shirt, she could clearly see that he had quite a delicious frame, making it seem that he was well trained. She could not quite tear her gaze of him. He's so handsome, even more so than Kiba. Rias did not even notice when he started to speak. You know, I don't have something against a pretty lady such as yourself holding my hand, but you could let go of it now, nah. People might get the wrong idea, my dear. His voice snapped her out of her musings, her head snapping down to gaze at their joined hands. With a low gasp, she quickly let go of his warm and strong hand, a cute squeal escaping her lips, while her blush intensified, almost to the point of the color of her hair. Rias averted her eyes when the man laughed, although it made her quite happy when she heard his voice. She did not know what happened to her, she had never felt like this before, especially not with the other gender. Why did she even blush? It was always her who made others blush and not the other way around. Well, I'm still sorry for bumping into you. Normally I used to know the people I bump into well, it's kin to my greeting, my friends are already used to it by now. His laugh made her smile while her blush lessened. As I said, it was mostly my fault, I didn't look where I went. Well, what matters is that no one was hurt, nah. His infective smile helped to ease the tension between the two. Rias finally managed to look at him without her blush present on her face, her eyes following his movement as he crouched down to take the papers, which had fallen from his bag. Her eyes widened. Oh, I am so sorry, let me help. The young man only chuckled and waved her off, having already stored his belongings back into the bag. Mama, no need to panic, this happens all the time to me, I'm used to it by now, since I am a bit clumsy, you know, Dadabeo. He quickly stood up, bag slung over his left shoulder, his grin already in place. Rias could not help but giggle when she heard his slip. Cute, she felt like a little teenage girl right now. Oh wait, she was. Nervousness quickly washed over her when she felt his eyes on her form. Not knowing what to do with her hands, she simply folded them on her lap. May I get the name of this pretty lady? Rias Gremory. The stranger whistled happily, a beautiful name for a beautiful lady, didn't expect anything less, Dadabeo. His statement made her blush increase tenfold. Get a hold of yourself, girl. She did not know why he managed to bring her this out of character. She did not act like this. This wasn't like her. Well, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, pleased to meet ya, my lady. Naruto, his name left a pleasant taste on her tongue, his warm radiant smile and happy expression also helped her to feel special. She felt warm and secure. Rias was quite surprised, even pleased when she did not saw him staring at her chest like most men did. He simply continued to look her in the eyes, as if he had just found the greatest treasure on earth. It made her quite happy and feel special if she was honest with herself. She tried to regain her composure, although his radiant smile made it quite difficult to do so, as so or you may be new here. You don't really look Japanese if I may say. Naruto scratched the back of his head, is it that obvious, huh? But you're right, I'm from Europe, Luxembourg to be precise. I just recently moved to Japan, don't know why I did, but I always liked the Japanese culture, you know. And I quickly found a working place here, in a nearby traveling agency, not the most well-paid job, but it will do for now. I see, Rias didn't know what overcame her, but something in her heart hurt when she thought of them never meeting again. Before she could clearly think, the words had already left her lips. Naruto-san, as you are new here in Kuo, so maybe you would like to have a guide. Maybe even tonight. We could go get something to eat, you know. Seeing him frown made her heart sink. Why did I say it like that? What will he think of me now? Ga, get a hold of yourself. Already asking a guy you just met out for a date. My how forward of you. Her blush returned full force, her mouth opening and closing without actually bringing out a word, just some cute gasps. Naruto then grinned at her. I like girls who are forward, you know. Alright then. His answer made her stunned, which could be clearly seen on her pretty flushed face. What? The blonde man gave her thumbs up. You heard me, Rias. Nah. Can't really deny such a pretty lady's wish, now can I? The Gremory princess swallowed the lump in her throat, her heartbeat increasing after his joyful answer. Alright, maybe we should meet in 2 hours, then. At 8 o'clock right in front of Kuo Academy, the tall building on the other side of the road. Chuckling, he scratched the back of his head, making it clear to Rias that it was one of his antics, although a cute one. Sweet. It's a date then, Rias. Till then, my lady. Ria's heart threatened to explode when he gently grabbed her left hand and kissed the back of her hand. She felt like a million volts just traveled through her very being as she felt his soft lips on her smooth skin, his warm breath tickling her. Her face now matched her hair color. She, heiress to the most prominent house in the underworld, reduced to a stammering little girl. She could never let her Ani-sama know about this. To her ire, the kiss only lasted a second before he backed off and set her hand free, giving her a playful wink. Naruto then walked past her, leaving her alone with her blushing thoughts. I have a date. My first date. She didn't know how long she stood there, frozen to the spot. She did not care. Rias never saw the somewhat dark smirk on Naruto's lips as he walked away from her. Hook, line and sinker. 2.5 hours later, Main Street of Kuo, Japan. Rias sighed happily as she watched her date with half-lidded eyes, the two of them having been seated in one of her most favorite restaurants here in Kuo. Normally, she preferred her queen's dishes, but still, the food here was more than to her liking. She smiled as she watched the young man eyeing the menu card, a thoughtful look plastered on his face. She found it quite quite funny that he seemed so serious about the food he wanted, a cute giggle escaping her lips whenever he moaned about the lack of ramen dishes. The overly dramatic sulking expression made it quite difficult not just to outright laugh at him. Rias was more than pleased with her first date so far, to be honest, she had been really nervous when they had parted ways hours ago, and why should she not be? It would be her first date. She did not really know what to expect, even though she had often dreamed about the first date she would have with a boy she liked. On one hand, the crimson-haired beauty was quite glad that her best friend had not been there at her clubhouse. Kineko would have chuckled at her nervous state, seeing her normally strong-willed and decisive king so girly. Her queen surely would not let that come to rest. After what felt like several long hours, she had finally managed to choose a dress to wear for the night to come, a simple yet elegant yellow-colored and sleeveless dress, which showed quite a bit of her well-endowed chest and her creamy long legs. Being quite pleased with her state of dress, she chose to apply some light red lipstick and matching nail lac. Normally she was not one to apply makeup, but she could make an exception just this once, at least her hair was perfect in her opinion, so she did not need to do something about it. Some part of her heart really wanted this to go perfect, and when she finally met her date outside of Kyoto Academy, Rias was quite pleased with what she saw. Naruto had chosen to wear black pants and matching shoes, with a light blue shirt, which brought out the color of his beautiful eyes. His hair still spiky as she remembered it to be. She could not contain her joy when she saw the widening of his eyes as he gazed at her frame. Seeing the look of awe and admiration in his gorgeous eyes made her heart swell with joy. And when he finally found his voice again, her breathing stopped when he gave her his most radiant smile, telling her how beautiful she looked. It made her knees go weak, a lovely flush sneaked upon her cheeks as he extended his arm for her to grab. Rias just knew that this night would be perfect. The young woman had quickly shown him the center city, guiding him through the crowded streets, all the while looking at some shops that had still open, making him chuckle in amusement. Rias smiled wider when he did not seem to mind much, deciding to grab something to eat. She brought him to her favorite restaurant, hoping to enjoy a romantic dinner with a blonde-haired man. Even though he was quite clumsy like he told her, nearly tripping over his own feet and much everything that laid in their way whenever he told her a funny joke, she was surprised that he actually had manners despite his lack of respect for pretty much everything, and she enjoyed it very much. She could not help but giggle whenever he told her one of his pranks. Rias quickly learned that the blonde man was a true prankster by heart. She could not believe all the things he managed to do to his friends and acquaintances. You should have seen their faces the moment they saw their pink-colored boxer shorts hanging outside the schoolyard. Ah yes, the stupid look on their faces was already worth it, but when they realized that I was making pictures of them, all the basketball team quickly chased me. Well, I made them chase me all over the school ground. Damn. They didn't even notice they were butt naked till the girls started to scream, "Ah man." Even though I got detention for the whole affair, it was totally worth it, you know. Rias brought her hand up to cover her giggle, her mind trying to picture the whole incident. I bet they never forgot the humiliation, didn't they? Nope. Naruto scratched the back of his head. At the end of the school year, I even managed to sneak the pictures I took of them into the yearbook. Oh, the look on the teachers' and students' faces was priceless. Dadabeo. I can imagine that. Leaning her head on her left-hand palm, Rias greatly enjoyed the time with her date. He always managed to bring her to laugh. He was truly a funny and unique person. She was truly glad to have bumped into him. The date till now had been more than perfect in her opinion. She learned quite a bit about the young man, his life back in Europe, although it did pain her that he was an orphan, having lost his parents early in his youth. Still, he seemed so cheerful and never let those painful memories get the better of him. She wondered if she could still be such a carefree and cheerful person if she would lose her family. Probably not. Rias was brought out of her musings when she felt a strong hand on top of her own. Her cheeks immediately gained a rosy pink as she saw his intense stare, his gorgeous eyes seemingly trying to pry their way into her very soul. She felt so exposed to his strong gaze, and yet, she did not dislike the feeling he caused inside her. Was this how her Ani-sama had felt on his first date? She could only imagine. You've been quiet for some time now. I really hope I haven't bored you with my stories, nah? I know not everyone seems to like them, though I wonder why. His clueless gaze made her smile. Quite the contrary, Naruto. I loved every single one of your, well, let us say adventures. You've sure had an interesting past. Huh? You bet I had. Another happy sigh escaped her lips. This was something she had always wanted, to be seen as a normal teenage girl, to be treated like a normal young woman, and Naruto always managed to make her feel so special to know that he only had eyes for her this night. To believe a simple human could make her so happy. You know, Naruto, I enjoy this little date very much. Normally, I'm not really used to this. Most people just want to get closer to me due to my family, so it's rare to see someone actually trying to get to know me, the real me. It's nice, you know. You are in fact the first to ever try to make me feel like a normal woman without any ulterior motives. You don't have any ulterior motives, do you now, Naruto? Her playful voice made him chuckle. Well, to be honest, I do kinda have some ulterior motives, maybe even getting a second date with your lovely self. Naruto gave a small grin as he heard her giggle. I must be truly lucky to have met you this day, not even 1 week here in Japan, and I already caught the eyes of the most beautiful woman in town. I must be really awesome, nah. You're special. Special? Huh. That means a lot coming from such a lovely lady. Rias only fluttered her lashes at him. You flatter. Well, it's not flattery if it's simply the truth, is it not? I haven't quite met someone like you. I think you are far more special than me, Rias-chan. The crimson-haired girl flushed as she heard him call her with such an endearing suffix. It made her heart beat even faster in her chest. What are you doing to me, Naruto? The young man gazed at her reddened face. So may I presume that this lovely lady is actually a princess? A princess who escaped the clutches of her strict family to live a normal life, maybe even finding her special someone. Rias just smiled even wider, maybe inwardly, she sweat dropped at how close he truly was to the truth. Maybe I am a princess, a lonely princess who only wants to find someone who can see past her stature and beauty. Is that so? His amused grin made her heart flutter. Well, I can't say anything about the Princess Rias, but I do like the Rias who sits here in front of me. The female devil blushed heavily as she felt him caressing her hand, his thumb all the way brushing over her knuckles. The skin contact made thousands of sparkles spread across her body. She could not quite pinpoint why she felt so smitten with this young man, who she had only met a few hours ago, but she felt so good right now. How could a human make her feel so special? She did not understand, but she sure as hell did not complain. Swallowing the lump in her throat, she tried to regain her composure, though it was quite difficult to bring her heart beating under control. I'm glad, I enjoy this very much, Naruto-kun, so maybe you could tell me something more about you? Maybe even another one of your funny stories. Naruto only chuckled and pointed his nose high in the air. Of course I have much more. I'm just that awesome, Rias-chan, Dadabeo. The blonde-haired man boosted confidently, making his date giggle in result. He was just such an interesting and funny person. The two of them enjoyed the rest of their dinner before Rias guided him to the cinema, wanting to see one of the newer animes that just shortly came out. Naruto quickly noticed that the young woman was a true fan of this entertaining branch. Well, everyone had their preferences, so who was he to pry? After the film, both went down to the harbor, settling down to walk along the beach. Night had fallen by now, and they could clearly see the countless stars adorning the cloudless sky. Naruto even dared to hold her hand, which in turn had made her smile in content before she leaned against his side, resting her head against his shoulder. The two enjoyed the end of their date, walking leisurely in content silence to enjoy the peace and quiet of the night. A dreamy sigh could be heard from his date, making Naruto turn his head to gaze down at the crimson-haired woman. Rias had a satisfied expression on her pretty face. This had truly been one of the best days she had had till now. Everything had gone so well, just like in her dreams. It had been a perfect date in her opinion, and she was even more overjoyed when he asked her for another one. She could not wait to continue this little interactions with a young man who she came to have a strong liking to. It did not even matter to her that he was a simple human. She would cross that bridge when the time was right. Humming to a stop on the promenade, she separated herself from his body and stood in front of him, tacking his hands in hers. It has been really fun, Naruto-kun. Indeed it was, Dadabeo. Rias giggled at his little antic, already being used to it. So about that second date. Well, we still have the first one to finish, you know. The female devil bit her bottom lip before gathering her courage. She slowly leaned forwards, standing on her tiptoes to close the gap between the two. Naruto was quite amused when she saw her nervousness, although it may very well be the first kiss she would share with someone, so it was understandable. He smirked. Rias slowly inched forwards, her half-lidded eyes only seeing his azure eyes before he leaned downwards, meeting her halfway. In less than a second, their lips would meet. She could already feel his warm breath on her lips, she could practically taste his lips on hers. Naruto's smirk grew darker. Rias only felt a strong strange pulsation running through her body, and the last thing she saw was his smirk before her sight grew dark and she drifted into unconsciousness. 2 days later, Naruto's mansion, outskirts of Kyoto, Japan. Gracia Lucifuge sighed lowly as she prepared dinner for herself and her lover. The delicious smell of yakitori and steamed vegetables already filling the spacious kitchen. Normally, her man would always help her with the preparations, but since his date with that Gremory girl, he had nearly shut himself in his study room, deep underneath the mansion. She did not know what exactly he was currently trying to achieve, but she knew it had to be important to him. Yet that did not mean she liked it though, as he had not spent much time with her these 2 last days. But Gracia did not voice her concern for him, knowing that when her lover had something in his mind, he would stubbornly finish it. His stubbornness was truly, well, let's just say interesting to say the least. That being said, the ultimate class devil had not quite liked the fact that he had had this supposed date with that crimson-haired princess. Naruto had teased her afterwards that she was jealous. Why, yes, of course she was. Why should she not be? He was hers and no one's else, just as she was his and his alone. Of course, as his loyal companion and friend, she had followed them on their date. Bah, that word still left a bitter taste in her mouth. She was quite displeased when she saw the two of them being so cheerful and chubby with each other. She had nearly frozen the harbor district when she saw that Gremory girl trying to kiss her man, but to her relief, Naruto had acted according to his plan and disabled her before anything bad happened, although the silver-haired devil still did not know what the former Jinchuriki had done afterwards. He only told her that he gained the information he wanted to, well, in due time would he tell her, he always did. Still, Gracia did not like the fact that he needed to keep in contact with the crimson-haired girl. She knew that it would gain them quite the influence if Naruto managed to bind the younger devil to his person. It already seemed that she had taken quite the strong liking to him, and with the memory altering he did on her, Rias would think that their date had ended in a perfect way, a romantic kiss underneath the starlit sky, before separating with the promise of another date. Even if nothing had happened, she still gritted her teeth when she thought about it. It did not take long for her to finish dinner, and just as she wanted to call him, her sensing abilities caught a second power's source, which had directly appeared inside her lover's study room, seemingly out of nowhere. Gracia frowned as she remembered the power signature. It seemed she would have to delay their dinner. She just hoped they did not start a fight, or else even the seals around their home would not be able to withstand the force. In the meantime, inside Naruto's private study room, several feet underneath the earth's surface, it was dark inside the large room. Only a few candles casted some light across the sealed-off room. One could see many desks with strange devices on top of them, as well as countless paper sheets, written in an uncommon language, and with even stranger signs. The sides of the room were occupied by several bookshelves, countless books and scrolls stored neatly inside. The poor light gave sight to a blonde-haired man, dressed in a simple blue kimono. He stood in the middle of the spacious chamber, or more like he floated several inches above the floor in a meditative pose, legs crossed and having his eyes closed. He did not move even a single inch. Right in front of his face, a golden white light shinned, enclosing several small pieces. A drop of sweat ran down his forehead while he concentrated his power into the objects. Only a second later did Naruto open his eyes. A low and tired sigh escaped his lips while the light slowly died out, making the pieces fall to the ground. Of all the times, Naruto did not even react as a small portal manifested behind his back, having already felt the signature approaching. Slowly, the portal opened and a person stepped through before the rift closed again. "So what do you want here?" "I am kind of busy right now, office." The blonde-haired entity slightly turned his head to spare a glance at the newcomer, though his eyes widened for a bit. "This is new, growing tired of your old appearance, huh? Although I do not know if this one is truly better." The now-named office did not react to his gaze, not that he expected an actual response from him or now rather her. He truly hated genderless beings. At least, they should stick to one gender if you asked him, but sadly, no one asked him. Naruto raised one of his eyebrows as he got a good look at her. "You have no shame, huh?" His remark was not unfounded. Office had really a strange taste. Last time he checked, Office had taken the shape of a middle-aged man, but now she seemed to have taken a liking to the female gender. Not a bad choice per se, but why did she choose to take the form of a little child? Oh well, he had long since given up to understand him. Her Office did not look older than 12 years, her little body probably would not even reach his upper chest, her long black hair nearly reached her feet, while her grey eyes locked eyes with him. No emotion could be seen in them, just as he suspected, her ears were still pointed, just like in her former male form. Well, Naruto could at least try to understand why she took a child's form, but why in the name of hell in heaven did she wear a fucking gothic Lolita dress? A child like her, alright, she was not a real child, but still her clothing was far too revealing for his taste. However, if he could convince Gracia to wear such a dress during their fun time, oh yes, that would definitely make his time. Office wore white shorts tied with pink ribbons. Her black dress covered only her shoulders, back and arms, while the front of her frame was nude. Well, at least she had some black strips which covered the nipples of her practically non-existent chest. To complete her weird outfit, the girl had a pink fly wrapped around her neck and she decided to go barefoot. Letting out a tired sigh, Naruto rose to his feet before he stretched his back. "So what does this little dragon god want of old little me?" It might be hard to believe, but this little Lolita was in fact one of the strongest beings, precisely the second strongest being of this world, a true dragon god, the infinite dragon god. Some even call her the Ouroboros dragon, mostly due to her usage of snakes. Oh, how he hated snakes brought back some bad memories. Though not really bad memories of a certain snake mistress, he still shuddered thinking of her. Most would crumble in fear or praise her. They referred to her as strongest being, but for Naruto, she was a giant pain in the ass. And she always managed to visit him in the most inappropriate moments. It was one of her bad habits. Once, she had visited him during his and Grafia's bedtime activity. He nearly destroyed his home that night just to get her out, and the worst of all, she did not learn of her mistakes. "So little chibi, what do you want, and make it quick please?" The black-haired dragon did not lose her blank stare, nor did her low and emotionless voice betray her thoughts. "I'm growing tired." Naruto stopped to stretch his back, he narrowed his eyes. "What did you just say?" I'm growing tired of waiting, I want my home back now. Office may not exactly know how to read emotions, but even she could feel the tension in the room increasing. She watched with blank eyes as the blonde entity came closer. Is that so? His voice was low and colder than the breezing wind. This little dragon wants her home back, and you would do so even against my orders, would you not? The Ouroboros dragon now grew a bit nervous as the former Jinchuriki stopped only inches in front of her, glaring coldly down at her petite form. You would purposely disobey my orders just for your selfish needs, huh? I thought you were more intelligent than this office. I allowed that red lizard for far too long to reside in my space. I do not see the point of leaving him alone any longer. I want him to. The office eyes widened as his hand lurched forwards to strangle her neck, forcing her to look up at him. She bit her bottom lip. Maybe she should have told him her plea with a bit more tact. Now listen and listen very closely, you little dragon. I don't give a damn about your ambition, your grudge against him, but I do not tolerate insubordination from none of my allies. You are no exception, office. I've told you to stay away from him. I already did 50 years ago when you first came to me to gain my assistance. The infinite dragon god was keen on unleashing her own power to stand up against him, but deep down, she already knew how it would end since their first meeting. When he told her down, she had seen it, a power she would never forget. She could not risk gaining his ire. She was powerful but not that much. Although, she was quite relieved when Naruto stopped his vice grip on her neck. The blonde man simply started to caress her left cheek, his eyes never leaving hers. Office, you are so naive for such a strong entity. It is disappointing if you ask me because I expected so much more from you. Nah. You truly are a child sometimes. Naruto narrowed his eyes at her little frame. Did you choose this form to make me see it your way? You should know, office, that I don't care if you are male or female, nor if you have the appearance of a child. If you stand in my way, nothing can save you from my wrath. You should have known that by now, office. His voice was mocking and made her bit her lips. You've gotten quite stubborn these last few years, office, so I wonder why. Is this truly only about Great Red? Highly unlikely, even you can't be so narrow-minded. Do you hate him so much? Do you despise him for taking what you consider yours? Red has taken my home as his. The dimensional gap is mine, and no one's else. Even if she started to get furious, Naruto smirked as her voice still showed no emotion. I want that overgrown lizard out of my realm. Do you now? Then I am very sorry to say that the task I gave Red is far from over, little office, and do you want to know why I did not trust you with it? Of course you do, so let me enlighten you. Great Red is not only far more powerful than you are, but also, he is easy to reason with. Unlike you, he can protect the dimensional gap far better than you, so at least this way, I only have to look out for the threats that may intrude over the dimensional barrier surrounding the world. Red can take care of the small flies that travel across the 3 worlds. I could have taken care of it myself. Oh? His eyebrow rose in amusement. Of that I wouldn't be so sure, Office-chan. Others may consider your power immeasurable, but for some others, it is nothing but a drop in the ocean. Remember that, office, there are many stronger beings out there than you. That does not mean anything to me. Stubborn indeed, huh? I wonder since how long have you tried to disobey me? When you started that little group of yours, your own little army against Red and maybe my humble person. He chuckled as he saw Office eyes widening. How you ask? Stupid dragon, you should know that nothing in this world escapes my grasp and eyes, absolutely nothing. I have not done anything about your pets because I may have use for them in the future, so that way, you can at least fulfill one duty. Office remained silent, nothing to say anymore. Naruto's gentle caressing of her cheek made her flush a bit, but she still kept her stoic expression. She did not want to show any weakness in front of this being. Little Office-chan, I truly hope you start to learn your lesson. Nothing good comes out in challenging me. You still remember our last disagreement, do you not? You know what happens should we clash once more, do you? Naruto's voice became dangerous, but it was not his voice that kept her frozen to the spot. No, it were his eyes. Eyes that only belonged to him. Eyes that even managed to bring fear to her heart. She could never forget those purple eyes with ripple-like markings. Even she could feel the power these eyes hold. His low voice broke her out of her stupor. You should start to behave, or I will show you that even a dragon god can be killed. Her eyes widened in fear as she felt a pull on her soul, making Naruto smirk darkly. Ah yes, now you remember why you fear me, do you not? Yet you have luck on your side, as I am currently in a good mood, and I still need you in the future, but never forget you should know your place, office. The moment he pulled his hand off her cheek, the ominous feeling on her soul ended. The infinite dragon god breathed heavily after the unpleasant sensation. She definitely was not used to such skin contact and a near-death experience. Giving him one last glance, the black-haired entity vanished, not wanting to be in his presence any longer. Naruto sighed as the annoying Lolita finally left his study room, letting once more silence reign over. Shaking his head, the former Jinchuriki walked back to his former position. The office is slowly becoming a liability. if she continues with her path to challenge Great Red, that may very well be an opening they would make use of. Well, for the time being, she is still of us to me, and maybe I let her in the belief that she has the loyalty of some of her followers. His eyes fell upon the pieces lying on the floor. The process is nearly finished. Getting in a meditative position, he concentrated once more on his task. Should Office still not understand, I will have to dispose of her. 3 hours later, living room of Naruto's mansion. We could see Naruto walking with a satisfied smile present on his face through the corridor. Having left his personal study room just moments ago, his smile was justified. He may have just found the way to gain completely loyal servants, powerful ones at that. Moments later did the man walk into the comfy living room of his mansion. This room alone being nearly as big as a regular house. His smile grew softer when he saw his Gracia, dressed in her white bathrobe, sitting on one of the many couches, the shine of the cracking fire in the chimney, illuminating her beautiful frame. Night had already fallen over the mansion. He wondered how long he had been inside his study chamber. The silver-haired beauty was currently reading one of her favorites book, but the moment he stepped into the room, she instantly turned her head in his direction. Even though her face remained stoic, Naruto had known her long enough to see that she was happy that he finally came out of his room. The former Jinchuriki sighed while he sat down next to her. The book's good. The female devil sighed softly before a small smile graced her delicate features. Don't beat around the bush, my love, what is it? Gracia laid the book on the stand, her eyes gazing expectantly at her lover while she leaned into his side. Have you finished what you wanted? I have, he embraced her, bringing her body closer. Sorry, it seems I've missed dinner, huh? Gracia hummed softly, I left some in the fridge for you. Naruto chuckled gratefully, I'm so glad you look out for me. He heard his lovely lady sighing, you should be, without me you would live in a mess, Naruto-kun. How true, how true. They remained silent for several minutes, both just enjoying being in each other's presence. The silver-haired beauty had leaned her head on his shoulder, having closed her eyes to enjoy his warmth, yet she chose to break the pleasant silence. I hope he didn't annoy you too much. She heard him sigh, better you don't know Fia-chan, and it's naughty anymore, but she office can really be difficult to handle, but enough of her, I'm already getting a headache just thinking of her. He felt his lady shifting in his embrace before a petite hand grabbed his chin and turned his head to the side. Naruto immediately forgot all his worries as he gazed at the silver eyes of his female devil, her face still stern, but he could clearly see the love in her eyes. It made his heart flutter just looking at her. Alright, I will not ask about office, but you will answer what you did to that Gremory girl, Naruto. Does it bother you? Her flat look was already answer enough. Alright, sheesh. Nothing much happened, Gracia-chan, you should know that, you stalked me after all. He chuckled at her reddening cheeks, it was quite easy to influence her. Hell, I didn't even need to alter her memories for making her like me. Seems my old personality is still quite successful for gaining a woman's attention. Nah. Gracia rolled her eyes as she saw his smug look. Though I must say, I did kinda enjoy the date, she's not that bad. Kinda expected a really spoiled princess, and not such a shy but still quite playful young woman. He swallowed nervously when Gracia's grip became a tad too strong. He could already feel a cold shiver running down his spine. Relax, Fia-chan, it was just an innocent date, no feelings whatsoever. You know that I love you more than anything else, don't you? I would be lost without you. Hearing the soft voice of her lover, the silver-haired devil slowly softened her hug before a sad expression appeared on her face, making the blonde man raise an eyebrow. You had blue eyes, they were beautiful. Naruto became surprised when he heard her hesitant low voice, Gracia-chan, you never showed them to me. The former Jinchuriki's eyes softened before he leaned towards her, planting a soft kiss on her lips. He broke the contact after less than a second to gaze lovingly at her. Fia-chan, I'm sorry, I didn't know that this would make you sad. I mean, it's just part of my old life now. And this here is my new life. I just wanted to forget some parts of it, can you understand? I didn't know it would mean this much to you, but I thought that my new appearance, my dojutsu and the scars I got wouldn't exactly make a good first impression on the girl, and I need her for the future. Having her as a loyal follower would give us some great opportunities, Gracia. All I can say now is that I'm sorry, my love, it's just my old life, but you are my new one, so please don't be sad. Gracia gave a weak smile, stupid. Her lover only chuckled, of course I am, that's one of the reasons you love me, don't you? Kissing him, the silver-haired beauty touched his forehead with hers, her silver eyes never leaving his. To be honest, she loved the eyes he had since coming to her world just as much. I love you, Naruto-kun. I love you more, my dear. Humming softly, she leaned forwards and captured his lips in another searing kiss, this one being far more passionate and aggressive. Naruto let out a happy sigh, which was being muffled by Gracia's eager mouth, hugging her closer to his chest. His hands then roamed over her sides and back. The two lovers were so engrossed in their lip lock that they forgot everything around them. Naruto's hand already moved to entangle her bathrobe before he remembered his successful creation. Much to Gracia's disappointment, her lover broke the wet kiss with her. Before you make me forget again, Fia-chan, I need to show you something. Raising one of her delicate eyebrows, Gracia licked the small string of saliva away that still connected their lips. What is it then? You told me about this peerage system. Seeing her nod, he continued, another reason for my date with that Gremory girl was to gain the information I needed. I needed to see the evil pieces for myself, Gracia. They intrigued me the first time you mentioned them, they are fascinating to say the least, and it may very well give us a chance against the Legion. It does. But I don't see how, Naruto-kun. Her voice betrayed her confusion. Naruto gave her a mysterious smile. High-class devils are able to reincarnate nearly every race into their own species by using these evil pieces. This made me think the very idea of a peerage would be beneficial for our plans. So you plan on resurrecting possible allies into devils? Shaking his head, his tone quickly became serious. Not into devils, Gracia-chan. Huh? Naruto smiled wider before he extended his left hand, which was enveloped in a golden light. Seconds later, the bright light died out, and Gracia's eyes widened as she caught sight of a single piece laying on his hand palm. Naruto-kun, is that an evil piece? Not per se. Naruto brought the single piece closer. This, my dear, is not an evil piece, so yes, it is not one of Ria's pieces. I just needed to analyze her set to create my own. You did what? The blonde entity chuckled at her astonished expression. This is what I was doing these last days. With an actual evil piece set that I analyzed from that little devil, I was able to create my own, though I wouldn't call it evil pieces anymore. These pieces won't turn my chosen ones into devils, that wouldn't do me any good. No, Gracia, with ease, I can turn anyone into a version of my race. Gracia's eyes widened. That shouldn't be possible. Ha! Her lover only grinned smugly. Nothing is impossible for the awesomeness that is Uzumaki Naruto, Dadabeo. Only a second later did yelp out in pain as his right cheek was roughly pinched by his silver-haired lover, who had quite the annoyed expression on her pretty face. Focus, Naruto. Why yes dear, the blonde man sighed in relief when his cheek was released, though it still stung a bit. He puffed his cheeks. You're no fun, Fia-chan. Someone needs to be the reasonable among us, and Naruto, it surely is not you. Now back to the topic, Naruto-kun. She heard him sigh. Well, as I was saying, I managed to create this new set using my Banbutsu Sozo, your creation of all things ability. Yes, as you know, Gracia, my eyes grant me many abilities. The Banbutsu Sozo is only one of many, but its mastery is nearly impossible. Even after near 200 years, I still haven't mastered it. I still cannot create living beings out of nothing. Gracia closed her eyes, a thoughtful frown adorning her face. That shouldn't be possible in the first place, Anada. Your powers far exceed everything in this world. There is no other entity who can create something or someone out of pure imagination. Well, at least not anymore. Naruto only scoffed. I'm a completely different case. I don't use magic like most races in this world do. I use chakra, Gracia, the combination of physical energy that is present in every cell of my body and spiritual energy, which is gained from the mind. The Yaokais in this world can use something similar, though it is a weaker form of chakra like we used it on back my homeworld. I am not bound to the limits of magic. My yin-yang release allows me to use yin release in combination with yang release. His lover only sighed. Understanding the basics of your power is not always easy, Naruto-kun. I know, babe, I know. He eyed the single piece in his palm. Every shinobi in my homeworld could use yin-yang release to mold chakra, using it for ninjutsu or jinjutsu, even going so far to strengthen one's body by using chakra. But after I awoke in this world, my mastery over it became even stronger than it used to be. These eyes I gained allowed me complete control over my chakra. His eyes gained a serious gleam. I am no longer bound to the limits of ninjutsu. I've nearly reached the level of my predecessor in terms of yin-yang release, and as such, it was quite easy to create this with my yin release. My imagination created these pieces out of nothing, and because they are not living beings, at least not completely, my yang release breathed life into them. Gracia grew a confused look. You just said that your mastery over yang release isn't perfect yet. I thought you couldn't create living beings. I use parts of my own soul to make them alive. Naruto gulped as he saw the woman's features shifting into a scowl, which he still found quite cute. Not that he would say that loud, or she would. Well, let's just say it would not be pleasant. Gracia's eyebrows twitched dangerously. You are far too reckless for your own good. I'm sorry. Just get on with it. Rida's eyes became serious before he broke off from Gracia's hug. The woman just looked questionably at him. Gracia, I want you to become part of a new organization I plan to create, with the sole purpose of protecting this world from the Legion. Acting as an unseen protector, I want you to become my second in command. The silver-haired devil widened her eyes as her lover got on his knees in front of her, holding the single piece in between his fingers. She allowed herself a closer look. All in all, it seemed like a regular queen chess piece, not different from the ones her kin used to reincarnate humans and other races, although the color was different. While evil pieces were a deep red, this one was pure white, although she could see a thin layer of purple surrounding it. Her eyes then shifted over to Naruto, who seemed quite serious. Gracia, will you become my one and only queen? Her heart seemed to stop beating as she saw the pleading but determined look on his face. You want me to become your queen, why? Her blonde man gave a small smile. Do you even need to ask, my dear? You know very well that I only trust one person, and that person is you, my love. You are the only reason why I have not lost myself. You were there for me when no one else was. You believed in me, you gave me back something I thought I had lost a long time ago. I am no one without you, Fia-chan, and I want to know that you stand by my side for all eternity. Naruto, I know that it is a lot to take in right now, Fia-chan. She brought her delicate hands right on top of his, closing the chess piece in between their hands. Naruto-kun, what will happen to me when I agree? Placing a chaste kiss on her hands, he gazed deeply into her eyes. You will become far stronger than you could have ever imagined. You won't be a devil any longer, Grafiya-chan. You will become something more, something far more powerful and pure. Will I lose my current powers? No, you won't, my love. I specifically created this set to allow my future pieces to keep their own powers, so you can still use your wonderful ice magic, only it will become more powerful, and as you will ascend to my level, the weaknesses of devils will not affect you any longer. I see, Grafiya bit her bottom lip, will I be your only queen? Her lover looked surprised for a moment before he chuckled. Of course you would, Fia-chan, my only one. I can tell you that I only created this one single queen piece. It is only meant for you, no one else but you. His words made her smile, a beautiful smile which suited her. He truly loved it whenever she gave him such a smile. It made him feel special to bring out the side of her. She rarely showed it. I need you more than anything else, Grafiya. This queen piece will make you mine, you will become like me, Grafiya. This isn't just a piece to make you into one of my race. I used my own soul, my own heart on creating this piece, you know what that means. The silver-haired beauty gasped softly, her right hand not quick enough to muffle the sound. Naruto could see the first signs of tears welling in the corner of her eyes. Her shaky voice made him smile. Are you as serious? I am, his eyes glowed with determination. This is my proposal to you, my love. If you accept to become my queen, we will be bound together for all eternity. Nothing will tear us apart, so I ask you, Grafiya-chan, will you become mine? Tears were slowly trickling down her cheeks as she digested the words of the man she came to love over the last century. How long had she awaited to hear those words from him? She did not know anymore, and she did not care. What mattered was that he finally accepted her in his life, ready to leave his past behind. Naruto only gazed at the woman as she slowly sank to her knees in front of him, before clasping his hands in hers. Yes. He nearly missed her gentle low voice. His smile widened in joy when he heard her answer. Grafiya leaned forwards and kissed him gently on the lips, before breaking the lip lock a few seconds later. I am all yours, Anada, I was yours all this time. Naruto smiled. I know, babe. Humming softly while her forehead leaned against his, Grafiya licked her lips. You intend to do the process now? Yes, hold on. Both lovers vanished in a golden flash to reappear inside Naruto's study room. This room was even more protected by his seals than the mansion, and would considerably lessen the power input that will surely arise during the reincarnation. Grafiya groaned while massaging her temple. She never got used to his Hiraition no jutsu. The stain on her body was always too great and made her feel weak afterwards. Let us begin, Grafiya. The silver-haired devil nodded before rising to her feet, now standing in the middle of the room, expectantly looking at her blonde man who stood a few inches in front of her, the queen piece now floating in front of her chest. I don't know if you will feel pain, Fia-chan, but please bear with it will be worth it in the end. The woman gave a short nod, her eyes gazing at the small piece. Naruto took a deep breath before he flicked his fingers. The glowing piece instantly shot into Grafia's chest, making her gasp as it molded with her very body and soul. Nothing seemed to happen for several seconds. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he felt a power rise inside the silver-haired beauty. Her body suddenly started to glow in a silver light, which quickly expanded. The former Jinchuriki shielded his eyes as the power source continuously grew in density. His eyes widened when the room started to shake and become cracks. Wonderful. Even the Fuins can't seem to completely withstand her pressure force. He quickly formed a set of hand seals and pressed his hands on the ground. A blue-purple barrier engulfed his lover, shielding a great deal of her power away. But even so, he could still feel it. How glad he was that this room, as well as his mansion, was protected by several layers of high Fuins. If not, the power surge would have attracted nearly every living being on this world. After several minutes, the blonde man started to get nervous as Grafia's power rise did not lessen, but was still growing. At this rate, he would need to apply another barrier, his old one already having countless cracks, near to the point of bursting. But to his great relief, the flow of magic finally died out. He waited several seconds before he felt it safe to dissolve his barrier. Naruto's eyes widened in glee when he saw his silver-haired woman standing there unharmed. This was it, he could feel her power. It felt like his and Kagaya's. Grafiya. The moment he said her name, the woman opened her eyes, seemingly a bit disorientated at first. She quickly regained her bearings and gazed upon her hands. Taking a deep breath, the former devil balled them to fists. Naruto only smirked as he watched watched his partner, more so when he gazed behind her, during the merging with his power and soul. Her bathrobe had come undone and fallen to the floor, leaving her standing there in all her splendid nudity. The evolution process was a success. Behind Gracia, he did not see her usual black devil wings, no, from her shoulders, blade sprouted a set of 10 wings shaped into the form of silver glowing tendrils, the new and majestic appendages gently swaying behind her back. The power input is incredible. I know she would be strong, but this already a set of 8 wings alone during her reincarnation. Fantastic, my dear, truly fantastic. The former Jinchuriki gave a satisfied grin. The plan was set in motion. Now on to gather further loyal allies ready to receive his gift. The gift of becoming a transcendent. Many birds were happily chirping on the countless branches of the trees that surrounded the small clearing. Only a few rays of sunshine managed to break through the green mass of leaves to illuminate the forest ground. He could hear them, he could feel them, he could feel every living being miles around his position. Their breathing, their sounds, their movements made him feel at peace, made him feel the deep connection that he still shared with Mother Nature. The soft hum escaped his lips, still as peaceful as I remember it to be. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. The dark brown markings around his eyes and cheeks also vanished after a few seconds. Carefully massaging his stiff neck, the blonde transcendent shifted his curious eyes over the small clearing he was currently meditating on. The soft splashing of the near stream filled his ears, as well as the cool breeze that shot through the deep forest. This was the peace and quiet he often wished for. Having this small break once a while was truly a blessing, a refreshing experience for his strained mind. Just experiencing Mother Nature in all her glory was a break from his daily life. Letting out a pleasant sigh, the Rinnegan wielder basked in the aftermath of his meditation. It always allowed him to sort out his mind, which had been quite strained to say the least. The last week had been quite eventful. Grafia's successful reincarnation into a transcendent had lifted his spirits up. She had gained a new state of evolution, something no devil, no angel, not even a god would be able to reach. Even though she may never reach his or Kagaya's level, it was still worth every bit of pain and sweat. Never thought he would thank the devil race for one of its creations. His woman, his fiancée, was still a bit unused to her new powers, but that was to be expected. The silver-haired beauty needed to learn how to control her immense magic reserves, which would take some time. During the last days since her reincarnation, they had trained quite a lot inside his personal training ground. He still wondered how the seals had not broken during the intense training regime. He would prefer not to reveal their presences to the world just now. The time was not right yet. Much needed to be done before he could grace this world with his presence. He still needed to find and collect the remaining 7 gems, although the one, which was currently in the Gremory clan's possession, would still be out of reach for a while. That brought the man to a possible ally for him in the future, though she was currently nothing more than his puppet. He frowned, that did leave a bitter taste on his lips. The Gremory girl was not a bad person, quite the contrary in fact. He had actually liked the little date they shared in order for him to analyze her evil piece set, not that he would tell his Gracia, since she would probably freeze his balls for that thought alone. Possessive woman indeed. Naruto scratched his chin. He may have gained the information he needed for creating his own set of evil pieces, but that did not mean that his business with Rias Gremory was done. On the contrary, he needed her influence and blood to gain the 3rd gem, and for that, he needed to make her absolutely loyal to him, and what better way to make her fall in love with him. She would do everything for him in the end, even betray her own family if the time came. The former Jinchuriki sighed deeply. It still doesn't feel right. Rias also deserves some kind of happiness, but I have no choice. Protecting this world is far more important than one single little devil. Someday, I may be able to tell her the truth, but not now. It did not feel right for him to play with the feelings of a young girl like Rias, but it was for the greater good. He just hoped that the girl would not be able to awaken something inside him. It would not do well for him to develop feelings for the crimson-haired princess. The thought actually worried him. It had been the day after Grafia's inclusion to his new peerage, when he had his second date with Rias. It was quite funny if he was honest with himself, even though it was not anything special. Rias wanted to show him the city, and they spent most of the afternoon just sightseeing and shopping. Lots of shopping. He shuddered at the mere reminder. It was already bad when Gracia took him out for shopping. Well, it is not always that bad, especially when she's purchasing some exquisite lingerie. It was probably the only time when he did not complain, making him believe that the former silver-haired devil did it on purpose just to shut his complaints. Oh well, that was a thought for another day. Back to his date, it had ended quite well, and with another attempt to kiss him. Unfortunately, he had made her believe that they had kissed at the end of their last date, and as such, Rias already seemed to consider him her boyfriend. Not a bad thing per se, but he still wanted to be a faithful lover to his fiancée, so with a quick pulse to her mind, Naruto made her fall asleep. The former Jinchuriki feared that he would have to do this every time now. He did feel bad doing this to her, but for the greater good, he would do everything if it only meant his success. He should just send one of his cage bunchen to the coming dates with Rias, as it would make things so much easier. Putting the young Gremory heiress aside, he now had to think of ways to gain new peerage members. Gracia was his first addition, his only queen and second in command, but he needed more members who would be completely loyal to him and his cause, willing to sacrifice everything for him. The problem resided in finding such allies. Most connections he had made in this world did not have his trust, and most of them were currently undisposed to become a transcendent. Maybe, yes maybe he should try to be a bit more forceful regarding the allegiance of the ones he rescued 3 months ago. He had allowed most of them to live on their own, not wanting to further pull them into the war against a legion. He thought that they had already suffered enough, seen enough of war, death and sorrow. Naruto was sure they just wanted to forget about the destruction of their homeworld and not be dragged deeper into the darkness. Although, that might be impossible. It was only a matter of time before this world was discovered. They would have to fight against them whether they wanted or not, so might as well give them an actual chance to defend themselves. Maybe from now on, he should actively pursue them to gain their allegiance. Before he could further dwell in his thoughts, the blonde man felt a disruption in nature. "What news do you bring?" This question was seemingly pointed at no one. Only a second passed before the ground to his left started to bulge. A pitch-black substance erupted and took the form of a humanoid upper body. The head of the newcomer lacked any visible hair, while only 2 yellow pupilless eyes gazed at the blonde entity. The black-colored humanoid turned his head to look around before it formed a mouth with jagged teeth, making it seem like it smiled. So, Naruto's cold gaze shifted over to the creature. "What do you have to report, Zetsu?" The now named Zetsu only chuckled darkly. "A good morning to you too." Rolling his eyes, Naruto turned his stare to look up at the sky. "Just get on with it already." The black creature just chuckled. "I've got good news and bad news, which one would you like to hear first?" "Start with the good news then. I found the gem, which you presumed has landed in heaven. I waited for over 5 months inside the Vatican for an angel to appear. Their race barely visits the human world nowadays." Zetsu's grin fell. It was quite difficult to take control over the angel without the exorcists and cardinals noticing it. But then I was finally able to access heaven. I must say the biblical god did quite a task on securing his realm from the outside world. "So you found the gem?" "I did, or more. I managed to find out its location inside heaven. Unfortunately, the angel I took over was only a lower one, so he didn't have access to all the places." Zetsu's yellow eyes glowed. "And here the bad news start. The Bijuu stone is stored inside the Silver Spire, heaven's most guarded stronghold and meeting place of the Seraphim, the highest ranked angels who are currently guarding heaven's throne." Naruto's eyes darkened. "My possessed host wasn't even allowed to go near the Silver Spire, and unfortunately, I couldn't possess one of the 12 current Seraphim members. There is simply no shadow in heaven, which would allow me to sneak around and maybe gain possession of the stone. Maybe I'm not the most suited person to infiltrate heaven." His partner had closed his eyes while listening to his report. Zetsu could see a clear frown on his face. "It seems problems just keep arising one after another, and this one is even worse than my current one. See, gaining possession of the one in Gremory's care seems easier, so only a seraph is allowed into the Silver Spire. It was, yes, troubling indeed. That is putting it mildly. During the last century none of them had even left heaven to come to the human world. It would be difficult to take over their bodies, but this way I could at least infiltrate their stronghold and enter the vault. So we need a seraph." The black creature only watched the blonde man in silence. "I suppose we need to wait for a better opportunity in the end." Opening his eyes, his Rinnegan stared into Zetsu's yellow eyes. "We leave heaven alone for now. At least we know where to find the gem. That alone is a success, so better we search for the remaining ones in the meantime." "You did good, Kuroi Zetsu." The addressed creature only chuckled darkly. Naruto continued to glance coldly at his partner. He never trusted him in the first place, not after all that happened back during his childhood and the Fourth Shinobi War, but now he was stuck with him, and even if he did not want to admit it, Zetsu's help was essential in order to protect this world. He still did not know what Kagaya wanted to achieve by leaving Zetsu in his care. That woman was a mystery altogether, and to think that this creature could be considered her child, her creation. Sometimes his mind still found it hard to believe that Zetsu and Kagaya were behind all the wars between shinobis, since their ability to draw chakra, that he was the one who controlled Obito, Madara, everyone, even Hagoromo's 2 sons, in order to revive his mother someday. He was truly a cunning and twisting character. It would not do well to fully trust him, nor did he trust Kagaya, but he still needed her help in dealing with the Legion. Still, that did not mean he would lower his guard. He was not that naive any longer. He would never forget all the pain and sorrow his family, his friends and his own person had to endure because of Kagaya's scheme. That she saved him did not mean anything if it was to him. He would have gladly died that day, together with his wife and daughter. But what was done, and now he had managed to gain a new life. He would not leave Gracia alone in this world. Zetsu's dark voice gathered his attention once again. "So how was your progress so far?" Hearing his amused chuckle made the former Akatsuki member raise his non-existent eyebrows. "Many things have happened these last months, Zetsu. Grafiya managed to bring me the second gem from the underworld and confirmed the location of a third, which I'm currently working to gain possession. I also managed to give us an even better chance in resisting the Legion's grasp, and that would be..." Naruto spared a glance at his partner. "I managed to bring Gracia to my level. I made her a transcendent." If Zetsu was surprised, he did not show it outwards. "Interesting. I always wondered how Mother managed to evolve your body and mind to the same level as her. That gives us a great advantage over the Legion, if you can reincarnate others to the same level. So that's the reason why I couldn't feel Grafia's signature any longer. She now stands above anyone else together with yourself and Mother. Indeed, it will help us greatly. I managed to create several of those pieces for further use. Now I'm only searching for ideal candidates. Zetsu's mouth formed a grin. At least some good news on this front. Now we already have 2 of the 9 Biju jewels. Mother will be more than pleased when she comes here. Naruto narrowed his eyes at his former enemy. Don't even believe for a second that I'm doing this for Kagaya. I couldn't care less what she thinks of me, and I would truly be happy if she just left me alone. However, she is a valuable ally against them. I can't really deny her help on this matter. She saved your life that fateful day. I would have expected a bit more thankfulness. She gave you power. She brought you to her state of evolution. You cannot deny her. Oh? The former human took a deep breath. You make it sound like I owe her something. Let me say this once, Zetsu. I did not ask to be saved. I did not ask for another chance to live. And even if things have slowly become better for me, I will never thank her, Zetsu. I merely tolerate her presence, nothing more, nothing less. Be careful with your next words, Naruto. My mother does not give second chances. She won't hesitate to oppose you, even though she finds you very intriguing and interesting. She won't refuse her path to true peace just because of you. Because of me, huh? I couldn't care less of her. You shouldn't forget, Zetsu, you and Kagaya are in need of my help, aren't you? Personally, I don't need the gems as much as you, they are only memories to me, but for your dear Kagaya, they are far more valuable. I know what happened to her after she had sent me to this world. I know she lost a great deal of her power in fighting the Legion. She needs the stones to gain her true power again, huh? His Rinnegan seemed to glow. I'm currently far stronger than Kagaya, so she can't make me her plaything. I will never be her puppet. I will not do the same mistake again. Zetsu remained silent for several seconds, his yellow eyes never leaving his. So you still haven't realized? Realized what? My mother likes you. Silence. Naruto actually needed a few seconds to digest the said words, not sure if he had heard correctly. See, come again. Zetsu gave an amused chuckle. You've heard well enough. My mother has taken an interest in you. She already did when you and that Uchiha kid fought her once. She saw something great in you, and she wasn't disappointed. You are the only one next to herself who she thinks is worthy enough to wield chakra. You are the only one worthy enough to stand next to her. The groan escaped Naruto's lips as he processed the words, knowing full well that things would get quite difficult and complicated in the future. I truly wonder who is more troublesome, Officer Kagaya. Oh, I can already feel one hell of a headache coming. Zetsu only watched his partner, his eyes deprived of emotions. He could still hear his mother's voice inside his mind. She needed this man in front of him. He was her chosen one. And as her child, Zetsu would do everything so that his mother would be able to stand up to her future mate. Several hours later, old school building of Kuo Academy. It was dark inside the spacious room of the former school building of Kuo Academy. Only a few candles and the disappearing rays of sunshine, bringing some light to illuminate the chamber, which was built in quite a particular style. A wooden paneled floor with 2 Victorian-style couches surrounding a simple low table stood in the middle of the room, which walls were covered with many expensive pictures. A wooden desk was placed at the end of the large chamber. Rias simply looked outside of the window, enjoying the sunset that bathed nature in such a lovely orange-red light. It was beautiful. The crimson-haired princess had her head leaned on her right-hand palm while she sat at her desk. It had been quite a long day for her. Normal school took always quite some time to finish, and afterwards, she needed to research and study everything there was to know about the underworld or the supernatural in general. It was quite a good thing that her family managed to purchase this old building, so that their daughter had an operation base to manage her territory, namely the city of Kuo. And at the same time, it was also her home while she was here in the human world, as well as the meeting place for her young peerage. Rias eyed, yes, she always had a busy day plan, more so when there was a stray devil to kill. But during the last few weeks, there were other things on her mind. Firstly, to reincarnate Haidu-Issei into one of her servants, and secondly, since roughly 1 week, her boyfriend Naruto Uzumaki. Boyfriend, the word left quite a pleasant taste on her lips if she was honest with herself. The young woman gave a dreamy sigh as she thought of the blonde-haired man that came into her life. It seemed like he came out of nowhere, and he made her feel like nothing she ever experienced before. If she did not know any better, one could think that she was slowly falling in love with the ever-cheerful blonde man. She, the heiress to the Gremory house, was falling in love with a simple human. She wondered what her family would think of her, especially since she was already engaged to another heir of a royal house. Quickly shaking her head, Rias tried not to think about him right now. She still had some time to sort things out. Still time to change her future. Suddenly, the magic transportation circle on the other side of her clubroom glowed bright red, and seconds later did a figure manifest inside the circle. Ria's eyes shifted over to the newcomer. Her composure relaxed as she saw the familiar form of her queen. I'm back, but you. The crimson-haired devil gave a slight nod. Did you fulfill the contract with your client? Of course Butchu. With a wide smile, the female devil walked across the room to stand in front of her master's desk, her eyebrows slightly raised as she saw the soft dreamy look on her face, although, she should be used to it by now, her crimson-haired king wore the same expression nearly all day since her first meeting with this mysterious Naruto person. She would really love to meet him, but her king just kept avoiding her plea, such a selfish king she had. Ara, is Butchu already thinking of her favorite boy toy? Ria's face immediately turned bright red, her eyes showing her anger as she glared at her queen. Do not even start about Naruto-kun again, Akeno. The young king crossed her arms underneath her chest, showing her servant that she was not pleased with the start of their conversion. My bad Butchu, maybe you just fear that you'll lose your boy toy to me, should you decide to introduce him to your peerage. I could make it worth for him, and show him pleasure and pain, mostly pain. Akeno. Rias growled the name of her queen, her eyes narrowed to dangerous levels. Akeno Himejima, her trusted queen and best friend, she was the same age as Rias, and also a student of Kuo Academy. Much to her king's dismay and her own amusement, Akeno had a far more curvaceous figure than the crimson-haired devil, mostly thanks to her fallen angel blood, even though Rias counted as the most beautiful girl of her school. Her best friend earned more points in regards to sex appeal. Her queen had raven black hair, which she kept tied in a long ponytail with an orange ribbon, her ponytail nearly reaching the ground. She had beautiful violet eyes and flawless pale skin, her delicate facial features making her natural beauty stand out even more. Just like her master and friend, she wore the typical Kuo Academy uniform, which did nothing to hide her impressive bust and hips. Even though she often cursed her friend for her curves and bold personality, Akeno was still her best friend and most trusted servant. Rias had known her now for nearly 6 years, and she was the first member of her peerage, the Priestess of Thunder. That was her name among the populace of the underworld. But right now, she was a giant pain and tease to her. Since her relationship with Naruto, the crimson-haired devil was teased nearly on daily basis by her queen. It started to get quite annoying, if she may say so. Her best friend was always trying to pry more information about her boyfriend out. But till now, Rias had always managed to shake off her queen's questions. It would not do well if her seductive servant came to meet her first boyfriend. She just knew that Akeno would try something on him, if only just to annoy her. The black-haired queen placed her right hand on her cheek, a small blush on her face while she smiled innocently. My apologies Butchu. I tend to lose myself when I think of your Naruto-kun. Maybe I should stalk you on one of your dates, just to meet him afterwards and pry him off your grasp and into the arms of a real woman. Nah. Leaning back into her chair, Rias gave a tired sigh, though her face still held a displeased expression. Stop it now Akeno. What I do in my private time is of no concern to you, nor should it concern you with who I go out. The playful smile on Akeno's lips slowly vanished, the queen now looking at her king with a serious expression. Rias, I am concerned for you. You are my king, my best friend, and here you go and start to fall for a simple human. Even if this Naruto is such a good person and makes you happy, he is still but a human. Nothing good will come out if you continue this relationship with him. I don't want to see you in pain Rias. The Gremory heiress softened her glare as she took in the words of her best friend. Giving a deep sigh, she turned her head to look out the window. I know Akeno, I know, it's just I feel so happy right now, like I finally managed to find the piece to complete me. Naruto-kun, I don't want to lose him. Rias, I'm falling in love with him Akeno, at least I think I do. It's something I've never felt before, but I just know it. You're right, it may not end well for us, but I just need to try and make something out of us. Akeno raised one of her delicate eyebrows. You plan on making him one of your servants? Her king only bit her bottom lip. I don't know yet, maybe I will, but not for now. I don't really want to push him into our world Akeno. He does deserve a normal life, but on the other hand, I want him to remain in my life. I never want to let go of him. I know it sounds selfish on my part. Well, we are devils, it's only in our nature to be selfish, is it not? Rias only closed her eyes. That may be true, but now is not the time. I want to enjoy my time with Naruto-kun before I tell him about us. I can only hope he will take it well, to be honest. I'm feeling quite bad not telling him about me being a devil. I only hope over time I'll manage to tell him, maybe when our relationship has progressed a bit. The raven-haired devil remained silent for a moment, her eyes gazing over Ria's thoughtful expression. So you do plan to reincarnate him if the time is right? Butchu, I still wonder why you haven't tried to visit him during the night, giving him one of your special sleepovers. I'm sure he wouldn't mind much. Akeno, the crimson-haired woman's cheeks flushed a deep red as she heard her friends giggle. I'm sure the time isn't right yet. We are dating for a week now, surely trying to sleep with him may be a bit too early or not. And even if I would like to, I still don't know where he actually lives. Oh? He never showed you his home? You didn't even send your familiar to spy on him? Huffing, the Gremory heiress glared at her best friend. Of course not Akeno. What Naruto-kun and myself have is something serious. I don't want to break his privacy. And I only know where he works during the day, after our dates. He always brings me home, so I haven't had the chance to see his own home when the time is right. Naruto-kun will show it to me, I'm sure of it. Furrowing her eyebrows, Akeno gazed out of the window, seeing how the last ray of sunshine vanished. Still, I don't know why you wait to have him become one of your servants. I mean, Rias, you may have not that much time left and you know it. You should start completing your peerage before it may be too late. In response to her queen's words, Rias frowned. She had a valid point that could not be denied. She still had most of her pieces left, and there were not that many possible candidates in sight. You're right, Akeno, but unfortunately, apart from Haidu Issei, there is not really a good choice left. I could make Naruto-kun into one of my pieces, but it will take time for him to grow to a reasonable level. He's only human, he doesn't even have a sacred gear like Haidu, so his growth will be too slow for the upcoming event I fear. Issei seems to be the only choice I have, especially if he truly wields one of the 13 long-eyes. He will be a valuable asset if we can train him. Rias looked at her servant. Speaking of him, any news about Issei? Smiling with closed eyes, Akeno crossed her hands over her lap. Hi Butchu, it seems the fallen angels really are after Issei-san. Kineko and Kiba saw some of them spying on him. They may be after his sacred gear, maybe even here to kill him. We should contact him soon Butchu before they make their move on him. Licking her dry lips, the crimson-haired devil stood up from her chair and walked over to the window, gazing out at the darkening sky. Yes, we should, or, feeling Akeno's questioning gaze on her back, Ria scratched her chin and thought, maybe we could make use of the fallen angel's interest in Issei. If they truly try to kill him, I could resurrect him. On the verge of death, he wouldn't have a choice but to become my servant. Though this doesn't suit me, I can't let this possibility go wasted. Akeno. I need Issei's sacred gear for my future, and he wouldn't object much. I think there are many more worse fates possible. Butchu, so cold of you, letting Issei-san possibly die just to get him into your peerage. But in the end, we are devils in the end, and we take what we want. But here I wonder Butchu, you don't seem to have a real problem ruining Issei-san's life, but you don't want to involve your boy toy yet. One could say you play favorites. Rias, nah. Letting a tired sigh escape her lips, the crimson-haired princess turned around. There is quite a difference. Akeno. Naruto will probably never know of the supernatural world because he is a simple human with no special traits and powers. Issei, on the other hand, has been gifted with a sacred gear, and not just anyone, but a possible long-eyes. He is bound to be involved with us at some time. I'm only speeding up the inevitable. Akeno. Hi Butchu. Giving a short bow to her king, the raven-haired queen walked out of the room to prepare some cookies, knowing how her master and especially Kineko loved them. Rias was left alone in her clubroom, sighing pleasantly. The beautiful woman gazed out into the coming night. I wonder what you are doing right now, Naruto-kun. At the same time, Naruto's mansion, outskirts of Kuo City. Kuo. His loud sneeze shook the peaceful quiet of the house as Naruto walked down the floor, cursing while wiping his nose clean. The blonde-haired transcendent walked down the stairs after having taken a good pleasant shower. Since it was still quite hot even at this hour, he wore a simple unbuttoned white shirt, showing off his chiseled chest and black pants. Wonder who is badmouthing me. Probably Sasuke team wherever his soul may rest. Running his right hand through his still wet hair, which curiously still remained spiky despite the wetness, Naruto stepped through the door into his kitchen, where he already saw his beautiful fiancée doing the preparations for dinner. Bless you, Anata. Smiling at her soft voice, he walked behind her delicate frame and embraced her, burying his face into her lovely hair, giving a soft hum. Gracia smiled softly while she cut the vegetables, gasping lowly when her lover kissed her neck, his warm breath and lips sending tickles through her body. Enjoying the closeness with his love, the former Jinchuriki rested his head on her right shoulder, the former ultimate class devil seemingly content being in his embrace. You have a guest, Naruto-kun. She just arrived from her journey you allowed her to undertake. I know babe, I sensed her magic signature while I was in the shower, though I wonder why she isn't in the house. I hope you did not forbid her from entering the house, my love. You know this is her home too. Huffing, the silver-haired beauty turned around in his arms and sneaked her arms around his neck, gently brushing her soft lips against his own. Oh, quiet you. She just preferred to remain a bit outside. It seems she enjoy our Sakura garden. She awaits you there. Humming, Naruto placed a soft kiss on her lovely lips and then on her cute nose, making her smile in response. Alright, I go and meet her. It probably won't take long, so afterwards I can help you making dinner. I'll hold you to your promise, my dear. Giving her another short kiss, he let go of his fiancée and walked through the kitchen and living room before opening the glass door to the garden. Night was slowly swallowing nature in darkness, though he could still see some part of the sky illuminated in an orange light. Leisurely walking across the large garden, over the granite pathway, till he crossed a traditional wooden Japanese bridge over the small stream that traveled through his well-kept garden. Some weak light entries illuminated his path. After some time, Naruto reached the several several sakura trees in the backyard. He liked this sort of trees, they reminded him of his former teammate, may her soul rest in peace. So here you are, I hope you enjoy my garden, especially the trees, it would seem. With a small smile, he walked up to the lone figure standing in between the sakura trees. I love the sight and scent of these trees, they are beautiful and majestic, and they suit me very well, wouldn't you think so too, Naruto-sama? Seeing her seductive smile, Naruto only sighed, his own smile still present on his face, while he came to stop a few inches in front of the female figure. Why yes, they do suit you, especially your beautiful hair. The female smiled seductively, hearing such praise from you, it means I managed to gain your attention, though I do hope that you will also value my skill in the future, Naruto-sama. Naruto rolled his eyes, you know you don't have to call me that way, I truly hate these formalities, you know Ikaruga. The now named Ikaruga giggled softly, her eyes boring into his very own. But I like to call you so, you are my master after all, Naruto-sama. Her playful yet beautiful smile made him sigh. If you say so, Ikaruga. Naruto took his time to look at the woman, who just shortly came back from her trip. Ikaruga, no given family name, was one of the few survivors of Fiori. She was one of few who he managed to save from the Legion's claws, shortly after he managed to open a portal to her dimension. She was truly beautiful if he was honest with himself. Ikaruga seemed to be in her mid to end 20s, her pale flawless skin accentuating her delicate facial features, but more so her ruby-coated full lips and her shining emerald eyes, which reminded him so much of his deceased Mei-chan, a beauty mark could be seen underneath each eye. But what gained most of his attention was always her beautiful bright pink hair, the same shade of Sakura's own. Her long hair reached her waist, while two shorter bangs framed her pretty face and went down to rest on top of her bust, although still most of her hair was tied on top of her head with two buns, making him believe that it was even longer than he thought. Her dress was also quite interesting if he may say so. Now that he thought about it, it did seem quite Japanese, which surprised him because she already dressed like this back at her homeworld. The pink-haired woman wore a long white and slightly loose kimono above a blood-red hakama, which covered her waist and legs, the beautiful dress being kept together by a black-red belt. Her kimono had long loose sleeves, while a red flaming rose decorated the left underside of her dress. Did Naruto need to say that her white kimono did not cover her shoulders and allowed him a wonderful view of her impressive cleavage, Ikaruga having crossed her arms underneath her bust to make it stand out even more. In addition, his ally did not wear socks, but just red sandals with extremely high soles, allowing her to nearly reach his nose, while a black choker was wrapped around her neck. And now that he looked closer, Ikaruga had crossed her arms to hold a very long nadachi, the sword sheath and hilt being nearly as long as her own body. Naruto wondered how he could have missed that. It probably did not have to do anything with her wonderful voluptuous cleavage, probably not. Yes, Ikaruga was quite a woman indeed, not only her beauty, but also her prowess with the sword. He had seen her fighting desperately against two Shiveras at the same time, quite the feat if he may say, managing to hold her own against the six-armed demonesses with burning green steel swords. Her magic signature had been the only one left in the entire western part of the continent of Fiori. She was the only one he could save from that part, yet it was better than nothing. Ikaruga had been quite thankful to her savior, and when he brought her to his home, she was the only one of the few survivors who wanted to stay by his side. Not really seeing the issue with her wish apart from Grafia's piercing glare burning a hole into his back, he allowed her to live with him in his mansion, which was quite big, having more than enough rooms to fit even more people in. Ikaruga had been truly devoted to him, though he did wondered why that was the case. Sure, he had saved her from certain death, but that alone should not really have made her this loyal to him, and her seductive playful personality was interesting to say the least, though to his great relief, after having suffered a part of Grafia's fury. The pink-haired sword mistress had refrained from trying something while his silver-haired woman was near. At least he had a loyal ally in her. In the end, that was all that mattered to him. Scratching his chin, the former Jinchuriki gave her a joyful smile. Well, it's good to have you back, Ikaruga. I hope your travel wasn't too long, though you were gone for 2 months, so quite a stupid question of my part, nah. The woman giggled softly. So Ikaruga. Naruto could not finish his sentence before he found her right delicate index finger on his lips. He raised one of his eyebrows at her gesture and simply watched her smile seductively. I thought I already told you, Naruto-sama. She licked her supple lips. I want you to call me your Hato-chan. I am yours after all. Alright, that sounded quite forward, even to him, and sometimes, he was still dense as a brick. If it came to the feelings of a woman, he gave a gentle hum as Ikaruga's right hand moved to caress his left cheek. You know, Ikaruga, I mean Hato-chan. The former Fiori mage smiled happily. Calling you my little dove is, how should I put this, a bit too cheeky perhaps. People might think the wrong things. Flashing him a beautiful sultry smile, Ikaruga hummed, then let them think what they want, Naruto-sama. Maybe, their assumptions may prove to be correct after all. Naruto-sama. Oh boy, this seemed to go out of control now. Better stop her now before she actually managed to seduce him, better not risk Grafia's wrath, or he could kiss his balls and then his life goodbye, not really the future he hoped to achieve. Taking the petite hand, which caressed his cheek, in his own, the blonde man brought her back to his owner, the woman giving a disappointed sigh at his action. Now that the pleasantries are over, I'm glad you're finally home, though 2 months had been quite a long time to travel the world. I suspected you would come home earlier. Naruto's purple eyes bored deeply inside Ikaruga's shining emerald ones. Naruto-sama, did you miss me so much? It could not be helped in the end, my travels took more time than I thought, and I wanted to bring you something special, something you seem to desire, something you seem to search for quite some time now. Her smile grew as she saw his eyes widening. Did you find another one? Instead of answering, Ikaruga simply smiled before sliding her right hand into her cleavage, making him flush a bit and her giggle in response. Naruto tried to focus his attention, but it was quite a hard task if he was honest. Fortunately or unfortunately, he did not quite know which one. The pink-haired mage finally found what she was searching for, and her hand emerged from her voluptuous cleavage. Naruto's gaze was still glued to her girls, and only Ikaruga's melodious giggle brought him out of his stare, shaking his head to get rid of the not-so-innocent thoughts that just crossed his mind. Naruto tried to regain a bit of his authority. Do you like the view, Naruto-sama? The seductive gleam in her eyes made him swallow hard. This woman truly knew how to play her cards. Coughing, the former Jinchuriki focused his attention on the single piece in Ikaruga's delicate hand. His eyes widened before a smirk sneaked on his lips. You surprised me there, Hato-chan, truly a surprise you got me there, my dear. The sword mistress simply gave him the stone the moment he extended his hand. Her gaze fell on his happy face, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, while his strange yet beautiful eyes seemed to glow in a light purple. This look suited him very well. She liked it very much so. Ikaruga hummed softly, enjoying the cold breeze that the darkening night brought, her long pink hair swaying to the side. I hope it is what you are searching, Naruto-sama. Oh, it is. Naruto gave her a true smile before returning his gaze on the stone lying on his hand palm. The gem was still warm, well knowing where it was stored. That was not really a surprise. You certainly did well, Hato-chan. I must say I did wonder why you took so long, but now I can understand. It wasn't too hard, I hope. The small smooth gem in his hand was in a light gray color, the number 6 engraved deeply into the jewel. Ikaruga just closed her eyes and shook her head. Of course not, Naruto-sama, although it did take me more time to find its location. Naruto only hummed. So where was it? Not in possession of the angels or devils, I suppose. The former mage shook her head. No, the humans had taken the gem. It was actually a mere coincidence that I came to search for it. How so? Well, Naruto-sama, you did allow me to see this world first, before giving me a chance to work for you, and as I did travel from China over Russia to Europe to see how the humans here lived, I found a trace while visiting the Louvre Museum in France. One of the paintings showed Queen Victoria I during her accession to the throne of the United Kingdom in 1837, and on the painting, I noticed that she was given a gift by the new King of Hanover, Ernst August I. It looked exactly like the one stone in your possession, Naruto-sama, though in another color, and knowing how you wanted to collect them, I could not let this chance escape. It was just an assumption of mine, but in the end, I was right. Naruto hummed. Ah yes, the end of the personal union between the United Kingdom of England and the Kingdom of Hanover. I remember the event, though at that time, it did not interest me. Had I known that in the future I would need those stones, I would have stolen it right away. How ironic, is it not? Ikaruga gave a small smile at his sore expression before continuing. As I said, I had a hunch that it was one of the gems you desired so much, and so, I tried to find its location. So naturally, I visited England in the first place, and tried to find if the gem was still in the possession of the British royal family. During my visit inside the Tower of London, I managed to, let's say, persuade one of the museum guides to tell me about the jewels in the royal family's possession. Persuade? Naruto did not sound too convinced with the word, more so when the young woman smirked. I have my ways, Naruto-sama. I bet you do. Not minding his skeptical look, Ikaruga continued with her tale. I found out that many jewels that were stored inside the tower were actually sent over the Atlantic Ocean to the United States of America to preserve them from being destroyed due to the constant air raids in World War II. Naruto narrowed his eyes before widening them, a small sigh escaping his lips now that he placed the puzzles together. So you were behind the raid on Fort Knox, were you not? Seeing her smile happily, the former shinobi sighed in desperation. Troublesome. I did not have another choice to get the piece, Naruto-sama. After learning that the jewels and other documents were stored inside Fort Knox, it was clear I needed to get in, forcefully of course, because unfortunately they do not allow visits. The beautiful sword mage chuckled. It seems you saw the news about my little intrusion. I bet they will never know who did it, master. I still am quite adept in sneaking and undetected. Assassinations were my specialty after all. Naruto gave her a flat look. Oh yes, cutting a giant hole in the thick outer walls surely is the meaning of a sneak intrusion. A lovely pink flush appeared on Ikaruga's cheeks while she closed her eyes, seemingly embarrassed. Not my most glorious moment, I admit, but I only did it for you, Naruto-sama. And as far as I know, the authorities still do not have a single clue, who or rather what did it. This is completely out of their comprehension, so you have nothing to fear, especially not from the humans of this world. You've got a valid point, still, I preferred oh whatever. What matters is that you managed to get the gem in the end, so this little incident does not matter in fact, especially since they do not seem to know that something was stolen in the first place. Thank you for your praises, Naruto-sama. The Transcendent gave her a small smile. You did quite well, Hato-chan, not even in my services yet, and already you managed to bring me something invaluable. I am more than impressed and satisfied with your intention to help me. I didn't quite expect this, I must say. Ikaruga's pretty face turned serious before she gave him a small elegant bow. I hope I pleased you. I am yours to command after all, Naruto-sama. The blonde man's intense gaze remained on her form. He was quite pleased with her performance and apparent devotion to him, although, he did wonder why she seemed so eager to follow his lead. Just because he saved her would not make her so loyal to him. This was more than a simply debt. Ikaruga did not just feel indebted to him because he saved her life. Seeing his stern gaze, the pink-haired mage became a bit nervous. Is something the matter, Naruto-sama? Did I not do to your liking? Her hesitant voice made him frown. Quite the contrary, Ikaruga-chan, though I need to ask why. She raised one of her delicate eyebrows. Why what? Why go to such lengths for me? It's not that I'm ungrateful. I am very pleased with your performance, but this just raises the question why. Why do you want to follow me? When I told you that you could live here, I didn't even ask if you would follow me sometime in the future. None of the others who I managed to save wanted to do anything with the idea of having to face the Legion once more, and I did not want to force them since I can understand them, so this just makes me curious as to why you seem so eager to become my ally, Ikaruga. The sword mage lowered her head. He could see her bitter bottom lip. It seemed she was quite hesitant, though he wondered why. From the 1 month before he allowed her to travel around the world, he already knew that she was quite the strong-willed person and definitely not shy. This look she now had in her eyes did not suit her. Naruto-sama, is it so strange for me to seek your presence? I cannot speak for the others from my homeworld, but for me I do not have anyone left. If not for your offer, I would not even have a place I could call home. Her voice became very low. I won't lie to you, Naruto-sama. I am not eager to fight against them another time. I already know what to expect, but I also know that it will be inevitable, will it not? The least I could do is to pledge my loyalty to you, Naruto-sama. My sword will be yours to command. I will follow you to whatever end the future holds for us. Naruto only looked at her before he stepped closer to her and took her chin in his free hand, making the woman look at him. Are you sure about this, Ikaruga-chan? There will be no more turning back after you pledge yourself to me. I know, Naruto-sama. Her eyes held a determined gleam. I know what I want, and that is to stand by your side. I won't leave you. Never. You gave me so much. You do not even know how much, Naruto-sama. You accepted me despite my past as a dark mage. You never accused me of all the assassinations I did in my past life. I did not expect you to understand my situation, but you did. You never saw me in a different light despite knowing what I did. That was more than most did for me. Breaking the contact with her smooth cheek, the blonde Transcendent hummed, his eyes never leaving the woman's own pair. You seem surprised that I could accept you so easily, huh? I told you that my former profession was quite similar to yours, Ikaruga-chan. The life of a shinobi, death, sabotages and assassinations, they were quite common during my days. Though to be honest with you, I didn't really participate in any assassination missions. The elite forces mostly did them, not that I was not one of them. I just had a bit too much own stuff to sort out, so you see, Hato-chan, you don't have to be ashamed of what you did in your past. You'll always be welcomed here, just so you know. Giving him a beautiful smile, the former dark mage licked her supple lips. Such a considerate master I have. Lucky little me. Naruto chuckled in response. I hope I can be of further use to you, Naruto-sama. The man glanced down at her sword. You did just more than prove your loyalty to me, Hato-chan. I can't see a reason why not, especially since I decided to gain yours and the other mage's support after all. So tell me, Ikaruga-chan, how do your sword techniques come along? Is your sword functional again? The pink-haired woman smiled softly and looked down at her sword, which she held in between her crossed arms. The sword was called Mugetsu Ryu if he remembered correctly. It was a beautiful-looking Nadachi if he was honest, the weapon being almost as long as its wielder. The sheath was in a deep red color with a red-black handguard, while the long yellow-red hilt was decorated with golden metallic plates, which ended in an ornate carved pommel. A powerful sword indeed. It goes well, Naruto-sama. Another reason why I decided to follow you. You gave me back my Nadachi. You repaired it, made it whole again. This Nadachi is my most precious possession, Naruto-sama, the last heirloom of my father. She caressed the beautiful ornate hilt, the last and only thing I got from my father, before he was killed during my 6th birthday. If it was not for you, I would still be but a broken shell. During these last 7.5 years, it had lost most of its power, and in turn dulled my abilities. It was a pain to be honest, losing my most powerful weapon and swordsmanship, just because of one lost battle. I still cannot thank you enough, Naruto-sama. He waved her thankful smile off, though he could not quite pinpoint the gleam in her eyes. She would not try anything with Gracia on his side, would she? So what's the plan, master? Naruto remained silent for a few seconds before slowly, a smirk formed on his lips. Say Hato-chan, what would you say to become my knight, my lovely sword mistress? The former Jinchuriki chuckled at her confused gaze. Do not worry, I'll explain it to you after dinner. Nodding, Ikaruga then gave a seductive smile to the man before she leaned forwards. Naruto was stunned when she pressed her soft lips against the corner of his mouth, before breaking the contact a second after. Seeing his still stunned expression, the beautiful sword mage giggled before she moved past him, sending him one last glance. I hold you to that, Naruto-sama, but before dinner, I would like to take a shower. Just giving a simple nod, the former Fiori mage walked to the mansion, though she did feel Naruto's gaze on her back, making her smile. The transcendent being could only watch his new peerage member walking away, his eyes never leaving the sway of her shapely hips. That woman, her personality reminds me a bit of Mei-chan. Kami knows she was just as seductive and flirty with me. Sighing deeply, he took a moment to gaze at the gem Ikaruga managed to bring him. Now 3 are in our possession, only 6 to go. Storing the jewel inside his pocket, the former shinobi slowly walked back to the house, intending to help his fiancée with dinner. I just hope that Fia-chan doesn't notice Ikaruga's intentions. Gonna be a pain to keep her from freezing my newest member. I swear that woman has a sixth sense when it comes to such situations. Stepping into the kitchen, he could already smell the delicious scent of steak and potatoes. Guess he was longer outside than he thought. Still left me some work to do, I hope. Gracia only hummed and pointed to the salad. Giving an amused smile, he went to work. Good, at least she doesn't suspect anything. Luck seems to be on my side for once. The silver-haired beauty turned to face her lover. Her impassive expression quickly turned into an annoyed one. Naruto gulped audibly as he saw the slight twitch of her right eyebrow. Anata. Why yeah babe. Is that lipstick on the corner of your mouth? Care to tell me? Fuck it. 2 hours later, shopping district of Narima City, several miles south of Kuo City, Japan. Naruto calmly walked on the pavement to his destination. It was already pitch dark outside, and only the shine of the streetlights illuminated his path. Not a soul was out at this hour, mostly due to the cold breeze that kept the streets in its grasp. It seemed that a storm was coming up, and the heat from the day had all but disappeared. The former shinobi gave a small sigh while continuing his path. Things had been quite awkward to say the least. After Gracia discovered the lipstick on his mouth, he did not find any way to talk himself out of the situation, and as such, his lovely woman gave him one hell of a beating. His head still ached just thinking about it. The atmosphere did not ease the moment Ikaruga stepped into the dining room after her warm shower, only clothed in one of his white shirts, which was too big for her, and did nothing to hide her shapely hips and her long creamy legs, her wonderful chest not to forget. Her smile only triggered Gracia's ire, and it took quite some strength to hold her down. He did not want his home to be frozen, much less his new peerage member to be killed by his queen's power. Fortunately, Ikaruga was the wiser and did not do any further seduction attempts on his person. She was not that keen on dying, and she knew very well that the silver-haired woman would kill her if she attempted something. Oh well, she could always get closer to him whenever his first member was somewhere else. After a somewhat deadly silent dinner, with occasional glares between the two females and Gracia's cold shoulder treatment, Naruto explained his plans to the pink-haired sword mage. Ikaruga listened intently, and when he proposed to turn her into one of his kind, she did not hesitate one moment, surprising him and Gracia. The former dark mage seemed more than eager to be of use to him. Not that he would complain about her strong sense of loyalty. Naruto quickly brought them to his study room and performed Ikaruga's reincarnation into a transcendent. Yes, she was now his knight, his sword to kill the legions of demons that were to come to this world. Her power output had been strong, far stronger than he predicted it to be for a human mage, but nowhere near Gracia's level. Well, it would take time for her to get used to her new power surge and to control it. The process did quite a turn on the beautiful sword mage, as she fell unconscious the moment her evolution was completed. The strain seemed to have been too much for her. Quickly taking her to her own room, he laid her down on the bed. She needed to rest now more than ever. Gracia was still a bit off, but at least she talked to him again. Guess she was quite angry with him, or maybe she just feared, yes, a part of her feared what would be. Giving her a short short but still gentle kiss, Naruto told her that he still needed to go out to persuade another possible member to his peerage. His fiancée did not seem too happy about it, but nevertheless nodded her consent. She would wait for him then. And now here he was, slowly walking down the streets of Narima, only a few miles away from Kuo to search. Will more just persuade her to follow him, although, he knew it would not be so simple. Of all the people he managed to save, she was emotionally unstable and still mourned the loss of her precious people. Not that he could not understand since she had lost the most friends and family of the surviving Fiori mages, so it had and was still very difficult for her. But he needed her on his side, and not just to strengthen his own force, no, deep down, he wanted her to be happy again, to see a true smile on her lips. It would take some time, yes, but he needed to do it. She needed to become happy again. He could not forgive himself. Should he fail in doing so, he would not fail again. Finally, after some more minutes of walking the pavement, he found the house he was looking for, or rather the small pub. Kakashi's Sake Bar. Oh, he did love sake for sure. With a small whistle, Naruto entered the pub. It was quiet and completely empty. Probably most customers did not want to go out of their homes with the worsening weather conditions this night. That was actually in his favor, at least this way. He could speak to her without making the rest of the customers fall asleep, but just to be sure. He placed a quick fuen on the door, better not risk anything. His gaze traveled over the stuffy warm room until his eyes fell upon the bar on the other side of the room. He frowned when he did not saw the person he was searching for, but since he still felt her magical signature, she was probably just tending to the stores, silently walking to the wooden bar. The blonde man sat on one of the chairs and patiently waited for her to come out. Naruto gazed down on the desk as he thought about how he should handle the following conversion. He knew he could not just force her to join him, not that he even wanted to do so in the first place. He needed to be a bit more tactful and sensitive to her feelings. After all, he knew exactly what she was feeling at the moment. Without Gracia, he would still blame himself. He would still live a shadow life without anything to do. He gave a tired sigh. You know, Naruto-san, this tired and thoughtful expression doesn't suit you. A small smile graced his lips. Well, times had been quite hectic these last few weeks, but I didn't really come here to discuss my problems with you. He looked up and was met with two beautiful blue eyes. The woman hummed lowly. I didn't expect you at this late hour. Normally, you would have come last week to check on me, but I can see that you were quite busy then. The former Jinchuriki nodded slightly. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I had some things to do which couldn't be postponed. But I haven't forgotten about you, nor will I ever in the future. Mirahin. His gaze never left the shining orbs of one Mirahin Strauss. A slight smile sneaked upon her lips as she heard his words. Part of her really felt relieved that he had not forgotten about her. Even though she always told him that he did not need to look after her, she was still happy for his intention to help her. He had a good soul after all, even if he thought he had lost it over time. Naruto glanced at the woman. Mirahin Strauss, a beautiful woman if he may say so. She was still young, and if he recalled correctly, she just had her 20th birthday 2 months ago. The Fiori mage was at least 1.5 heads smaller than him and had a slender body, with curves in all the right places. Her flawless and pale skin accentuated her beautiful large dark blue eyes, as well as her cute nose and plump lips. Even though she did not wear any sort of makeup, not that it was necessary in his opinion, Mirahin's long white hair nearly reached her butt, while two smaller hair bangs framed her face and rested on top of her large bust, the ends being slightly curled. The small ponytail, which kept some strands of hair from falling down her forehead, made him chuckle. The beautiful mage wore a simple yet elegant ankle-length maroon dress without sleeves, which hugged her proud form quite good. Her chest, which the thin dress did nothing to hide, was adorned by a pink bow, while matching trimmings acted as straps and framed her neck, other pink trimmings decorating her waist. She also wore maroon-colored high-heeled shoes, and a bracelet made of white flowers was wrapped around her right wrist. A necklace with a small oval blue gem finalized her attire. Mirahin was indeed a sight to behold. However, even if her delicate facial features were undoubtedly beautiful, the sadness and sorrow in her eyes dulled her natural beauty. He should not be surprised to see her in such a state. The emotional wounds she had suffered only 3 months ago were still fresh and would take a long time to heal, though he was sure they would not heal fully. The ivory-haired mage was one of the few people, next to Ikaruga, who he managed to save from the Legion's destructive path, and just as the others he had saved, she was still scared and full of regret and sorrow. Mirahin had lost too much that day, all her friends and her 2 siblings, the only family she had left till that day. She never recovered from their deaths. She seemed to be only a shell of her former self, without a real reason to live. She was just like him, before he met Gracia and slowly found his old self again, or at least the pieces of his soul that survived the last centuries. He could not allow her to live such a life any longer. The woman needed him more than she thought. He would not leave her alone any longer. What can I get you, Naruto-san? Giving a soft hum, he just scratched his chin. Just give me a good cup of sake on better thought. Make it two, Mirahin. The woman smiled softly before fulfilling his order. Two sake bottles quickly stood in front of the blonde man who silently poured himself a good amount into the offered cup. While Naruto took a first gulp of the cold liquid, Mirahin simply watched her savior, knowing that this would not just be a short visit on his part. Smacking his lips, Naruto gave a happy grunt, making the woman smile a bit wider. So Mirahin, how's it going for you? His question made her freeze for a moment before she regained her composure, but it was already enough to prove his assumption, so she still hasn't adapted to this world. Huh. Mirahin swallowed the lump in her throat, trying to distract herself by cleaning some glasses that were still in need to be washed. Nothing much has happened, Naruto-san. I still have some problems to sort out, and apart from doing this job I found, I have nothing to do. Mirahin, please just call me Naruto. You know by now that I feel quite old if someone calls me that way. Aren't you over 3 centuries old? Her innocent question, or more sneaky remark, caused the man to pout childishly, which gained him a small giggle from the ivory-haired mage. Only seconds later did a smile form on his lips as he saw her happy expression. It suited her really well. Touche Mirahin. Please call me Mira, simply Mira Naruto. He gave her a warm smile. But as you can see, I'll try to come over the rounds. I found this job some time after you managed to get me the apartment here in the city. It's not the best paid job, but now, I at least have some kind of activity to take my mind off. This job reminds me of my past, you know. There I was also the barmaid. Her smile became forced as she remembered her family, her guild. Fairy tale. Naruto frowned but remained silent when he saw her sad smile and the sorrow in her beautiful but dull eyes. He did not like to see her like this, with this fake smile. He had worn this smile almost all his childhood long. Did you make no friends, Mira? I find it hard to believe that someone would not want to be friends with you, to be honest. The woman carefully dried the glasses off. It's not that I couldn't make friends, Naruto. It's more like I don't want to make friends here. I know it sounds stupid, but I've already lost enough, Naruto. I couldn't bear with it. Should I lose more friends? So that's why I don't try to make any friends. Sure, I have some acquaintances, but they aren't close enough to call friends. I have a pretty good relationship with my landlady, a very friendly and cheerful lady. You met her, didn't you? When you searched for a place for me to stay. The blonde man nodded at her words, very well remembering the old lady who gave Mira the apartment. He still cursed himself whenever he heard her talk like this. He should have been more adamant in persuading her to live with him. She should not have lived alone after all she was forced to endure. He needed to remedy to her situation. Yeah, I remember her, but Mira, this isn't healthy. The way you try to live, at some point, you will break if you continue to isolate yourself. His words made her freeze. She bit her bottom lip, desperately trying to remain calm. He should not see her like this. She could not just burden her savior with her own problems, knowing that he had much more to solve of his own. I know what's best for me, Naruto. I don't want to lose anyone anymore. A tired sigh escaped his lips. Mira, as your friend, yes, I'm your friend, Mira. I care for you, even though apart from my short visits, we haven't had that much contact. But that is not important. What's important is to get you out of this, out of your shell. You need to live again, Mira. Mourning is alright, but this to simply try to live in the past will only bring you more pain and sorrow. Believe me, Mira, I know this the best. But, her eyes started to water. I can't anymore. I wouldn't be able to bear the pain of losing other friends. I'm not stupid, Naruto. I know that even this world is not safe, isn't it? They will come here, and each friend I might have made would die. A weak sob escaped her throat. The former Jinchuriki only gazed at the distressed woman before he grabbed her left hand and gently caressed her smooth skin. Mirahin at first did not know how to react to the sudden contact and wanted to push him off, but some part of her felt relieved and saved from his warm hand. More tears threatened to escape her eyes. Mira, I won't lie to you, I really don't, but you are correct. The Legion will find this world and will try to destroy it just like they did with yours. But that thought alone shouldn't be enough reason for you not to bond with others. Mira, friends are important. They will help you. I want to help you because, believe it or not, they won't be able to take me from you, and you can believe me. I've heard several times already that I'm nearly impossible to get rid of. Some even called me worse than weed, and now that I think about it, that probably wasn't meant as compliment. A sob giggle could be heard from the young woman as she saw his thoughtful cute expression. He looked just like a child right now. He was so adorable. The ivory-haired mage brought her free hand up to wipe her tears away, a slight smile present on her pretty lips. Only you, Naruto. Only you somehow managed to make me laugh. Sometimes, I even think I lost the gift of a good laugh. There isn't much to laugh at if I'm honest. I used to laugh so much, back in Fairy Tail with my family and friends. Naruto never ceased to caress her petite hand, happy that she did not retract from the contact. It seemed she needed some sort of comfort. I'm sorry, Mira. I feel responsible for what happened. Sniffing, the beautiful white-haired mage just glanced at her friend. What are you talking about? You saved me, you saved other people from certain death. You tried everything you could to save as many as you could, so why would you think so, Naruto? A pained smile formed on his lips. It's just that if I had came earlier to warn you and maybe even prevent the portal from being used in the first place, you might have had a chance to push them back without their main forces entering through the dimensional barrier. So many lives could have been saved if I had just been faster in finishing my dimensional crossing seal. Although I don't even know if I would have arrived at your world, I didn't even know where I would have come out, to be honest. Mirahan's watery eyes fell on the man sitting in front of her. Seeing his mournful expression made her heart clench. Even though he did not have any obligation to even come and warn them, the blonde man still tried to save them. It just showed her that he had a good heart and did not want other people to suffer the same fate. She should be thankful to have come across this man. You shouldn't blame yourself, Naruto. You did what you could and managed to save some lives, even if the others didn't outright show it. Even if I don't show it, we are thankful to you. Thankful that someone tried to stand up to this foe. I am thankful, Naruto. The former Jinchuriki sighed deeply, his eyes hollow. Yay, I managed to save some, but how many? Maybe a dozen. Yeah, a dozen compared to millions. That's nothing to be proud of, Mira. Nothing to ease the regret I'm feeling even till now. It will hound me for the rest of my life, I fear. Naruto. The transcendent quickly shook his head as he heard her low and gentle voice. His eyes quickly found hers, and he immediately felt guilty. Here he had come to help her move on, and then it was her presence and gentle nature that managed to ease the sorrow he felt. The two of them had not deserved this fate, but yet here they were, and they needed to make the best out of it. And the best would be for the two of them to give each other some sort of comfort, knowing exactly how the other one felt. They knew the pain of losing everything and everyone they cherished. You're amazing, Mira. The woman only blinked at him, confused by his words. In fact, I came here to check on you and help you move on, to protect you from being alone any longer, and here I am, showering you with my own problems. See, truly pathetic of myself, to be honest. You need the comfort more than I do. Naruto looked down on the bar desk before he felt a petite hand on top of his own, which was still caressing her other one. The blonde being slowly lifted his gaze and met Mira's shining orbs, the tears doing nothing to hide her beautiful frame. I think we both need the comfort, Naruto. We both do. I guess we do, huh? The woman gave him a sincere smile. He truly loved her smile, her real smile. You are very special, Mira. There are truly not many people like you out there, people with such a pure and caring soul. The world would be a better place if there were many more like you. You never cease to amaze me, Mira. His words made the former fairy tale mage feel warm and special. A slight hint of pink sneaked on her cheeks as his eyes never stopped to look into her own orbs. Yeah, she could get used to his company. Definitely get used to him. You're too kind, Naruto. I don't deserve your praise because I failed them, didn't I? I failed my family and guild. I couldn't do anything to prevent their deaths. I was frozen to the spot. I can't forget the fear and helplessness I felt the moment I saw their forms descend upon us. I will never forget the dying forms of my brother and sister. I will forever regret not being able to stand up to fight and protect them. Naruto only listened to her sorrowful low voice, knowing what was going on in her mind. I know how painful it is, Mira, but you can't just let regret fill your life. Regret will always lead to one's downfall. Even though I never met your siblings and friends, I'm pretty sure that they wouldn't want to see you like this. They would want you to live your life without sorrow and regret. They would simply want the best for you, Mira. The ivory-haired woman sobbed quietly. She already knew that. She knew that her family did not want to see her like this, so weak and fragile, simply mourning their deaths without moving on, and yet she still did it. She could not just let go of her past life. Mira gaining her attention, the blonde transcendent gave her a warm smile. I know it's difficult. Believe me, I was. Maybe I still am in the same boat, but you will overcome it, but not alone, Mira. You need friends. Friends that can shoulder the burden you carry, sharing the pain you currently feel. Mira, I want you by my side from now on. I won't let you live like this any longer. Mirahan's eyes widened at his words before she lowered her head. And no, I can't just I'm here with Mira. Tears were slowly falling down her cheeks while she clenched her eyes shut. I'm weak and useless, Naruto. I can't make a difference. I couldn't make one that night, and I won't be able to make a difference in the future. I won't be of any use to you, Naruto. I'm sorry. Not a second later did she found herself pressed against his broad chest, while his arms were wrapped around her small frame, bringing her closer to the man she could call her only friend in this world. Naruto could feel her stiffen in his embrace, but she quickly lost her hesitance, and her hand slowly moved upwards to hold onto his chest. The shock in Mirahan's eyes slowly faded away before she finally leaned into the warm embrace. Naruto rested his head on top of her own, his right hand moving up her back to slide through her soft silky hair. Don't say that, Mira. You are far from being useless and weak, so don't you dare think so little of you. Even if you think you have lost it, you are still powerful. You can still fight for what you think is right. You can still make something out of your life. He heard the young woman sobbing into his chest. You were never weak, Mira, nor will you ever be. You just need to find a new reason to live for, Mira, just like I did all those years ago, and maybe I could be the first person you wish to live for. Slowly, Mirahan looked up, forcing the man to stop resting his head on hers to gaze down at her, a warm gleam shining in his dijutsu. As your friend, I hope you accept my proposal to come and live with Gracia and me in my mansion. We have enough enough place for you, and the house slowly becomes a bit more lively. I really hope you come with me, you can have new friends Mira. You won't be alone anymore, nor will you ever in the future. The ivory-haired mage sobbed while gazing at the man, who came out of nowhere to save her. She bit her trembling bottom lip. Why you want me, even if I may never find my old power again, knowing that I may never be able to help you, do you really mean it, Naruto? Her innocent teary eyes made him smile warmly. Yes Mira, I really want you by my side, even if you don't want to fight any longer, I still want you to come with me, I need you just as you need me Mira, and together, we can achieve much more than we ever thought possible. The former fairy tale mage listened intently to his words before leaning her head back into his chest, enjoying the warmth he emitted and the reassuring beating of his heart. He made her feel safe, something she hadn't felt for a long time. What if we fail, Naruto? Her voice was low and full of hesitance. The man only hummed before planting a chaste kiss on her hair. Then we won't die alone Mira, we wouldn't die alone. He could feel the sobbing woman nodding into his chest. He embraced her harder. We won't fail Mira, that I can promise. And in a yellow flash, the two of them vanished. 1 hour later, Naruto's private rooms, city of Kyoto, Japan. The last living shinobi let out a tired sigh as he pushed the door to his bedroom open. Roughly 1 hour passed when he brought Mira into his mansion, appearing right in the living room where Gracia was currently reading one of her books. The former ultimate class devil quickly saw the emotional state of the white-haired human and decided to keep them alone for a moment, preparing some tea while her lover would make her comfortable. The Fiori mage calmed down afterwards while Naruto showed her the mansion where she would be living from now on. Gracia accompanied them, and though she did not show any emotion on her face, Mira could see that the woman was not that keen to know that she would be living here now. Not that the silver-haired beauty was unfriendly, far from it. In fact, it was mostly due to her gentle and calm personality that the woman on Naruto's side did not show any sort of hostility. Her savior did not speak much about his plans, and to her great relief, he kept his word and did not press her to fight for him. He only told her that it was her choice to follow him or not to become one like the two in front of her. She still did not feel well with the thought of fighting those demons again in the future, but she would reconsider his offer. The blonde man then showed her her room, where she would be living from now on. The new resident of the mansion was quite surprised when she saw all of her stuff already inside, and to her confused look, he just chuckled and said that his clones had already moved everything from her old apartment. That was only minutes ago. Mira had gone off to sleep. It had been an emotional day for her after all. Naruto closed the door behind him and did not see or hear his fiancée in their shared room. He quickly located her signature, and only moments later did he step on the balcony, pushing the curtains out of the way. And there she stood, leaning on the railing. Her silver hair shined in the moonlight, while the strong wind swirled her white night grown up. One would think that it was too cold for her and that she would catch a cold, but he knew better. She was a master of ice magic and as such, was not really affected by the cold breeze. Gracia gave a soft hum as she felt two arms embracing her from behind, a warm body pressed against her back. She closed her eyes and enjoyed his presence, feeling his hot breath on her neck as he placed several light kisses on her skin. As Mira accustomed to her new room, Naruto gave a short nod and rested his head on her right shoulder, both of them now looking down at the illuminated skyline of Kyoto. A bit too early to say, but I think she will do just fine. It's important for her to be with other people. Now she was already alone for far too long. I see. Both fell into an enjoyable silence. Gracia started to moan softly when her lover started to caress her belly through the thin cloth she wore. I hope you don't mind Mira's presence here, Fia-chan. The former devil only sighed and leaned her head back. I'll manage Naruto-kun. Mira seems to be very good company, and from the short time she was here, I can deduce that she will fit in very well. At least she isn't so forward with you as your new knight. That woman wouldn't hesitate to sink her claws into you. Naruto chuckled as he heard her sharp words. Yeah, Ikaruga truly got to her. Relax Fia-chan, she's only a bit playful and loves to tease me. Gracia wanted to slap herself at his words. Even if he had decades of life experience, he still seemed rather dense. Sometimes there was simply no way he would not be able to see through the pink-haired mage's intentions. Maybe the new transcendent was not outright in love with him, but she had seen the gleam in her eyes. Call it a woman's intuition. But she just knew that the sword mage would be a dangerous love rival. Better not think of her right now, it would just make her blood boil. Gracia was driven out of her thoughts when she felt her lover's embrace becoming a bit tighter. She could hear his tired sigh. Something troubling you, Anada? Naruto only gazed down on the city. It's so fragile Gracia-chan. Pardon? This world, his voice was nothing more than a whisper, is so fragile my love, so fragile that even the smallest flame could set everything on fire. The silver-haired woman remained silent as she listened to his soft-spoken words. This world won't stand a single chance if the time comes. A divided world won't be able to stand against the might of the Burning Legion. Even the few of us cannot just do everything by ourselves. The races of devils, angels, their fallen counterparts the Yaokais, even the heretic gods, they will be annihilated even before the main force of the Legion steps foot into this dimension. The former devil frowned at his words, but what did you expect, Naruto? This world has never known some sort of unity, there was always war between each race, peace would be nothing more than a dream to pursue, and yet you try to pursue such a thing, Anada. Peace, huh? He closed his eyes. You're right, it is a foolish dream, a dream which won't come true, no matter how much you want it to happen. But I'm not searching for an everlasting peace, Gracia. A temporary peace should be more than enough to deal with them, but for that, the three factions, the Yokai races, the gods and Buddhas, need to stand united against the darkness that will come. An alliance needs to be established. An alliance. Grafia's eyes widened at the mere thought. That is impossible to achieve, Naruto. They would never see past their differences, and the wars they fought during the last centuries, the bad blood between them will never be forgiven. The former Jinchuriki only smirked. Impossible, you say? I thought you knew me better by now, my Fia-chan. I always somehow manage to show you that the word impossible does not exist in my vocabulary. Nah. He heard a soft giggle coming from the former devil. But I can understand why you would think so, since it won't be an easy task, that for sure. So tell me, my love, how does one unite former foes? The silver-haired beauty frowned. She could practically feel the wide smirk on his lips. How? Naruto did not outright answer, his eyes still locked upon the beautiful side of Kyoto City, before he brought his mouth closer to her right ear, his hot breath tickling her. By giving them a common enemy, Grafiya-chan, I'll give this world a common foe. His purple-colored Rinnegan glowed. And I may know just who to start with. 1 day later, 8 miles above the Earth's surface, Iceland. The air was cold up there, but he did not let himself be disturbed by the fact a single large rock floated in the sky, high above the clouds that traveled over the island. On said rock, a throne was engraved into the floating earth part. The lone figure was sitting on it. His long raven black hair fell past his shoulders, while 2 smaller hair bangs framed his face. His extremely pale skin made his blood-red eyes with small yellow pupils stand out, as well his large mouth, which was formed into a boring grimace, his long pointed ears being another strange mark of his. The man seemed to be quite tall and dressed in a simple dark gray shirt with open collar, black pants and shoes, and a black formal robe with bronze-colored shoulder plates. A tired sigh escaped his mouth, showing off his razor-sharp teeth. Having closed his eyes for a while, the black-haired man opened them. Not a second later did his eyes widen for a short moment as he caught sight of the single figure, which floated right in front of him, only several feet away from him. Narrowing his eyes at the strange sight, he glared at the man. Who are you? His voice was cold, but the blonde stranger did not seem to mind much. The grin never left his lips as he floated right in front of his target, legs crossed and his head leaned on his right hand. You are no human, since I cannot feel a single trace of magic inside you, yet you seem able to fly without the aid of wings. I wonder how. Naruto grinned wider while sending a glance at the curious man. Who I am is of no concern for you. The black-haired man's eyes narrowed even further. But what should interest you is the offer I have to give you. Silence fell over the two beings before Naruto closed his eyes, the grin never leaving his lips. You desire war, do you not? If that is the case, I have a proposition for you. Opening his eyes, he could see the interest in the man's red eyes. So, what do you say? Naruto chuckled. Are you interested, Kakabiel? Flashing a polite smile to the nurse he just passed, Naruto resumed his walk through the hospital corridor. He shuddered inwardly, truly despising the thought of being in a hospital. Even now, he still hated being in a hospital. He was truly glad that he had Kurama in his past life. The Bijuu, coupled with his natural Uzumaki regeneration ability, always brought him quickly out of Bachan's hospital. Those were truly the good old times. The blonde transcendent lost himself in thoughts as he followed the green line on the floor. Not much had happened these last days. Ikaruga had accustomed to her newfound power, and he immediately started to train her alongside Grafiya. Even though the former devil did not need much more training per se, she now only needed to master her abilities to its best. Needless to say, the pink-haired transcendent did not stop her teasing, much to Grafiya's annoyance. She even went so far to call herself Uzumaki Ikaruga. A dreamy look edged on her beautiful face. Whenever she said his last name, Grafiya especially was quite furious, since to her, it was clear that the sword mage wanted nothing more than to become a lover to him. However, it was tolerable, as she did not outright try to make a move on him. Ikaruga at least seemed to fear his silver-haired queen and her ice-cold wrath. Another topic was of course his other new resident. Mirahin was still mostly in her shell, and did not speak much about her feelings, but he knew that it would take much more time for her to be comfortable around them and accept them fully into her life. He would not push her. The ivory-haired woman needed to make the first move on opening her heart, though. That did not mean that he would do nothing to make her as comfortable as possible and show her that she now had other people in her life to count on and share her pain with. He would gladly take the pain from her if he could. However, only time would tell if her wounds would heal. Shaking his head, Naruto arrived at his destination. His eyes caught sight of the door with the number 501, showing him that he was indeed correct. Taking another deep breath, the former Jinchuriki knocked on the wooden door. Only a few seconds passed before a soft voice resounded from the other side. Come in. Opening the door, the blonde man silently stepped into the small hospital chamber. Closing the door behind him, he sighed mentally as the foul stench of the hospital was also present in this room, despite the windows being open. He really hated hospitals. You came early this time, Naruto. The Transcendent chuckled softly while he scratched his left cheek. I had the time to come this morning, if not, I would have come at noon. Naruto's gaze shifted over to the person who had spoken. A young woman sat on a chair next to the broad hospital bed. She was holding the hand of another woman, who seemed to sleep on the bed, covered by a soft white blanket. Her condition has not changed, I suppose. The female mage only lowered her head, her eyes never leaving the fallen form of her most precious person. She hasn't woken up till now even after 3 months, the doctors cannot seem to find the reasons behind it. Sighing deeply, Naruto grabbed another chair and sat next to the bed, opposite to his acquaintance. I would be surprised if they did find the cause for her coma, it's something behind their comprehension. Seeing her confused look, he smiled softly. I know it's hard for you to see her like this, but I am sure that she will overcome it, she needs to overcome it, or it will mean her end. The woman tightened her hold on her friend's hand. Naruto glanced at the distraught woman. Altier, seeing that she was paying attention to him, the former shinobi shifted his gaze over to the sleeping form of the other woman. It wasn't your fault, none of you could have known what would happen. If the portal opened, it is not your fault that Merity is in this state. The now named Altier only lowered her head even further. If you had not interfered, we would have died, and yet I must ask, why did you interfere? Why? If I had used my last stages, I may have prevented everything from happening, and maybe, our world would still be standing today. Nothing would have changed, Altier. The woman tensed at his soft tone. Nothing would have changed. You would have only thrown your life away for nothing. Time is not something to meddle with, especially not when it consumes your own life force. Even if you think so, nothing, not even a warning, would have changed anything. There was simple nothing you could have done about them. So please do not wallow in guilt and regret. Altier did not reply, her eyes only gazing at the sleeping form of her only friend and family. From the corner of his eyes, Naruto studied the young-looking woman. He frowned inwardly when he saw her distraught state. She was a beautiful woman. Altier Milkovich, another survivor of Fiori, another mage, who he managed to save from the Legion's claws, although it had been a close call. He was nearly too late in rescuing the two of them. He saved them, but for the younger woman it was already too late. She had come into contact with them, and now, she suffered the price. Altier was beautiful, a woman in her end-20s of moderate height with flawless pale skin. She had dark purple hair, almost to the point of being black, which traveled down to her waist, 2 smaller hair bangs framing her face, and covering her shoulders down to her bust. Her dark brown eyes were, despite beautiful, full of sorrow and regret, a deadly mix, if you asked him. The young woman did not wear any makeup to accentuate her pretty feminine features. The former Fiori mage wore a simple short-sleeved dark blue shirt, which barely managed to hide her impressive bust, and black pants with matching sandals. Naruto did NPT miss the hollow gleam in her eyes. It made him frown, knowing that a part of her was blaming herself for what had happened to the other woman, who was currently resting in bed. His eyes shifted over to the patient. Her name was Merity, no last name, though, what he managed to deduce from Altier's behavior towards the comatose girl. It was safe to say that she simply used the family name of the raven-haired woman. The girl was presumably in her late teens, and already had quite a curvaceous figure despite being so young. The white blanket and the equally white hospital dress she wore did nothing to hide her beautiful frame. Merity had a pretty face, with flawless pale skin just like Altier, a cute nose and supple lips. Her long pink hair was equally beautiful, probably reaching her middle back, while 2 smaller curly hair bangs framed her face. Merity's hair was a darker shade than Ikaruga's, and it was also wavier than his knight's. If she was not in a coma, one could see her usually bright dark red eyes. Naruto's eyes softened when he saw how Altier gently caressed the back of Merity's right hand. Her low voice brought him out of his stare. No one seems to know what she suffers, Naruto. None of the doctors can do something to help her. They say that she is in a sort of coma, the cause being unknown, and they don't even know if she will ever wake up. Altier bit her bottom lip. Naruto gazed at the woman, who tried to remain calm. He could not blame her for what she must be feeling right now. It was always hard to see a precious person suffer, and not being able to do anything to help easing the pain. The blonde transcendent crossed his arms over his chest. And you? Altier raised her head to look at her savior. Can't you do something for her, Naruto? Something? Is there no cure for her? I know you try to help her, but haven't you found something by now? There must be something you can do. He sighed, a thoughtful expression adorning his face. Unfortunately, it is not that simple, Altier. He leaned backwards. It was already a struggle to keep her alive. While I brought you out of your dying world, I'm still surprised she even managed to survive the first hours, to be honest. Considering all odds, she should have died. The corruption on her body should have been enough to kill her, no, to turn her into one of them. Altier frowned as she remembered her last moments on Fiori. What exactly was that thing we fought that night? Naruto closed his eyes. That Altier was a satyr, one of the thousands of races the Burning Legion is composed of, a foul race that only desires power and destruction, willingly given their minds and bodies to the demons they once fought. A satyr, yet it still looked so humanoid. Yes, my intel on the Legion is not perfect nor complete, but I know some of their traits and races. The satyrs were not originally part of the Legion. Once, they were a proud old race, protectors of the nature and the arcane magic. They were once known as the race of the Calderae, if I recall correctly, immortal beings with 1,000-years-old culture, but when the time came, not even they could stand against the might of the Burning Legion. Their once proud civilization annihilated, and the former race of the Calderae highborn corrupted by the demonic energies unleashed upon their homeworld. His Rinnegan glowed. The same nearly happened to Merity. The satyr you fought against was a strong one for sure, as a lesser demon should not have been able to corrupt her this quickly. The curse was quick to spread through her very being. Had I arrived only minutes later, she would have become one of them, and you were sure to follow her fate then. Altier's hollow eyes remained on his person. Did you kill the demon? No, the blonde man shook his head. The moment my clones teleported you two to my home, I confronted the satyr. But I didn't have much time. I came to rescue as many as possible, and not to engage the full might of the Legion. That would have been suicide. I wounded it enough to slip past it and to search for other survivors, though for most of them, I was already too late. A pregnant silence fell over the room. Naruto only studied the sleeping form of Merity, his mind trying to find a way to help her. There may be one way, but it was risky, especially since he had not used this ability much, and in the end, it was only Merity herself who would be able to decide whether she would live or die by his hands. But as it seemed, this may very well be the only possibility they had. So there is nothing you can do. Altier's voice became desperate. It was something he greatly despised if he was honest with himself. Despair was always the path to one's downfall. I didn't say that now, did I? Seeing her eyes shining a bit more, he scratched his chin. There may be a way to heal her, however the chance to succeed is low, and it can very well kill her. But this way, she would at least have a way to fight the corruption inside of her. The woman sent a hopeful glance at her sleeping form. Naruto, seeing that he had gained her attention, leaned forward and brought his right hand to caress Merity's cheek. You must know, Altier, that the corruption with which she came into contact did not just attack her body, her mind was also targeted. During the first days, I managed to stop the curse from spreading through her body with my fuins before I could start to heal her. Physically she is fine, as the doctors probably told you. However, the current problem resides within her mind. Her mind is still fighting against the corruption, and unfortunately, only Merity is able to fight it. Only she can save her own life. But you just said. I know, Altier. His eyes fell on her confused face. Only she can fight the corruption inside her mind. But I never said that it wasn't possible to give her some sort of support. I know we can help her, but the risks are high and I'm not sure if it will succeed, because if not, then there will be no hope for her. Naruto focused his attention once more on the sleeping young mage. I could try to make her into a transcendent while she is in this coma, but I'm not sure of the outcome. It could make her immune to the corruption, just like Grafiya and Ikaruga, but I'm not sure if her mind, which is being tormented, could withstand the evolution process. It's likely she wouldn't survive her reincarnation. The risks of forcing a piece inside her body are too high. Something I don't want to risk. His Rinnegan glowed. On the other hand, I haven't used this path in a long while, and if she can't succeed in defeating her inner corruption, then I may very well be forced to take her soul. Please help her. Altier's soft voice, which barely resembled a whisper, shook him out of his musings. Are you sure? I can't promise she will be fine or even survive. His Dojutsu locked eyes with her own brown orbs. He could already see that she made her decision. Please save my daughter Naruto. Give her a chance to fight. Gazing into her determined eyes, he nodded. Very well then. Taking a deep breath, he moved his right hand over her forehead. I'll need your help, Altier. Merity will surely remember you. You can give her the support she needs to win, so lay your hand over mine. Altier gave a small nod while doing what he said, her smaller delicate hand finding its way on top of his own. Naruto smiled at the raven-haired mage. We need to believe in her strength. If what you told me about her is the truth, then I'm sure she will be fine after all. She has someone she wants to protect at all costs, does she not? She is a special one after all. And for the first time since weeks, Altier smiled. That she is, yes that she is. Focusing on Merity, Naruto then closed his eyes. Let's hope for the best. He took a deep breath. Ingendo human path release. And with those words, both Altier and Naruto entered her mind, hoping to free her from the corruption that threatened to feed upon her soul. 2 days later, evening, park of Kuo City, Japan. All he felt was pain, a numb pain, which slowly started to weaken with each passing second. His body was failing him after only 16 years of his young life. He could not feel his body any longer. he only had the strength to slowly raise his right hand. It was covered in blood, his blood. What a miserable way to die, isn't it? Dying at such a young age. The huge hole in his chest stained the hard stone pathway with his blood. He could feel how his life faded away. Darkness consumed him. It should have been a wonderful night for him. It was his first date with a girl. A beautiful girl at that. It had been so perfect till a few minutes ago. They had enjoyed themselves, and he could still see her serene smile in front of his face. How had it come this far? He expected a kiss from her when she came up to him, but what he got was the hole in his chest, inflicted by Yuma, sweet Yuma-chan, his first girlfriend. He still could not believe what had transpired only moments ago, when his innocent girlfriend had transformed into this cruel woman with black feathered wings. Only seconds later did she deliver the killing blow to him, sealing his fate with no side of remorse in her cold, playful eyes. Iduase wondered if this was the revenge for his perverted nature. He knew he was not what women would consider a perfect boyfriend material, but he still had a gentle side. Only did his perverted nature often take command of his actions. He could not help himself. A woman's eye were truly the best thing in this world. At least, he had seen Yuma's wonderful pair before he would die. A little triumph in the end, huh? Issei never saw the strange flyer, which he got before his date from another strange-looking woman, floating out of his pouch. His vision was already darkened, as the flyer glowed in a bright red, and moments later, a feminine figure materialized next to him. So it finally happened, I see. Rias looked impassively at the dying teenage boy, lying lifelessly at her feet in a pool of his own blood. The hole on his chest, where she could still feel traces of light magic, did not leave a chance of survival to the young boy. The fallen angels really were after the human in the end before making their move. Good that my familiar gave you one of my flyers. It seemed I was right to assume that the fallen angel would try something tonight. Rias crouched down and caressed Issei's already cold cheek. She gave a soft hum. A pity I have to resort to such a method to get you into my peerage. I do not really like to do this, but from this day on, you will live your life as my new pawn. Unknown to the Gremory heiress, she was not the only one in the vicinity. Another person had watched the scene. Ikaruga's emerald eyes never left the down form of one Haidu Issei. She had been watching the young boy ever since he left his house. Quite an annoying task if you asked her. But Naruto-sama had requested it, and she would not deny her master, never. Well, it could have been worse, after all. The teen was a bit funny to watch, and seeing him so nervous and flushed during his date with that fallen angel woman was a bit entertaining. Still, the newly evolved Transcendent wondered what was so special about the human boy. Naruto-sama had not told her much, as she only remembered the term of sacred gear being used, a powerful one at that. Ikaruga sighed softly. The pink-haired mage leaned on one of the tree branches, which covered the whole park apart from the fountain spot where Issei had been killed only moments ago. Since her evolution to a transcendent being, she practically did not need to hide her presence any longer. The beings of this world were not even able to feel their power level, something she found quite enjoyable. She was glad having accepted to serve her new master. He made her far more powerful than she ever thought possible. The former Fiori mage watched silently as a crimson-haired young woman appeared next to the dead human boy, so that seemed to be the Gremory girl her master tried to influence in becoming a future ally. Ikaruga narrowed her eyes as she saw the female devil pushing one of those pieces inside the boy's chest. Before he was engulfed in a red light, the Gremory heiress grabbed the dead human and vanished in one of her magic circles. I wonder why you allowed this, Naruto-sama. It was true. Her master seemingly had no problems giving the sacred gear user to the young devil. She did not know why, but as it seemed, he had further plans for him. Though it did not matter if the boy was a devil or not, Issei would still be in his grasp, as he practically controlled the crimson-haired king. A bit heartless, but she found that more manipulative side of him quite attractive. Still, one could only wonder why. She had only been tasked to watch the events and report back to her master. She would let her Naruto-sama decide what to do with this. She had done her part for now. Such an interesting world you brought me to, Naruto-sama. Ikaruga pushed herself off the tree she was leaning on, and only moments later, 5 sets of pink glowing wings spread from her uncovered shoulder blades. She smiled as she felt the cold wind against her new appendages. She really had to thank her master, maybe on a bit more personal level. She liked her lips at that particular naughty thought. Without making a sound, her tendril-like wings spread out, and with a mighty push, the former mage took off into the orange-colored night sky. 2 days later, noon, cliff to the north of Kuo City, Japan. It seems you managed to find some suitable members to include into your peerage, you called it, wasn't it? Some interesting females you found there, Naruto. Naruto only grunted at Zetsu's deep voice. The former Jinchuriki sat cross-legged at the edge of the high cliff, having a wonderful view at the azure blue ocean, shining brightly due to the rays of sunshine. The sound of breaking waves and the cries of the seagulls were music to his ears, easing the headache he had since a few hours. However, Zetsu's appearance made his quiet and peace for naught. Well, it could not be helped in the end. Indeed, I have found some good members already. Naruto leaned his head on his right-hand palm, his Rinnegan gazing at the horizon. But it still is not enough to make a real difference, but as it seems, we still have some time. I still have some potential members in mind. Yet you haven't made that ivory-haired girl into one. I wonder why. Zetsu saw a small twitch of Naruto's mouth. Mira still needs time to adjust and see the need behind our task. It will still take some time before she will join our cause fully. But I have faith in her, she will do the right thing in the end. She is strong after all. Far stronger than she thinks herself to be. The former Akatsuki member remained silent, his yellow eyes also watching the breaking waves. I see our forces are slowly but steadily growing. We will need it, yet I don't think we will have much time left. The use of magic in this world is too strong, they will notice and come for us. It's only a matter of time. Yeah, they will come, but we'll be prepared for them. We won't make it easy for them. Zetsu gave an amused chuckle. Still, even with all our preparations the losses will be heavy, and victory is not assured. Much needs to be done before we can find ourselves confident enough. The blonde transcendent only nodded at his words. Yes, victory was still out of their reach for the moment. He needed to remediate to that. He had promised it after all. How do your two newest pieces take the change? Sparing a glance at Kagaya's creation, Naruto only hummed softly. They are well, the evolution progress had been a success. Altier's and Merity's power level had greatly increased, more so their magical reserves, since he had used 2 of his bishop pieces on them. Yes, with Naruto's and Altier's help, the pink-haired girl had managed to free herself of the corruption that had spread through her mind. It went better than he thought if he was honest with himself. Had she lost the fight against the Satyr's curse, he would have claimed her soul at the end, since he could not allow the Legion's influence in this world, as minor as it would be. He knew that he took a great gamble with his Nintendo path. He was not even so sure if he could simply let go of Merity's soul, should she win her inner fight. From Nagato's memories, he knew that this path always took the soul of the victim he had used it on. But luckily for Naruto, he seemed to have greater control over the Rinnegan than his fellow Uzumaki clansmen. Luck seemed to be on his side for once, and now, he had gained 2 strong allies, a win-win situation in the end. After Merity's successful regeneration, the young girl was greatly shocked by what had happened to their world. He still remembered the gleam in her eyes, especially when she saw the happy yet distraught expression on her surrogate mother's face. He allowed them their privacy, as they had surely much to talk about. He did not want to ask them right away to join him, but to his surprise, Altier contacted him via one of his Horatian markers only a day later, and explained to him that they wanted to join him. He had been quite surprised if he was honest, having expected a bit of sweet talking from his part and a bit more time to persuade them to his cause. Well, he had not complained and accepted them into his ranks. The 2 former dark mages now living in his mansion. He still had enough place, and the mansion was becoming more and more lively, something he quite enjoyed. During their reincarnation, he was pleased with their current power level. Altier now had 5 sets of wings, while the younger Merity only sported 3 sets of wings, but she still had time to grow stronger. They all had time to grow stronger. Grafiya already managed to gain another set of wings, which took him by surprise, but was greatly welcomed. All in all, it had been quite the interesting days. You seemed to enjoy their company, and yet I wonder how Grafiya reacted. Zetsu chuckled when he saw the blonde man flinching. Not good, I suppose. She already seems to be quite angry with your little girlfriend, is she not? Naruto spared him an annoyed glare. Oh, shut up, Zetsu. It's already enough that I've gotten her ire with the dates I have with Rias, yet it can't be helped. I need her loyalty for the future, and she's not that bad, but don't say that to Grafiya. Giving an amused chuckle, the creature grinned. You rather enjoy the girl's company, do you not? I have seen the smile on your face whenever one of your clones dissolved after a date with a female devil. Seems to me like you enjoy your time with her, despite you saying that nothing serious is going on between you two. Well, at least if one can trust your claims. See, not bothering to reply, Naruto stretched his back. Just give it a rest already. You know what happens should Grafiya think that there really is something serious with Rias. I happen to value my manhood and my life, you know. Hi, a short silence fell over the two. How many pieces have you left? Are they the same as the ones used by those devils? You never really told me much. He closed his eyes. They are not the same per se, Zetsu. I only needed the, let's say, blueprints to recreate my own version. Some traits I took over from the evil piece system, but not everything. I do not have a king piece inside of me, because I forged the pieces from my own soul, which bounds my peerage to me. Furthermore, I had no use for such a trivial thing as pawns. They may be useful in those raiding games the devils seem to enjoy, but for me they are useless. Promotion wouldn't be truly effective, as no one apart from myself can reach Grafia's level. If she gains all her wings, and my knight, rook and bishop pieces all have some unique abilities, which couldn't be used by mere pawns. Opening his eyes, he gazed at Zetsu. And for how many pieces I have left, I still have some. Now only suitable members need to be found, though I already know the majority of whom I will have in my peerage. peerage. The guy's latest creation remained silent. They continued to watch the endless ocean before Zetsu raised his voice. Someone is coming. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I also felt him vanish for the time being. Zetsu gave no reply as he molded with the earth, leaving no trace of his presence. Only a moment passed by before Naruto heard someone landing a few feet behind him. Though he did not turn his head to look, the transcendent did not react as the newcomer stepped up to him, now standing next to him on his right. Been some time since I last saw you. Naruto's slightly amused voice made the man chuckle. Been quite busy these last months, more so since I became one of her, well, let's just say trusted soldiers. It's a bit of a pain if I'm honest. How so? The man scratched his chin. She wanted me to recruit capable members who will serve her in the future, only strong ones of course, more so sacred gear users to be precise. Found quite some fine humans with extraordinarily powers. I see, Naruto smiled while sparing a quick glance at his ally, though, I wonder why you came to me. I told you I would contact you when the time was right to act. Yeah, I know. So why are you here, cow? The man gave a small chuckle. Would you find it strange that I needed a person to simply talk about things? Seeing Naruto's blank stare, Cow laughed. Aw man, should have seen your face Naruto, nah. Yet as strange as it sounds, I really need a person to talk to. Most of the people I have contact with aren't really talkative and as easygoing as you are, especially not Office. That dragon chick is simply a pain to talk to, I can tell you. Now that managed to make the blonde transcendent laugh. Welcome to the club then, she can be a real pain in the ass, that for sure. Cow quickly joined in before making himself comfortable, sitting right next to the blonde immortal. Cow was one of his newer acquaintances, having met the human only 5 years ago. He was a relatively young and tall man, probably in the end of his 20s, with shoulder-length black hair and matching eyes. He had sun-tanned skin and nearly always an amused grin on his lips. The human wore a black long-sleeved shirt with matching pants and brown sandals, while a red golden skirt decorated his waist. From the corner of his eyes, Naruto scrutinized the weapon, which now leaned against Cow's right shoulder. It looked like a simple black spear, but the former Jinchuriki knew better. This was the strongest sacred gear in existence, the first and most powerful Longinus. Also known as the true Longinus or the Holy Lance, Naruto recalled that this very spear was once wielded by a Roman centurion named Street Longinus, who had used the weapon to kill Jesus Christ, has spilled blood making the spear the most powerful holy artifact in this world, capable of killing the strongest devils and even gods. A deadly weapon, wielded by a capable and cunning warrior. But that Cow was one of his allies whom he managed to persuade to his side. So tell me then, Naruto's amused voice brought the human out of his stare. What do you have to tell me? Don't tell me you're getting tired being Office little pet, huh? Cow simply grunted, the grin never leaving his lips. To be honest, it is quite tiring with her, even though she barely ever shows her face to us. Normally, we are allowed to do our own things, but we always need to be on standby. Doesn't sound too bad. Cow grunted once more. Office ordered us to find strong members to fill the ranks of her personal army. I don't really like being ordered around by that dragon chick, especially since there are more and more devils and other creatures that are integrated into our forces. Naruto smiled inwardly, knowing how much the man beside him hated beings like devils and fallen angels, seeing them as a threat to the human race. Do not let your hatred and mistrust against the other races of this world blind you for the real tree Cow. You need to learn how to live with them. It is for the greater good of the human race after all. The human warrior sighed, his eyes gazing over the endless horizon in front of him. I know that Naruto still. It doesn't make this any easier for me. I am itching for a fight with him. This whole waiting thing is slowly driving me crazy. Yet patience is essential here, Cow, and when the time comes, which will soon come I fear, then you will see how much nicer the devil race is compared to the true demons of this cosmos, and then you will have your fight, fighting an enemy that threatens to destroy everything there is. Cow remained silent for a moment. Did you just come here to whine about the leash Office put you on? Or maybe you came for a spar with me. I am kinda bored right now, you know. The former Jinchuriki smiled when he heard the human gulping nervously. Cow then laughed while scratching the back of his head. Oh, for God's sake Naruto, better not. Last time you talked me into a quick spar, you completely trashed the floor with me. Not quite what I imagined a spar to be with you, my pal. Naruto chuckled. So, Cow spared a glance at his superior. How long will I have to remain in Office Cow's brigade? For as long as I tell you to, even though Office started her little army without my consent, knowing that I would be against it, I now find myself quite interested with it. I may have use for the Cow's brigade in the near future. Cow raised his eyebrows. Use for what? Office will use her army against your own plans. After all, she plans to fight Great Red, and as I recall, That dragon is one of us, Naruto. I fail to see how the brigade will be of use to you. The Transcendent only raised his head to gaze at the cloudless sky. They will be of us for me to unite all the races who call this dimension their home. The Cows Brigade will be the main enemy of all the other races. Their actions will bring them together as allies, and only then, there will be even the faintest chance for us to hold our own against the Legion's might. And Office doesn't know that she is being used, she still thinks that she can outsmart you by doing this behind your back. I still wonder how you managed to keep her at bay for so long. She is a troublesome person to deal with. Amen to that, Naruto clicked his tongue. For the time being, you continue to work for her and find strong members, and only inform those who you deem trustworthy. Cao. I do trust your ability to find those with great talent. Of course, boss. Do the others know to keep playing their role? Cao nodded. Siegfried and Georg know to keep low about our plans. They trust my decision to follow you, so there aren't any problems coming from the hero faction which I lead. I'll see if Leonardo and Jean fit your standards, but no promises. Scratching his cheek, the former shinobi gave a deep sigh. It would be great if I could control the whole hero faction of the Cows Brigade without Office knowledge, but I fear that would be too much to ask. At least, I have Volley's team on which I can count, though Kuroka's constant teasing attempts whenever I visit them are getting quite difficult to handle. Yeah, that stray devil is difficult to handle, isn't she? Naruto groaned. It is quite the turn-off for a guy if a woman without warning simply demands of you to give her babies. I nearly had a heart attack the first time she asked me or tried to persuade me into mating with her. I can imagine. Cao's grin seemed endless. It wasn't really funny, you know, it still isn't. Both enjoyed the silence that followed after, simply gazing down at the blue ocean. Some seagulls were circling over their position, trying to find something to eat. I should return now before someone gets suspicious, Naruto. The blonde Transcendent nodded. Indeed, you will follow Office orders for now. Cao, his Rinnegan glowed, and when the time comes, you will be able to protect the human race from something far more terrifying than the devils and fallen angels you seem to hate so much. The strongest human simply bowed before he vanished, leaving the former shinobi alone to his thoughts. Yes, soon this world will know its most difficult challenge. We will have to fight to earn our right to live. Several hours later, evening, Naruto's mansion, Kuo City, Japan. Giving a pleased sigh while stretching his back, Naruto exited the bathroom of his private chamber, simply dressed in black pants and a plain white shirt. Oh, how I love a good relaxing shower. It truly helps to sort out my mess of a mind. It had only been 2 hours since they had dinner, and now with the growing number of residents, it took a bit longer to prepare the food. Fortunately, Mirahin seemed to be quite eager to help Gracia and him to prepare dinner, so it was not really a problem. He did enjoy the lively mansion of these last days and weeks. Dinner itself was quite pleasant to say the least. Well, pleasant and somewhat tense. Merity was cheerful. Despite what had happened to her world, it seemed the young girl had not that much friends in her homeworld, and was simply glad that Altier had survived the whole mess. She was her only family after all. The raven-haired woman was mostly silent during dinner, though she did offer a smile whenever she engaged into conversation with Mirahin, the former fairy tale mage, slowly regaining some of her old cheerful personality. A great start, if you asked him. The tension was more so between his Gracia and Ikaruga. They did not speak with each other, but each time his Hato-chan gave him a seductive wink or licked her fully irresistible lips whenever he looked at her, his fiancée would tense and send her own glare towards the pink-haired woman, before heatedly glaring at him for even allowing such an improper behavior. How was this his fault to begin with? He did not understand women sometimes or most of the times, to be honest, and only hoped that things would sort themselves out. However, he feared that was only a naive wish of his part, but a man can still hope, can he? And now that he thought about it, Kakashi and Jiraiya would be having a field day if they ever found out that he lived with 5 beautiful women under the same roof, one of them being his fiancée, while another one constantly tried to seduce him. Yep, they would be proud of him, that for sure. The mansion was quiet for the moment, which did not surprise him. Altier and Merity went out to explore the city of Kuo, more so doing some shopping. Since they did not have much from their old homeworld, they had been quite pleased when he gave them a good amount of money. The 2 mages were now part of his peerage, so he would take care of them. Ikaruga had gone to bed quite early, as it seemed that the constant boring guard duties over one Haidu he gave her made her tired. Not that he could blame her, she did them without complaint, so he would allow her all the rest she wanted. And since Gracia rejected his offer to join him in the shower, saying that she still had some things to do in the household, silence had fallen over the mansion. Well, some quiet and peace was always a nice distraction. It's still quite early, so why not see what there is on TV? Been some time since I last had a nice calm evening like this. Leisurely walking down the stairs, the shinobi stopped in his tracks when he felt the familiar signature of another resident already in the living room. Taking a breath, Naruto continued his path towards the spacious living room. The moment moment he stepped into the room, he already saw the side of a familiar mop of white hair. He smiled softly. Mirahin was silently sitting on the couch, seemingly deep in thought while she zapped through the channels on TV. She did not even seem to notice his presence yet. "Hey Mira," startled, the young woman turned her head to look at the smiling blonde man, who stepped up to her. "Do you mind if I keep you some company?" Seeing the surprise fading in her big blue eyes, the ivory-haired mage gave him a small smile and nodded. "Of course Naruto, it is your house after all, isn't it?" Chuckling, the transcendent then walked to the couch and sat down next to Mirahin, a bit too close to her liking, since she had been quite nervous around the man who had saved her. It was not that she did not like his company, far from it in fact, but he made her feel something she had never felt before, and that did scare her a bit. "You know that this is your home too now, Mira. So don't feel like you are a simple guest here, alright?" The female mage nodded softly, clasping her hands in her lap while she averted her gaze from him, simply staring ahead at the TV. She did not feel the glance Naruto sent her way. Having noticed her somewhat shy behavior over the last week, he had noticed that the ivory-haired woman was slowly coming out of her shell, as she and Gracia were actually on pretty good terms, and now, the three other survivors of her world, the former fairy tale mage was not alone any longer. She was making friends, especially with Merity, whom it wasn't difficult not to befriend, given the girl's cheerful personality. He was glad that Mira was forming some new bonds. The shinobi knew she needed it more than anything else. Seeing that she was dressed in a beautiful yet simple yellow dress made him smile. Just like Altier and Merity, he had given Mirahin enough money to purchase more cloths, and so, she had gone with Gracia to do some proper shopping a few days ago. Fortunately, without Gracia forcing him to tag along, he still shuddered at the thought alone of going shopping with his fiancée. Knowing that that gruesome act always claimed a part of his soul in the end, men were not meant to go shopping after all, at least not that sort of shopping. His attention shifted over to the TV screen where 2.5 Men was currently being played, a sitcom that he enjoyed to watch very much, since it always drew some good laughs out of him, though it did not seem that Mirahin was actually watching it, as her head was lowered and she simply stared at her folded hands. Sighing, Naruto took the remote control and turned the TV off. He had better things to do now, so it seemed. Mira, turning his body to face her, the former Jinchuriki looked at the young woman, who still avoided his gaze. Sighing mentally, he scratched his chin. "So how do you feel, Mira?" The female mage hummed softly before giving her answer, her eyes taking a bit more of shine. "Better now, Naruto, truly better, I must say. The others, especially Gracia, are easy to talk to and to live with. It seems I made some friends out of Merity and Altier too. Ikaruga too, I think. She seems to be more interested in you though." Mirahin smiled softly when she heard him swallow hard, as he was probably making sure that Gracia was not near to overhear their conversation. "It starts to feel like a home to me. It is good not to be alone any longer, and for that, I must thank you, Naruto." Finally deciding to look at him, the beautiful fairy tale mage gave him a small smile, something he greatly enjoyed to see. "I'm happy to hear that, Mira. We're happy to have you here too, nah." The woman then lowered her head once more, her eyes watering moments later, catching him a bit by surprise. Quickly controlling himself, Naruto caught her hands in his own, making the young mage tense, while a soft hint of pink sneaked on her cheeks. Naruto only smiled at her. "What's on your mind, Mira? Care to tell little old me, nah?" Mirahin sighed softly. "It's still hard for me to accept, Naruto, to accept that they are all dead, all my friends and family. It still hurts to think about them, and I fear that I won't be able to forget the pain I felt that day. Yet I more so fear to forget about them, Naruto, to forget about my past life, now that it seems that this life is getting real. Do you think you will forget about your guild in the future?" Seeing her nod, the man hummed in thought. "It's not that I'm ungrateful for yours and Grafia's attempts in making me feel at ease here. It helps, it truly does. I'm feeling so much better than when I was living alone, but I'm not ready to let go of my old life yet. I never want to forget about fairy tale. Can you somehow understand that, Naruto?" The former shinobi nodded. He knew exactly what Mira was trying to explain to him. He had similar fears before Gracia managed to ease them, and now, he had to help Mirahin, who was in the same position as he had been all those years ago. "You know, Mira, I felt the same way long ago. I also lost everything I cared for, and I was completely alone in this world, alone and bitter before I met Gracia, and she slowly managed to make me see the new life I had started here. I also thought I would forget my old home, my friends, my wife, my only daughter. And then I realized that I wouldn't be able to forget the love I still hold for Mei-chan if I started to act on my growing feelings for Gracia." His Dojutsu shinned. "Even till now, I have not forgotten about my old life. It still is a part of me. But it's just that, a distant memory among others. I have a new life now, and I really am glad to have met Gracia. She helped me a lot during my dark days, so to say, when I was still lost in my anger and sorrow." The fairy tale mage listened intently to his words, trying to learn more of the one person who she started to respect more than anyone else. "You will never forget about them, Mira. Believe me please on this matter, and do you want to know why you want?" Because you're friends, he pointed at her chest, your brother and sister, they will always be inside your heart Mira, they will always be a part of yourself now and for all eternity, they live inside of you Mira, never forget that. The young woman sniffed as her teary gaze focused on the smiling man beside her. They will never be forgotten by you, nor will their sacrifice be in vain, we will make sure of that, Mira. The mage nodded slightly, though she still had a hesitate gleam in her eyes. It's just, if this is to become my new family, then I would have liked to have a memorial of my old life. I lost everything, I have nothing left, not even a small thing like a picture of my guild. Naruto scratched his chin as he saw the sad look edged on her face. He could do something about that, now that he thought about it, creating inanimate things was easy for him after all. Maybe I can do something for you, Mira. He gave her a gentle smile as her beautiful eyes gazed into his own. You want something to remember them, something from your past which was destroyed. If that's the case, with your help, I can give you what you want. How? Just trust me, okay? Now close your eyes and focus on the thing you wish for. Mirahin followed his lead, although she slightly flinched when she felt his hand on her forehead. Only imagine what you want and leave the rest to me. Naruto then focused on Mira's thoughts and stretched his free hand out. Only seconds later did he see what the woman was thinking of and gathered his yin-yang chakra into his open hand palm. He smiled when a small object took shape. Now open your eyes, Mira. The woman did as she was told and gasped loudly the moment her eyes laid side on his hand. A thick book was situated on his open hand palm, a book she remembered just too good. Naruto smiled as her shaking hands moved to touch the book and he carefully laid it on her lap. Mirahin softly caressed the words on the cover, her eyes not believing the sight. Fairy tale. It was the old photo album of her guild, something she thought she would never be able to see again, but here it was, right in front of her eyes. It truly is. Naruto was glad when he saw the smile on her face, patting her shoulder. The man slowly got up. I'll leave you some privacy Mira, alright. But before he could fully get up, a slender hand caught his arm, preventing him from moving. Would you maybe remain here? I could show you my old guild. His surprised expression quickly morphed into a happy one. Smiling gently, he leaned back into the couch. Of course Mira, I would love to. Sniffing lowly, Mirahin opened the cover of the album. Immediately, a picture of her entire guild graced their eyes. Her eyes watered as she remembered the day it was taken, only 2 days after their return from Tenryjima. Her delicate fingers traced down the faces of every single member of her old guild before she arrived at her siblings' forms, my younger brother Elfman, and my little sister Lisana. Naruto wrapped his left arm around the sobbing woman's frame. Only moments later did Mirahin lean her head on his shoulder, her teary eyes never leaving the happy faces of her deceased guild members. Tell me Mira, let it all out. The young mage sobbed quietly before she nodded, and for the rest of the evening, he listened to her. He listened when no one else could. The following day, noon, highest building of Kuo City, Japan. A strong wind blew over Kuo City. A storm was slowly making its way over the eastern coast of Japan, as the gray clouds could already be seen miles over the ocean. The sunshine slowly losing in strength, the streets of Kuo became deserted very quickly. Naruto's gaze was solemnly fixed on the upcoming storm front. His spiky hair blew with each wind gust, as well as his long black trench coat. The transcendent did not react, as a lone lightning illuminated the sky above the ocean. It was still miles away from reaching Kuo, so he did not deem it necessary to search for shelter just yet, not that he needed to anyway. He sighed deeply. He had an uneasy feeling these last few days. Something was bound to happen, he just knew it. The question was what, but he could bet that it would be something really bad. Unfortunately, neither Zetsu nor himself had been able to find anything about this strange feeling, which lay in the air. It troubled him greatly, just like some of his inner thoughts, which slowly resurfaced after centuries of suppressing them. Naruto did not turn his head as a silver glowing magic circle appeared several feet behind him. Only moments later did Gracia emerge from her magic transportation circle. The silver-haired beauty looked around before her eyes settled down on her lover, Naruto-kun. The former devil grew concerned, as the man did not answer right away. Walking up to him, she stopped to his right, Naruto-kun. She placed a delicate hand on his arm, trying to gain a reaction out of him. Her fiancé sighed before turning his head to look at her. Something in his eyes made her nervous. Something seemed to trouble him greatly, and that was never a good sign. Sorry babe, I'm a bit thoughtful these last few hours. About what? Seeing her curious expression made him smile slightly. About who I am, Grafiya-chan, about who I really am. The former female devil raised one of her delicate eyebrows as she processed the meaning behind his words. She already knew that the man in front of her had changed over the course of the last centuries from what he was before, but she always thought that her lover had accepted that fact. It seemed not, but she was curious why the sudden change now of all times. Why is this bothering you now, Naruto? I mean, you yourself said that it was a necessary change. You changed because time needed it. You lost everything that day. Of course you would not be the same any longer, but I fail to see the problem here. People change over time, so why do you care now? He did not answer right away, turning his gaze to look at the darkening sky. Is this because of Mira? Gracia hesitantly caressed his cheek, smiling a bit when he leaned into her warm touch. He nodded. Why? I thought you liked her company, maybe a bit too much to my liking, but nonetheless I saw you last night keeping her company. It seemed quite important to Mira, so I did not want to intrude on you, but I failed to see why she seems to be the source of your current sorrow." Naruto hummed softly before sneaking an arm around her waist, bringing her closer to his frame, the woman not resisting in the slightest. A small smile sneaked upon her lips as she snuggled against his warm body. "I am happy for the moment I shared with Mira last night. She needed to get her fears off her shoulders, and more so a person who willingly wanted to listen to her. She did a huge step last night, and I think she is ready to finally move on to let the past behind her. I'm happy for her, I truly am. So why are you like this?" "It's complicated. I have time." Naruto chuckled as he gazed down at his fiancée, who looked at him with a smug expression. She was really cute now and he loved it. "Alright my love, can't really deny you, huh?" Gracia only smiled a bit wider. The former shinobi took a deep breath before, after a moment of silence, he spoke in a low voice. "I hate the person I have become, Gracia." The silver-haired woman raised her eyebrows at his words, her confused eyes looking up at his impassive face. She could see the mixed feelings glowing in his eyes. Leaning her head against his shoulder, she ushered him to continue, trying to understand why he felt so. "When I spoke with Mira last night, when she told me of her past, her family and guild, I was amazed that, even though she lost them all, she still managed to maintain her gentle and caring personality. That truly surprised me, to be honest. Mira is so much stronger than I used to be." "You're strong, Naruto. What are you talking about?" To make her point, she pinched his cheek, although this time she did not really get a reaction out of him, only a pained smile. "Stop making yourself less than you truly are. It's the truth, Gracia. I was never strong to begin with. Yes, I may have reached a level of strength that easily surpasses most beings in this universe, maybe even in the cosmos, but that alone is not enough. Long ago I felt strong, when I was still my old self. I may have been a naive and truly dumb fool, but that did not bother me, to be honest." His eyes gained a hollow gleam. "I lost myself over the course of the years, and now, I only feel like a shell of my former self. I'm no longer the Uzumaki Naruto I used to be. I cannot be him any longer." "Why not?" Gracia did not like to see the sad gleam in his eyes. "The person you have become isn't bad either, Naruto. True, some of your methods had been less than honorful and quite cruel, but at least you're doing it to protect us all. Sacrifices always need to be made. Yours was only the loss of what you used to be, and I can't blame you. Everyone would have changed after witnessing what you were forced to live through, my love." The man only chuckled bitterly, and yet Mira seems to still be the same sweet girl she used to be, despite what she had seen and suffered. His fiancée closed her eyes, her thoughts drifting towards the ivory-haired mage. Even though her world suffered the same fate, you cannot compare her to you, Naruto. You lost everything. You are the sole survivor of your world, and don't hold it to me, honey, but your weird friend Zetsu cannot really be counted as a survivor. Mira, on the other hand, although having lost her whole family and friends, still has some people who she can talk and relate to. She wasn't exactly alone like you were for the first 100 years, Naruto. You had no one till we met, till you found me." He tightened his embrace around her delicate frame, making her smile softly. "You may have changed compared to who you were, but that isn't a bad thing, Naruto. It is only natural for you to have changed. I don't understand why that matters to you now of all the times. Naruto, Mira alone cannot be the sole reason." The man sighed deeply. "I had these thoughts since a long time now, but with Mira's presence here, they resurfaced quite drastically. I didn't speak much about my past life with you. Some part of me really wanted to forget about it, who I was before all this happened, but now, I realize that I am unable to simply erase them. I thought it was for the better. My old naive personality would do no good for this world, and the ideals of a perfect world I once carried were only mere wishes. They could have never succeeded fully. I was too naive to see the truth, just like always." Gracia bit her bottom lip as she heard him talk this way. She did not like to hear him speak in such a way. Her lover could only offer her a slight smile, though it looked quite forced. "I told you some parts of my life, how I used to be, how I used to think of the world. I was quite the unique shinobi if I'm honest with myself. When I started to train in becoming a shinobi, I was naive and dumb. Traits I maintained during my whole career. I knew I wasn't the exact prime example of what a shinobi should be, but I was happy with myself. You know, I did not want to become like others. I wanted to believe in the good sides of our world." He paused for a moment. "I wanted to find my own path to take, as I didn't want to end like most of the shinobis I've come across. I haven't told you about my first real mission I undertook as a fresh shinobi, haven't I? That experience was life-changing for me, Gracia, as my former naive beliefs were somewhat shattered during that faithful mission. My view of the shinobi world had changed drastically. For the first time, I saw what it truly meant to be a shinobi, and it really disgusted me. I did not want to become like most. I did not want to be known as a simple weapon. I still wanted to believe in the good sides of human nature. It was then that I promised myself never to become like the foul world I seemed to have been born into. A noble decision, is it not?" "Back then it was." Naruto gazed down at her curious eyes. "For my whole life, I followed that credo. I became my own version of what a shinobi should be, and for that I was often laughed at and told what a failure of a shinobi I truly was, but I never wavered in my belief. I never went back on my promise. I became strong over the following years. I fought against opponents far stronger than myself and always managed to come out victorious. I realized that most people still had a good side deep inside them. Despite what they had done during their life, I saw their good intentions, and somehow, I managed to bring them out of their wrong belief and just to follow their own heart and dreams. You know, Grafiya-chan. We shinobis are tools to kill, sabotage, infiltrate and protect our homes from the shadows. But I never killed a single person, and I was proud of that fact. I never brought death upon my enemies. It seemed to me like the good things in the world always managed to surpass the evil deeds, and I was hopeful that my sensei's wish and mine for peace could be achieved. And then, the former Jinchuriki placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, and peace came. It truly came in the end. And were you happy back then? Her lover did not respond, and much to her displeasure, he broke the warm hug with her and slowly walked away before stopping at the edge of the roof. She already wanted to ask once more before his low voice stopped her, not seeing the bitter smile on his lips. Happiness is never easy to gain, but it is much easier to lose once obtained, my love. Nothing in this universe is eternal, though most of us will never know for sure. His words hurt her as she lowered her head, the gleam in her usual shiny silver eyes taking a darker hollow shade. Grafiya bit her bottom lip. Naruto, why are you like this? I mean, why does it matter to you if you changed? I know I cannot understand how you feel about this, but you should know that I fell in love with this Naruto right here, not the one you used to be. That alone should be enough, should it not, Naruto-kun? The man did not reply immediately, but the woman could see him nod slightly. You're right, my love, as always, huh? I'm sorry for this, but it still does not help me when I look into the mirror. I despise the person who looks back at me. It's really starting to bother me much more, especially since, well, you know. Grafiya folded her hands in her lap. So, why don't you try to, I don't know, try to become a bit more like you used to be? Surely you can at least try to find yourself once more, or not? The following silence troubled her, more so since her fiancé did not move an inch. A strong wind came up and violently trashed his trench coat around. I can never be the same again, Grafiya. The silver-haired transcendent frowned. Why not? Naruto did not answer, but his right hand moved into his pocket and took something out of it. Grafiya saw a simple coin being presented to her, the silver piece already quite old, that much she could tell. What do you see, my love? The coin. The former shinobi nodded. And what trait does each coin have? Grafiya narrowed her eyes a bit, and after a moment, she gave him her answer. 2 sides. Exactly. His bitter smile became even wider. I am just like this coin, Grafiya. He could practically feel her questionable gaze upon him. I no longer have just one side, my love, no longer am I only Uzumaki Naruto. The former shinobi balled his right hand into a fist, making the coin disappear. Slowly, he turned his head to look at her. Grafiya grew uneasy as she saw his Rinnegan gazing deeply at her. Normally, it would make her feel safe, but not this time. This time something dark lurked inside his Dojutsu. These eyes I was blessed with have the power to control life and to a minor degree also death itself, the most powerful path of all, the Jido path, allowing the user to remain outside the realm of life and death. Most would say this ability is a gift of the gods, or rather the titans. That may be true, but I know the truth. It is not as simple as that. Death can never be controlled with these eyes, only delayed for a short amount of time. What are you getting at, Naruto? He pointed at his eyes. The Rinnegan was only meant to rule over life, not death. Grafiya, the power to create life is its most powerful ability. That was this Dojutsu's primary function and nothing else. The eyes of the very titan, who rules over all life forms. Naruto broke the gaze with the former devil. I would have been proud if it were only these eyes I gained control of. Despite my profession, I was always proud of the fact that I never killed a single person in my life. I treasured the gift that is life, and with the Rinnegan's ability to watch over it, I would have been satisfied, but no longer. Anata. No longer am I only the guardian of life. Grafiya hesitated before she took a few steps towards her man, but the moment he once more turned his head, she froze. A shocked gasp escaped her lips as she saw her fiancé's face. A cold shiver ran down her spine. Life is too fragile, too weak. Nothing remains forever, for I am more than life. I am. His once golden hair had become ash gray with several black strands in between, his tanned skin even darker, gaining a gray-bluish complexion. But it were his eyes that startled her. Those were no longer the eyes of the man she loved. Naruto's black lips formed into a pained smile as he saw her flinching form. His Rinnegan had all but vanished, replaced by deep yellow eyes with black pupils. His fiancée took a step back as she gazed into his eyes, devoid of any emotion. For I am. The wind carried the word across the whole world. Death. Hours later, deep underneath the human realm, complete and utter silence greeted Naruto as he walked across the narrow stony pathway, which seemed to go on forever. he still was not able to see his destination, not even from afar, but he was in no mood to hurry, he still had much to think about, that's why he decided to walk towards his destination and not bother Charon, the ferryman of the underworld, he wanted to take his time. Around him, one could only see utter darkness, even though he was deep underneath the earth's surface and the human world, he could not see the roof of this realm, not that it surprised him, after all, there was only eternal death that awaited those who ventured down here, an unholy greenish glow illuminated his path, coming from the rotten sea, enclosing the only passage to this world. Naruto only spared a brief glance at the countless pitiful souls that swam in the greenish sea, not minding the sorrowful and begging looks they casted at him, death had come and claimed them, never intending to let go of their souls for all eternity. Death was absolute, and no one, not even the creatures that called themselves gods, would escape the dark embrace. Something the gods of this world yet had to learn and realize, especially not this so-called god of the dead, no one escaped death, no one. The former Jinchuriki sighed deeply, recalling the last few moments, he could not help but feel like the worst kind of bastard to walk among this world, to put it blunt he felt like shit, and he was scared, something he never thought to feel again. He could not forget the fear he saw in his love's eyes the moment he told her of his secret, even though he had suspected that she would react the way she did, it still hurt to see those eyes, usually filled with trust and love, turned towards him. That had been the first time Gracia had shown fear towards his person, and it broke his heart, though, he did understand her. Fear was always the companion of death, something he grew accustomed to, but to see it in the eyes of the woman he loved with all his heart had been cruel. He could not bear the sight any longer, and vanished from the roof before the former devil could say something. Naruto knew that Gracia now had something to think about and needed some time alone, after all, he did keep a truly important secret from her, and he never kept something from his love, and yet he could not bring himself to give her the truth when it had happened, when he had become what he was now. And now, he paid the price for his weak resolve. Naruto gritted his teeth as he continued to walk his path, he just hoped that Gracia would forgive him, or else he would not know what to do without her after all. He was shaken out of his desperate musings the moment the hollow green glow became strong enough to temporarily blind him, before giving sight to the very heart of this realm. Tartarus, the great prison of the realm of the dead, the eternal and dark prison, where no living person ever escaped from, a huge constellation of ash-gray stone walls amongst the greenish sea, filled with the dead souls of countless humans, devils and other races. Death did not care for something as trivial as races after all. Naruto looked unfazed as he passed the huge open gate of the dark prison. It was not the first time he had come here, though he was the first person to ever leave these folds alive. Tartarus, the so-called prison of the Titans, if one could believe ancient human mythology, but he knew better, no prison could ever hope to hold the might of a single Titan. And yet the first Greek gods had claimed that this was the very place where they managed to imprison their own Titan parents. It seemed even gods needed to believe in their own lies if they wanted to have the respect of the lower realms. Even though this part of the myth was a lie, Tartarus remained however the deepest abyss of this realm where the souls of this dimension were judged, and those who had committed atrocious crimes were tormented for all eternity. The very place this god of the underworld chose as his personal residence, although not any longer. Ignoring the painful screams of tortured souls and the foul stench of fire and smoke, Naruto walked through the dark corridors, before finally arriving at a sealed stone door. With a simply touch of his hand, he transferred chakra into the door before it opened with a heavy loud. The transcendent stepped into the spacious room, hearing the door shutting itself behind him, yet his eyes were solemnly fixed on the lone creature in the middle of the weakly illuminated room, floating above blood-red flames. Well, a dark booming voice resounded through the chamber. Has my warden finally decided to grace me with his presence yet again? The cruel smile graced Naruto's lips, his Rinnegan staring deeply at his prisoner. One could think you missed me, something I find quite hard to believe given you wanted to kill me all those years ago. You always were a sour loser, were you not? Watch your tongue, whelp. You may hold me for the moment, but soon I will be free once more, and then, death will claim you. Your pitiful soul will give me immense pleasure to personally torture, Naruto. The former shinboy chuckled at the threat. Big words for someone who did not stand the slimmest chance against me. The arrogance of gods never ceases to surprise me, more so as it starts to annoy me a great deal. You do not seem to have learned your lesson yet, not even after near 50 years of being beaten and trapped in your own realm. Pitiful indeed, don't you think so, Hades? The once proud ruler of the realm of dead, now only a shell of his former glory. Hades, one of the Trinity gods of Olympus, one of the ancient Greek gods, the one who ruled over the dead, only growled deeper at the insult. He despised this blonde man so much, the one being apart from his two brothers who could stand against him and completely and utterly defeated, humiliated him by imprisoning the god in his own realm. Naruto smiled wider as he saw the deep hatred in the supernatural being's eyes. Given that the god of the dead was one of the strongest beings in this dimension, he felt fell quickly by his hands long ago, when he first stepped into this realm to claim it as his own. The Greek god, contrary to his brethren, had not taken the form of the humans they ruled over. Hades was, true to his realm, not made out of living flesh, as his sole appearance reminded of a skeleton, though the bones were of an ash-gray color. The once powerful god was clothed in a simple black robe, although it had seen better days. What do I owe this pleasure for, you despicable heathen? The void eye sockets in his skull did not reveal much, but the former Jinchuriki could clearly the deep hatred and the thirst for revenge. Naruto chuckled while stepping closer to the captured god, his amused gaze making the supernatural being even angrier. I don't have a real reason to come here, I fear just wanted to make sure you aren't up to something really stupid, nah. The blonde transcendent grinned when Hades tried to shake the restrictive bindings off, knowing that it was a futile task. He made sure that the powerful Greek god would never escape from this prison. Nearly a dozen of his created black rods, which he named Kuroibo, were pierced into the bones, constantly disrupting the being's power flow with his own chakra and making it impossible for him to escape. Although the countless fuins he had drawn on Hades' body to keep him immobilized might help with keeping him restricted, not to forget the purple barrier, which kept him sealed inside. As last resort, there would be no way for him to escape, not now, nor in the near future. Hades was too dangerous to let loose upon this world, at least not at a crucial time as this. Seeing the blonde man's grin, the deity growled, "Soon I will wipe that grin from your face, Naruto, you will pay for your insolence. No one dares to keep me imprisoned in my own realm, you will regret not to have killed me back then when we clashed, as I will come free, and then, you will feel my wrath, you fool of a human." Though narrowing his eyes, a golden aura started to envelop Naruto's body. "You make it sound as if you could actually kill me, Hades, and you still fail to see that you are completely at my mercy. Nothing you could do can stop me or even pose a threat to me. I think I made that very clear when I destroyed your precious army of Grim Reapers. If you do not start to become more cooperative, I might just have to kill you after all." Seething with rage, the Greek god gritted his foul teeth. "So why have you not, then? Or are you unable to kill a god after all, Naruto?" The former shinobi remained silent, his gaze solemnly fixed upon this so-called god of the underworld. Slowly, the blonde man floated into the air, now coming at the same height as his prisoner. "You ask why, my foolish friend, unable I am not, that much you should know after all. The only reason you are not dead by now is that appearances need to be maintained. You are an important part of this dimension, Hades, ruler of the dead, and your death may bring confusion to the rest of your brethren. The only reason you live is because you are part of the Trinity gods of Olympus, and your brothers and sisters will notice when you fade away from existence. I cannot allow them to know of my existence just yet, the time is still not right for that." Grinning once more, the former Jinchuriki clicked his tongue, "And I must thank you, Hades, because of your strained relationship with the outside world. None of them will ever come to look after you, knowing that you do not allow a single person to step into your domain, not even your own brothers, Zeus and Poseidon. How fortunate for me, is it not? You. Normally, I couldn't care less what a simple god, even though a powerful one for this world, does in his own realm, but you, I couldn't allow you to continue with your schemes. You wanted war, did you not? You want to destroy most of the races of this dimension, seeing them nothing more as unnecessary beings that no one would miss. Unfortunately for you, I cannot allow that to happen, as I have plans for all of them, so I had to neutralize you." Naruto chuckled. "You have a wicked mind, Hades. I fear the time down here has gotten to you, alone and forgotten, no one coming for you. The sad ending for a sad and hateful god such as yourself, my friend." Hades trashed against his bindings, wanting nothing more than to kill this insect in front of him. You won't get away with this treason, you miserable human. This world needs its death god more than anything else. You cannot enslave me for all eternity, as I will find a way out of here, and the moment I am free, I will come for you and your brethren. Death will come and consume you, Naruto, that I can promise you." A pregnant silence fell over the chamber, then, Naruto started to chuckle before fixating the Greek god with his rinnegan, his gaze hardening. "Kill me, you say?" The transcendent floated closer to the imprisoned deity, leaning forwards and easily passing the barrier, which kept him sealed inside. "You say death will come for me, that you, the embodiment of death, will claim my life and soul." Leaning closer until their faces nearly touched, a hollow and cruel smile sneaked upon Naruto's lips, while his eyes turned a deep yellow. "Foolish little god that you are, as you have yet to realize your true position. You have yet to realize who I truly am, Hades, god of the dead." The man practically sneered the last part. "You are nothing but an impostor, a weak replacement for this world's need of a god who looks after the fallen ones. You are not death incarnated, nor will you ever be." Raising his right hand, Hades became nervous as the fingertips were coated in a thick purple-black aura, A silent scream escaped the immortal god the moment Naruto's hand made contact with his left temple, dissolving the bone fragment immediately. You have yet to see what lies behind this world, tremendous forces, even greater than you can imagine. Gaining a wicked smile, the blonde transcendent let go of the injured Olympian god. For you should remember this, Hades the god of the dead will always bow to the rider of death, only I am true death incarnated, the one who will come and claim your lives at the very end of time. Hades could do nothing more than scream as for the first time in his long life, he experienced what true fear felt like and the true taste of death. The following day, at noon, Naruto's mansion, Kyoto City, Japan. Not much was spoken during lunchtime, all residents of the mansion were currently at table and slowly eating the wonderful food prepared by both Gracia and Mira. Normally, it was a good time to converse, but this time, one could feel the heavy tension, which currently engulfed the dining room. The women were cautiously observing their master at the head of the table, who was unhealthy quiet while he was eating. The same went for Gracia, who was seated on his left side. The silver-haired beauty simply stared at her plate, having not touched most of the food. The rest of the residents were casting glances at each other, not really knowing what this was about or how to react to the uncomfortable silence. Even Ikaruga, who often dared to tease both her master and his fiancée, that word always left a bad taste on her lips. Well, even the sword mage kept her mouth shut this time, something which Altier found really surprising if she was honest with herself. Already used to Ikaruga's attempts to bed their master, a rosy flush sneaked upon her cheeks as she thought about the blonde man who had saved her daughter figure and herself. It was Merity who could not take it any longer and finally started a conversion, mostly with Mira. The two other former Fiori mages quickly joined in, letting the two gloomy transcendents to their own. Now that the attention was not longer focused on them, Naruto allowed himself to look up, casting a brief glance at his silent fiancée. Feeling his gaze, the former devil crossed eyes with her man. They did not know how long they gazed into each other's eyes. Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat as he could still see the hurt in her eyes, so he quickly averted his gaze, not able to further look into her beautiful eyes. It was painful seeing his most precious person so distant and even fearful of him. It felt just like in his childhood, something he never wanted to experience again. The warm and petite hand, which could only belong to one person, soon found its way on top of his own and shook him out of his sad memories. His hesitant gaze met hers. Gracia gave him a small warm smile, knowing exactly what went through his mind, and tried to ease his fears regarding his mistake. Yes, she was hurt and had been somewhat afraid of him at first, but he was still her Naruto, the man she fell in love with, and nothing could change that fact. Smiling, he took her hand into his one. From the side, Mirahin smiled at the heartwarming scene, glad that the tension was finally or at least seemed to be over. However, a small part of her heart did hurt to see them like this. The mage bit her bottom lip, unseen by the others. It seemed to become like an ordinary meal after all. Yet suddenly, a terrible and dreadful feeling disturbed the peaceful atmosphere. Only seconds later did the mansion shake with terrible power, sending pots and pans to the ground, as well as many other decorations inside the house. What is this? Merity jolted from her seat, trying her best not to fall off her feet. An earthquake. Altier's eyes narrowed as she felt the powerful shocks, which made the house tremble. Similar thoughts went through the others' minds, though they doubted it was a simple earthquake. Naruto and Gracia were the only ones who felt the high explosion of magic, which was undoubtedly the source. Narrowing his eyes, the blonde transcendent teleported himself outside, now standing on the roof to look at the city. A shockwave strong enough to even be felt through my barrier. How can damn I can't even feel where it is coming from. Too much magic in the air for my sensory vision to work. Seeing the results of the now weaker growing shockwaves on the city of Kyoto, Naruto gritted his teeth. Zetsu. Not a moment later did his best spy emerge from the roofing tile, a serious gleam in his usually blank eyes. Go find what caused this. Hurry. Nodding, Kagaya's creation vanished. Casting a last look at the city where slowly smoke arose into the sky, his mind was reeling. Please don't be what I fear it to be, they must be safe. Minutes later, Kyoto, Japan. Zetsu's blank gaze became troubled as he watched the skyline of Kyoto, or what was left of it to be precise. This is not good at all. Kyoto used to be the capital city of many Yokai races living here in Japan. Due to the high concentration of ley lines deep underneath this region, it was the center and home to many Youkais, a huge and prospering city full of them, although many humans also lived here, who were of course unaware of the high magic density and the supernatural creatures they lived with side to side. Yet, they managed to live together in peace here, which was mostly due to their strong and dedicated leader. But now, a giant crater was all that was left of Kyoto. There was not even an ounce of magic left, having been dissolved into all directions due to whatever caused this disaster, and a disaster it was. Zetsu could not see or feel any life signatures, meaning that there there were no survivors. Several hundred thousands of Yaokais and humans dead in a span of only a few seconds. The question remained, what exactly happened here? Naruto won't like this, not if something happened to those two. Hours later, somewhere in the underworld. It was deep into the night, a howling and freezing wind being the only sound in the desolate area. An old and ruined castle, carved into the cold stone of the mountain range, was the only sign of civilization in these forsaken lands. The once glorious castle had seen better days, having not been used since the reign of the original Yondaimao, but that had come to an end. Some weak lights were seen through the broken glass windows, one could faintly hear the sounds of hundreds of steps and the barks of orders deep inside the ruined building. Life had come once more to these lands, and soon, this once glorious castle may become the capital residence of the old ones again. It was only a matter of time. Deep inside, underneath the great hall, the sounds became louder. Countless torches illuminated the spacious vault room and the people inside. The lone figure was chained to the elevated platform in the middle of the room. It was a woman, to be precise. Her slender arms were chained to the ground, while several magic seals were visible on her skin, making it impossible for her to call upon her power. The woman did not move an inch as the rumbling of the assembled devils started to weaken. She did not move, even as she heard the footsteps of a single person drawing nearer. "Have you grown accustomed to our hospitality, my dear lady?" The cold voice made her blood boil, knowing very well that the man mocked her. The countless bruises and fresh wounds on her usually flawless skin were proof of her treatment here. The woman shook with rage. These last hours had been so degrading for her, especially since they still held her daughter somewhere down here. Oh, how she wanted to tear this despicable fool apart with her claws. Where here is she? The man gave a charming smile. "For the moment, she lives, and she will live if you continue to be so cooperative, my dear." Chuckling at the dangerous growl coming from his prisoner, the devil stepped closer to her. "Now, let's have a nice little talk, shall we?" Taking her chin into his right hand, the man forced her to look him into the eyes. "You are quite the beautiful woman, if I dare say so, even though you are a filthy yokai." The woman wanted to shake his filthy fingers off, but having no power left, she was forced to endure his mocking presence. "Isaka." The yokai woman growled even louder the moment this despicable devil dared to speak her name, all the while wearing that damn smile on his face. Rizavum Live and Lucifer, the last heir to the original Lucifer, smiled wider as he took in her appearance, seeing Isaka, the proud and strong leader of the now nearly extinct Kyoto Yokai faction, in this state made him quite happy. Most of her injuries had not healed even till now. Her usually slender body covered with many black bruises and even fresh cut wounds, while her tattered red kimono hung loosely around her perfect body. Her silky dark golden hair, which went down to her butt, was dirty and stained with several dried blood patches. Her delicate facial features distorted with the pain and sorrow she felt, while her golden yellow eyes glared defiantly at her capturer. Her bloody lips warped into a scowl. The silver-haired devil chuckled. "You were quite the strong foe, my dear Isaka, a bit stronger than I expected, but that should not have been so surprising considering the endless amount of magical power you had at your disposal, and yet, you fell so easily in front of my strength. Such a pity I had to destroy your precious home, but you did not leave me with much choice, my dear." Blaring bloody murder, Isaka spat in his face. The heir of the original Satan did not lose his smile as he wiped the mix of blood and spit off. It was good that she still had her temper, or this would not be as satisfying. The mighty Kyuubi, reduced to this, quite the amusing sight, don't you think so too? Struggling against the bindings, the Yaokai leader tried to free herself, however the restricts around her ankles, wrists and even her 9 golden furred tails did not bulge. A futile struggle, my dear, I made sure that you would not be able to escape. Your exceptional Yaokai reserves won't do you any good in this situation, I fear. So, now that this has been cleared, shall we talk in a more civilized manner, perhaps? The super devil watched her struggle with a smug smirk. What is it that you want, you fiend? Her eyes narrowed even more when the man scratched his goatee. "Quite forward, aren't we? Yet, I cannot blame you, Isaka, at least. You should know what you are about to create." The woman tensed at his words, knowing that whatever was about to happen would not be good. "Now don't make that face, my dear, you should be happy instead, after all you are going to start a new era today." Smiling, Rizavum stroked her long luscious hair. Isaka flinched at his filthy touch. "Did you perhaps wonder why I personally came after you? Of course you are special after all." Once more grasping her chin, a bit more forceful this time, he caressed her bloody lips with his thumb. "Have you known that magic itself, the very magic most of us use, is not that strong compared to another source of energy? Yes, magic itself is not as potent as chakra, my dear, the very chakra that is inherent to all Yaokai races." The silver-haired devil smirked wider. "Given that you are currently the strongest Yaokai with truly high chakra reserves, you happen to be the ideal test subject for my little plan, Isaka. You will help me fulfill my master's wish. You, my dear, will open a portal for me." What are you talking about, T? "You don't need to play innocent, my dear." Rizavum snapped the fingers of his free hand. "You know what I am talking about, do you not? He has warned you after all, and I cannot help but be truly happy about that fact. You probably haven't realized this, Yasaka, but your chakra has become even more potent, and that only because you've come into contact with that creature, this last survivor, or would you prefer I call him by his name, my dear? The nine-tailed Yaokai widened her eyes at his words. He could not know about him. He should not know, no one knew, and yet I see you realize now, yes, he truly has such a pure and unique chakra, far more powerful than anything you Yaokais can have. Luckily for my humble plans, his presence has slightly changed your own chakra, making it more potent and more like his own, not as powerful as his, but it will do for the moment. Rizavam took great satisfaction as he saw the desperate gleam in her eyes. You start to realize how bad it stands for him, do you not? He won't stand in my master's plans. He is but an ant ready to be crushed. He is not as strong as he believes himself to be, nor did he believe that my new master would remain ignorant to his existence in this dimension. Glaring at the man, Yasaka tried to bit his thumb off, but only got a mocking smirk in return. You're wrong. Naruto-kun, he will come, and he will end you. I wonder about that, my dear. Looking around, the true Lucifer heir feigned a confused expression. Or have you seen him around perhaps? Did you not wonder why he hasn't come to yours and your daughter's rescue? Should he not have come during our little fight? Foolish woman, his so-called teleportation ability is powerful indeed, I give him that, but it has a weakness. He can only teleport himself to you if he felt the mark he placed on you react. I simply needed to erase his marking when we first made contact, so in fact, he does not even know what exactly happened to you, although, the destruction of Kyoto should have his attention by now. Asaka sneered at the mention of her destroyed home. The people she had sworn to protect had paid the price for her failure, and now, everything apart from her daughter and Naruto were gone. Her daughter, Naruto-kun, will definitely come for us, he promised us, and he never breaks his promises. By my such devotion, and this from you of all people, he must have truly impressed you. Such a pity, you would have made a fine ally, but I fear, you have already chosen whose side you will die on. A pity indeed. Shaking his head, he let go of her chin. Do not forget that your little daughter's life is at stake, Yasaka. You surely do not want that something happens to her. The bastard, gritting her sharp teeth, she shot him a deviant glare. You hurt a single hair of my daughter, and I swear, I will kill you. Chuckling, her capturer waved the threat off, as expected from a loving mother, and yet, Rizavam bowed down till their faces were only inches away, his amused eyes crossing Yasaka's hateful ones. You should do what is best for your young daughter. She only lives because I find myself merciful, and maybe her life is enough to keep you motivated. Struggle as much as you want, my dear Kitsune, but you will help me. Oh, how she wanted to wipe that smug expression off his damn face. The time has finally come for you. You will do the first step in my master's plan, and just maybe, Lord Kil'jaeden will grant you a quick death, my dear. Snapping his fingers once again, a magic circle appeared several feet behind him. Standing up to his full height, the super devil stepped to Yasaka's left side, giving her a clear view about what was happening in front of her. The nine-tailed Kitsune watched suspiciously as slowly three pillars emerged from the ground, each situated at the edges of a triangle. The pillars themselves were black at the base, but as they rose in height, they seemed to be made out of bilious green crystal. Yasaka wrinkled her eyebrows at the strange sight. The first prototype, my dear. Rizavam's amused voice shook her out of her musings. Not perfect, I fear, but it will do for the beginning. It took quite some time to gather a good amount of the rare Adatium crystal, the only material in this dimension to conduct high amounts of magic, or in this case, chakra. With another snap of his fingers, several red glowing magic circles appeared on Yasaka's skin. Before she could react, her world exploded in pain. Ah, the son of Lucifer watched gleefully as Yasaka's chakra was slowly stolen away. Moments later did the three pillars start to glow. More and more of her chakra was taken away from her, feeding the ever-growing portal that started to form in between the pillars. The nine-tailed Kitsune wriggled uncontrollably as she became weaker with every second, her mouth wide open in a silent scream. Yasaka was slowly losing consciousness, not able to withstand the horrible pain and the loss of her waste chakra reserves. The last thing on her mind was her loving daughter and the faint hope that Naruto would come to save them. Then came the darkness. Meanwhile, Rizavam solemnly focused his gaze at the growing portal. Yes. It works at last. Only a bit more, and then, the unholy greenish light the portal emitted became strong enough to temporarily blind every devil in the vault before he felt it. The dark tremendous energy signature flooded the room, making most of the people inside fall to their knees. Even Rizavam was affected by the ominous aura, and yet, he smirked. He had fulfilled his first mission after all. The demonic portal glowed a deep red before a shadow-like figure emerged from it. Rizavam watched with rapt fascination. The sight of a being far more powerful and terrific than he ever thought possible. The sight of a true demon, and what a sight it was. The creature was far bigger than the average human body, with quite the muscular build. The skin of the demon was black-reddish, while his chest, shoulders, forearms and legs were protected by black-colored armor with silver ornaments, a simple red loincloth covering his waist. Instead of normal feet, the demon had dark-colored hooves and 4 long claws as fingers. From its shoulder blades, 2 bat-like wings sprouted, giving it an even more imposing appearance. The demon's face turned into a snarl, shoving off its razor-sharp teeth, while its deep green glowing eyes scanned through the weak illuminated room, the pointed ears trying to memorize every new sound. Its appearance was completed by 2 black horns that sprouted from its forehead. Finally, its gaze fell upon the last son of Lucifer, who quickly bowed in front of the extraterrestrial being. "So you are the little devil our Lord Kil'jaeden happened to recruit for our cause." Rizavum bowed even deeper, clearly intimated by the cold and deep demonic voice. He nearly puked at the demon's mocking glare. The pitiful creature indeed. But what can we expect from this part of the cosmos, such weak-minded creatures? The portal glowed once more and soon, 2 further demonic signatures emerged from it. "At least it did manage to open a portal for us. That was the least we expected it to achieve, brother." The first demon merely grunted at his brother's replies. He casted his attention once more at the super devil, analyzing his kneeling form. "At least, you are not useless to us. Maybe you do have a place amongst us, but your true value still needs to be proven. We should start at once. This world still needs to be prepared for our Lord's arrival." To Chandrius. Indeed, Rizavum now knew the name of the first one. Turning his attention to his 2 brothers, Chandrius balled his claws to a fist. "This world is still so young, so unprepared, yet we have time. Our main forces are still consuming several other dimensions by now, so we can't play a little while with these pitiful races, my brothers." A short silence enveloped the room. Melganus, the second black-green colored demon, nodded. Belnazar, the last arrived black-purple colored demon, smirked darkly. Gazing at the weaker growing portal, Chandrius snarled, "It seems we were the only ones of the first wave who made it through, but it matters not. For we are the Nathrazim and soon, we will take command of this world until our lords arrive." The 3 dreadlords were already leaving the vault with Rizavum in tow before they stopped and glanced back at the portal, which glowed another time. A deeper and terrifying voice resounded across the room. Chandrius narrowed his eyes before bowing slightly. So that filthy devil managed to fulfill his mission after all. The glowing light made place to a huge head that stared through the portal. 2 small green glowing eyes glared hatefully at the assembled devils, before focusing on the 3 Nathrazim. The lipless mouth with near hand-big dirty teeth formed into a mocking smirk. 2 large horns sprouted from the corner of the demon's mouth, the head being black-gray in color while greenish flames erupted from its forehead. Chandrius bowed once more. "I did not think you would honor us with your presence yet." The demon's head grunted while spraying green sparks from its mouth. "It may have been decided that the Nathrazim were to be the first to step into this world, but you should know that Lord Archimand is not as patient as Lord Kil'jaeden, nor should we keep our true master waiting for too long. After all, the one he wants to destroy above all has taken refuge in this dimension." The dreadlords tensed at the shared words. "You may be Lord Kil'jaeden's favorite guards, but you tend to take your time with enslaving your victims. Time Lord Archimand does not have, nor do I intend to wait until you find a way for a more stable portal. The reason I was tasked to help you." The demon's eyes glowed darkly. "For I am Manarath the Destructor, first of the Annihilin and Lord Archimand's right hand, and I shall grant you a gift." His dark chuckle filled the castle. "Please Naruto, just try to relax a bit, let's enjoy our date, shall we?" The blond man sighed heavily, leaning back into his chair while his gaze shifted across the whole room, only not to look into his fiancée's worried eyes. Grafiya could only watch as her lover tried to distract himself from his thoughts, not at all being able to simply relax like requested. It saddened her that he was not enjoying their date evening, but she should not be surprised, since learning about what happened in Kyoto the other day, her man had fallen into a depressive state, so to say. He had not slept all night long and constantly sent his cage buncheons out to search for those 2. Yet, he and Zetsu still had not found a clue of their whereabouts, not even with his impressive sensory abilities. It seemed they vanished from the face of the world, at least the human one. Had she not forced him to go out this evening, the blonde transcendent would still wander through the mansion, hoping for any new information, or most likely, he would go out to search them himself. Not able to leave this task to simply Zetsu and his clones after all. The silver-haired queen gave a sigh of her own. So much for the nice and quiet dinner they should have right now. The 2 of them were currently seated inside one of her favorite restaurants in the world, Le Meurice, being one of the best the human world had to offer. She appreciated the style of the hotel, reminding her of the time when Naruto took her to visit the Palace of Versailles. The beautiful time they shared, being one of the first times she actually traveled around the world, having only known the underworld in her earlier youth and then, of course, Japan. She especially loved the view on the Tuileries garden, now that it was dark outside. So romantic indeed. If only her man would start to enjoy himself, yet that seemed too much to ask after all, not with what had happened. Taking hold of her wine glass, the silver-haired beauty gracefully took a small sip, enjoying the taste of the cold liquid, while her silver eyes continued continued to remain on her lover. The blonde shinobi was dressed in one of the black suits she managed to purchase for him, knowing that Naruto did not have much of a fashion style after all, even for the simplest of things. Fortunately, the former Jinchuriki had her in his life. Given their usual outgo evening, Gracia had also dressed up nicely, one of the rare opportunities where she could feel like a normal woman, who could simply enjoy her time with the man she loved. Her delicate body was covered by a beautiful black dress, which barely hid her curvaceous figure from the many lustful stares she received since Naruto teleported them to Paris. The dress showed off her strong back, as well as her slender arms and a good amount of her generous cleavage, just as much as her long creamy legs. She had applied some minor makeup for their date. Apart from her ruby red lipstick, gray eyeshadow accentuated her silver eyes, while golden earrings and a silver necklace completed her appearance. Gracia did not enjoy the attention from the male population. If she was honest with herself, she should have asked Naruto to cast an illusion over them, just to ignore the stares she felt from all sides. She was still not proficient enough in the illusion field, or she would have cast one herself. Bad enough at this time, her man did not even try to scare them off, being too engrossed with the capture or possible death of two of his most precious people, Isaka and Kunu. The former devil frowned deeply as she recalled the two yaokeis from Kyoto, the two last nine-tailed kitsune still alive to these days, or more what she would like to believe given their current unknown location. She knew them very well, having met them on several occasions during the last decades, more so Yusaka since she and her lover shared history together. It surely must be over 50 years by now, at a time when she already traveled together with the former shinobi around the world, before finally settling down in Japan. It was their first time visiting the country, only a few years after the Second World War fought between the humans. Fortunately, Kyoto had been one of the few cities spared by the American bombardments, and as such had preserved its unique and many temples. It had been the perfect refuge for the many yaokeis living in Japan, and even for hundreds of others who came from all the corners of the world. At the time they visited Kyoto, the last descendants of the Kitsune clan still ruled over the city. It was one of the oldest and most powerful yaokai tribes in the world, next to the vampire tribes, and the strongest of them were the rare nine-tailed kitsunes. Even though the clan was composed of several hundreds of members, there were only a handful of special kitsunes who managed to gain 9 tails in their life. Given their tradition, it were those 9-tailed members who ruled over the tribe, as well as the whole of Kyoto, with its immense yaokai population, as well as the immeasurable source of magic energy underneath the city. Yet time had taken a toll on the strongest yaokai clan, and in the middle of the 20th century, only the royal family and a handful of minor kitsune families had survived. She did not know much of the yaokai history, but she had heard that not that long ago, there had been a civil war between the different yaokai races, similar to the civil war that shook the underworld nearly a century before. Many lost their lives in the midst of the war, before the previous Kyoto leader finally managed to bring peace again, but the price to pay had been too high for the old clan. The silver-haired devil still remembered the first meeting she and Naruto had with the old nine-tailed kitsune Kenji. At first, it had been quite an awkward situation, given that she was a devil, and her race did not exactly have the best of relations with the yaokai tribes at that time, but the leader of Kyoto had been far more interested and wary of her blonde-haired companion. She still did not know how he had managed to feel something from Naruto, since his aura and power could not be felt in this world, not even by the gods and Buddhas. Maybe it had something to do with instinct. After all, the yaokai races depended and listened far more to their instincts than devils or angels did. Nevertheless, despite the tensed first meeting, Naruto managed to persuade Kenji of their good intentions. They were allowed entrance to the Kitsune estate in Kyoto. It was the beginning of a mutual friendship, and Gracia could still remember the satisfied expression on Naruto's face, knowing that they had just gained a strong and dependent ally for the future. It was during that evening when they first met her, Kenji's only child, his little daughter Yusaka. Just like her father, she had been born with 9 tails, marking her as a royal pure-blooded Kitsune yaokai, and the next heiress should her father pass away, and the next leader of Kyoto she would be, given that she and her father were the only 9-tailed kitsunes left in the world. Yusaka's mother died during the last days of the Civil War, shortly after giving birth to her. Kenji had been too late to save his wife, but at least his daughter survived the mists of war. His line was secured, but since the end of the yaokai civil war, his daughter was constantly the target of assassination attempts from other yaokai tribes, who were not happy with the outcome of the war. Unfortunately, Kenji was not the youngest any longer. The loss of his beloved wife, and the years of gruesome warfare, had left him tired of fighting, even though most of the yaokeis living in Kyoto still respected and viewed him as their true leader. The arrival of Naruto and their concluded alliance came at the right moment. His daughter Yusaka was 6 years old that time, the child instantly drawn towards her Naruto Ijiji as the child liked to call him, and now that Gracia thought about it, it was probably due to Yusaka that they decided to stay here in Japan. It was Naruto's decision, and she did not dare to disagree with him, since it had been the first time she actually saw a true genuine smile on his face whenever he played with little Yusaka. Kenji, seeing his happy daughter, did not take long to ask the former shinobi to be her godfather, to which he accepted with a smile on his face. Gracia sighed, a small smile gracing her delicate features. Her lover was truly good with children. He would definitely be a good father in the future, a father to her own kids when the time was right. Yet they didn't settle in Kyoto, as Naruto was concerned that the thousands of yakuza living there might notice his presence, and he wanted to remain in the shadows for the time being. Even though they made a home in Kuo City, Naruto constantly visited the Kitsune estate in Kyoto, where he placed one of his Hiraition marks. The blonde transcendent quickly became Yasaka's most favorite person, next to her father of course, and as time passed by, the once little girl grew into a beautiful young woman. Yasaka ought to follow in her father's footsteps, as his will to live weakened with each passing year. Kenji had done his best to prepare his daughter for the seat she would take over, and he was very proud of her. His daughter had surpassed him by the time she reached her 20th birthday, and knowing that she was in capable hands and prepared for duty, the old nine-tailed kitsune finally passed away, ready to meet his ancestors again. Naturally, despite knowing of her father's wish to die and reunite with her mother again, Yasaka had been devastated by the loss of her last family member, and without Naruto's loving care, she would not have been able to fulfill her destiny as Kyoto's new leader. The death of her beloved father left a deep hole in her heart, and much to Grafia's ire. The once young girl shifted even closer to the one person who now meant the world to the last royal kitsune. Grafia frowned inwardly. She did not exactly know when it had happened. Of course, she had been aware of Yasaka's growing crush on Naruto when she was still a growing girl. Yet she had not thought of the possibility that this crush might grow into something more with time. It might have been a simple childhood crush at the beginning, but with the death of her father, Yasaka's only pillar of comfort had been the blonde transcendent. Her feelings only grew as time passed on, and she could not simply see the man as her godfather any longer. Yasaka learned to love him, first as a surrogate father and family member, then as her only and best friend before she came to view him as a possible mate. Gracia could not fault the young kitsune leader. After all, power attracted, and when someone got to know Naruto at a closer base, to see and experience his loving and caring side firsthand, it was really difficult not to grow feelings for him. The same had happened to her after all. Despite her duty as Kyoto's leader, Yasaka never wavered in her desire to get even closer to the former shinobi and make him fall for her, even though it might have been a bit awkward for him to fall in love with someone he saw and helped to grow up, but it did not matter to the last nine-tailed kitsune, as she was convinced to have found her soulmate. Needless to say, the tension rose between his longtime follower, the silver-haired devil, and his protege, the still young kitsune female. Despite sometimes watching over and playing with Yasaka herself while she was still but a child, Gracia did not sit idly by as the yakuza female tried to seduce her man, even though said man was not hers at that time. She had fallen for him some years prior ago, yet she had not tried to voice her feelings for her savior, who still had his own problems to deal with. She could still remember how he was at the beginning of their travel, drowned in his own sorrow and guilt, without a proper dream or goal to achieve. It had been quite sad for her to see him like this, yet over time, the more time they spent together, the more he valued his life again. It was but a matter of time when he started to fight again, fight for this world, her home for her. Taking another sip of her wine, the silver-haired beauty recalled the time when things started to go sore between Naruto and Yasaka. The blonde man had not been obvious to Yasaka's growing feelings for him at that time. However, Naruto had already grown feelings of his own towards his silver-haired companion, and as such, he saw himself quite in a pitch, although Gracia was pretty sure that he might also have felt and might still feel something towards the golden-haired kitsune woman, despite his claims that nothing was going on between him and his former godchild. Yet when the time came, Naruto chose her. It had been the happiest moment of her life when he confessed to her. But that had not been the case for Yasaka. The young yakuza had been heartbroken and crestfallen by his rejection of her love. As such, she forbid them from entering Kyoto for the rest of their lives, distancing herself from her former godfather and love of her life. Gracia could not really blame her, knowing that it must have been hard for the female kitsune, and yet, she was happy that she was the one who managed to win his heart in the end, though, she could clearly see the hurt in her lover's eyes when he learned of Yasaka's dismissal of what they shared together since her childhood. It saddened him immensely, yet he did not try to force a renewal of their friendship, despite his desire to do so. He treasured his precious people above anything, and if it was Yasaka's wish not to see him again, he would comply with her wish, even if it meant losing a good friend in the end. His presence alone was probably too much for her to bear, and may even endanger her role as Kyoto's leader, something he did not wish for his former protege. Over the passing years, Gracia did not exactly know what happened in Kyoto, only that Naruto often vanished to look out for Yasaka, just because she did not want him around her. It mattered not to him since he promised her father to look after her, and he still valued his word. comfort. It helped that Yusaka did not force him to cancel the seals of his Hiraishin jutsu in her estate. She probably was aware that her godfather still had his watchful eyes on her. Maybe it was a reassuring thought for the female yokai, yet it did not help with healing her broken heart, so in order to forget about him, Yusaka got into relationship with one of the few surviving branch members of the Kitsune clan. It did not seem to be a stable or even loving relationship, as her heart surely still yearned for Naruto, yet knowing that he had made his choice. Even the blonde transcendent was not happy about this, so he left his former godchild alone for several years, only keeping a watch over the one Hiraishin mark he had planted on her person without her knowledge, paranoia perhaps, but Naruto was never one who allowed luck to determine his path, at least not any longer. Imagine his surprise when one day, Yusaka stood on the doorsteps of their mansion in Kuo City, and she had not been alone. Gracia let a small smile grace her lips as she thought of Kunu. Naruto was instantly drawn to the little bundle of joy. One could see his happiness now that Yusaka decided to be a part of his life again, and learning that he was to be Kunu's godfather. The former Jinchuriki was immediately fire and flame. Yes, her man was really good with children. A rosy flush sneaked upon her cheeks at the thought of having children of her own. Yet she could not keep a sinking feeling out of her heart as she saw Yusaka lovingly gazing at her daughter's interaction with her former guardian, more so the longing look in her eyes whenever she crossed Naruto's gaze. She still loved him even after all those years. It seemed that her relationship with that one Kitsune clan member had not been of success. They broke it off after only a few years, but Yusaka had been gifted with an heir or more an heiress for the throne of Kyoto. She had been happy to finally have a child of her own. Despite that nothing serious would happen with her lover, she had not really loved him in the end, seeing it more of a chance to forget about the man who had always been there for her. Yet it seemed that her heart had not moved on after all. But Naruto was more than happy to have her back in his life, and with a cute daughter nonetheless, he really loved Kunu, maybe even going so far to see her as his own child. Given that Kunu always called him Tu-chan, the three adults nearly had a heart attack the first time the little Kitsune called him that way. The surprise had been evident on her face and Yusaka's, more so the rosy flush that adorned the female Kitsune's cheeks, yet Naruto's reaction had been troubling to say the least. Truth been told, he did not react much, but Gracia had seen the shock in his eyes, followed by deep guilt and sorrow. She knew what he was thinking about at that time. He thought about his first family and his inability to protect them. Naruto had not really known what to say, but looking into Kunu's big innocent eyes made him forget, and he accepted her in his life as his daughter, swearing to protect her to his last breath. That was his promise to her, something he failed to keep in the end. Gracia bit her bottom lip. She could not fathom what he must be feeling right now. Her lover must truly suffer a great deal, knowing that he treasured his word above all. Some of the few traits he seemed to have retained from his previous life. Gracia knew he would always keep his promise, or at least do his uttermost to keep him, even if it seemed impossible to do so. He had promised Kenji to watch over his daughter, just as he had promised Yusaka to always be there for Kunu, and yet he had not been there when they needed him the most. That alone managed to make Gracia frown. The one who managed to defeat Yusaka even with all the magical power of Kyoto under her disposal must be truly powerful. He or she even managed to disrupt or cancel Naruto's Hiraishin mark so that he could not come to help. The fearsome opponent they failed to see till now. Naruto even dared to assume that the Legion might be behind this attack, even though how they managed to make contact to this world, her man did not know. But if this was the case, then things were coming far quicker into motion than Naruto or that Kagaya woman presumed at first. They were careless, and it was Yusaka and Kunu who paid the price for their mistake. Naruto Koi. Said man flinched the moment Grafia's tender hands landed on his left one, enclosing him in her warm touch. The former shinobi could not help but gaze into his love's worried eyes. He never wanted her to see him like this again, knowing that it broke her each time he succumbed to his guilt. He had done it often enough already. Giving a tired sigh, he leaned forward, laying his other hand on top of hers. I know what you want to say, my love. A small but fake smile sneaked upon his lips, making the woman frown inwardly. She truly hated these smiles of his. It feels like back then with my first family, you know. I really failed them, and now it happened again, despite my promise to not let it happen again. Not in this world, at least they counted on me. Gracia and I deserted them. Stop speaking like this. Her lower lip trembled. You know I hate it when you are like this. You're trying to shoulder everything alone once again. I am here too, you know. You can always speak to me. You can trust me, honey. I promise to remain by your side, in good times as well as in bad times, so please don't let this eat you away. You suffered once, you won't be able to survive a second time. Don't do this to me, Naruto, please. The blonde transcendent remained silent, only looking deep into her teary eyes. She was beautiful even when she cried, yet he preferred her strong and loving side far more. The former devil shuddered a bit as Naruto's hand wiped the first signs of tears away, before gently lifting her chin. Do not fear, my dear, I have not forgotten. It's just that I'm really scared right now, scared and worried, not knowing how they do or where I can find them, despite Zetsu's and mine's best efforts. That is the worst for for me I cannot come to their aid. The former devil leaned into his touch. Maybe you worry too much Naruto-kun. I am sure that they are fine. It is only a matter of time before we find them. I am sure of it. Her soft smile did lessen his pain a great deal. She really had a strong effect on him. He really wished to know how he deserved this woman, but he sure was not complaining. Naruto smiled while gently running his hand palm over her smooth cheek. His smile brought out one of her own. So shall we ask for the dessert cart? He nodded, seemingly at ease now or at least a tad happier, yet inwardly, he was far from reassured. I wish I had your confidence Grafiya-chan, I really wish I did. In the meantime, Naruto's mansion, Kuo City, Japan. A single light on the desk illuminated the spacious bedroom, casting a shadow towards the door of her single chamber. Night had fallen, as the few remaining weak rays of sunshine already vanished several minutes ago. Now, as she gazed through the window, she could see the full moon on the starlit sky. Such a beautiful sight to behold. Mira hummed softly, her attention shifted back towards the book on her desk, leaning her head onto her right hand palm. The former Fiori mage gracefully took hold of her freshly made tea, enjoying the warmth of the drink. Her eyes were drawn towards the countless pictures of her former guild, her friends and family. She did not know how much time had passed since she retreated back to her room, but it surely must be several hours already. She had bidden Gracia and Naruto farewell when they parted for their special date. A frown marred her beautiful face as she thought of her blonde friend. She did not know what exactly happened yesterday, but Naruto had become troubled ever since, something she did not wish to see. She did not want to see the sad and worried gleam in his usually beautiful eyes. Strange eyes, yes, but to her, they were simply beautiful and always managed to calm her soul. She really wished to know what had happened for her savior to become so crestfallen. She was not the only one who was worried for him. The other residents, especially Ikaruga, wanted to help him, yet Gracia politely refused and said she would tend to his needs. Mira had seen the smug look the silver-haired beauty shot at the sword mage, making said woman scowl with disdain. The eternal catfight, yes, one could call it a catfight from her point of view, between the two powerful women, although, it was quite funny to watch, and whenever the two had butted again, she could spend a bit more time with Naruto, who always tried to escape without their notice, given that he never objected to her presence, made the former fairy tale member really happy. Yet this time, even she felt the same way as the former dark mage. She could not really explain why, but the sight of her savior and his fiancée leaving for a date made her quite sad, although she did not openly vocal her displeasure like Ikaruga had done. Mira only hoped that Gracia somehow managed to cheer the man up. She liked his happy and somewhat clumsy attitude far better after all. Shaking her head, the takeover mage continued to look through Fairy Tale's yearbook. A sad smile graced her lips as she saw the happy and cheerful expressions on each of her deceased friends' faces. There were many pictures of herself with every member, so many memories float her mind as she gazed at each and every picture. Gray in his habit to randomly strip while Juvia stared at him with hearts in her eyes. Anna as she drowned several jugs of booze down, being only second to her father Gildert's, the two engrossed in their drinking contest. Natsu and Gajiel fighting after one of the latter's horrible song performances, while Happy and Lily cheered their respective partners on. Urza, her former rival, as she beat down Nab and her brother Elfman for spilling her favorite cheesecake on the floor. The single tear fell on her desk, followed by several more. They really had much fun back then, so many adventures they shared till that fateful day. Lucy and her sister Lysanda posing for one of Rita's famous paintings. Jed and Droy fawning over Levi while she tried to decrypt a rather difficult ancient book. And there were so many pictures of the famous or rather infamous brawls inside the guild hall. Mirahan giggled as she saw a picture of Master Makarov crying over the destruction of his beloved guild while desperately ordering his grandson Laxus to make them stop at last. Yes, they had been a rather destructive bunch of friends, especially Natsu and Urza, but in the end, that never really mattered. It had been fun that way, and she would forever cherish the fond memories she still had. Her friends would never be forgotten. Naruto was right. It was impossible to forget about them. The precious moments they shared would forever be part of her. They still lived on in her heart. As long as she still drew breath, Fairy Tail would survive. She was pretty sure her guild would want her to live on, to find happiness once again, to find a home like she did in Fairy Tail. And she did find a home after all, with new friends and surely more to follow in the future. Mirahan sobbed quietly. She knew what she had to do. She knew that it was but a matter of time until they came for this world too. She was not that naive to think that she could have escaped to fight them. Naruto, despite not forcing her, had told her quite frankly that the final confrontation between this world and the Legion would happen sooner or later. Naruto would need all the help he could get. Mira knew that he waited for her decision, something she came to term with. Maybe it had been weak of her to think of simply turning her back on the fight that was sure to shake this world, but the thought of facing those monsters again had terrified her. She was still scared, but she did not want to lose this newfound happiness. She had already lost one family to the Legion. She would not let it happen again. Wiping her tears away, the former Fiori mage gained a determinate expression. Fairy fairy tale would continue to fight, she would continue to fight for their sakes. After all, a fairy did never turn her back on friends and family. Hours later, midnight, Himalaya, Asia. The cold and freezing wind blew through the mountain chain, the current snowstorm making it impossible for any human to risk the dangerous climb. They preferred to seek shelter in the base camps spread across the long mountain chain. The weather had changed drastically over the last few days, as the ever stronger growing snowstorm kept the Himalaya in a cold grip. No further expeditions could be made. A single mountain overtopped the whole chain, although its peak could not be seen at the moment. Deep gray clouds made it impossible to see the highest mountain of this planet in all its glory, a sight many would like to see at least once in their lives. Mount Everest. Not many ventured this far. Death was a constant threat in this environment. The human race liked to believe that they knew everything. They thought they knew most of the dangers that lurked in this high altitude, yet the mountain held a secret none could have ever hoped to know. A secret which could mark the end of all living beings on this planet. The weapon that would finally be awakened to serve its master's desire. Deep inside the howling snowstorm, on the northern face of Mount Everest, a dark silhouette could be seen walking through the masses of snow and ice. The freezing wind did not hinder his walk, nor did the freshly fallen snow. The cold mattered not, only his mission counted. He would enjoy fulfilling his master's order, if only to see the death and sorrow of millions. And it would start with the human race. The creature snarled in disgust, his two black wings safely folded on his back to provide less attack field for the unforgiving wind. Such a despicable world he was brought to, populated by even filthier creatures that needed to be exterminated once and for all. The most useless of them all were the humans. Pathetic and filthy beasts. Mal'Ganis' deep voice resounded even through the crying wind. The Nathrazim grunted as he continued his march, his thoughts focused on these last hours since his arrival. He and his two brothers were to be the spearhead of the Legion, preparing this world for its ultimate fate, and finding the one who managed to displease the Dark Titan, the only being in the whole cosmos who managed to escape the Legion's might twice. The first phase had been a success. That miserable pawn of a devil managed to bring them to this world. Although the portal he created was less than perfect, it would take time for new reinforcements to arrive, but it mattered not in the end. A more reliable and stable portal would be needed, something his brother Tichondrius intended to pursue in due time. After all, it was not wise to let Lord Archimond wait. Shortly after their arrival, the three demons split up, leaving Rizavum with the task of using Manrus' accursed blood. He would better not disappoint them, or his death would be slow and painful. His brother, Tichondrius, the first of the Dreadlords, had taken an interest in these so-called gods, the weak spawns of the glorious and ancient Titan dynasty. It seemed they would provide a far better energy source for a new portal to be built, but he did not know the details. His brother surely knew what to do, as Lord Kil'jaeden trusted him far more than anyone else, except his fellow commander Lord Archimond and their ultimate master, the Dark Titan. Now that Tichondrius' attention was focused on these gods, their time had come, there would be no mourning for the godly realms. On the other hand, his brother Balnazar decided to play with a resident devil race in the underworld, one of the three great factions, yet far weaker and less influential than the different gods of this dimension. Balnazar always loved to play with his prey after all. He nearly pitied the devils, they would destroy themselves, eliminating themselves before the main force would arrive in this world. Unfortunately, this left Mal'Ganis with not much of a choice. Granted, the thought of corrupting these weak-minded angels seemed appealing, yet he did not want to infiltrate their realm, given that the one who created it was a direct descendant of the Titan Organon. To think that his child had sought refuge in this world long ago. And so his eyes fell upon the human world, a world he would enjoy watching burn. He had watched this world, traveled to several places to gain a general overview. What he saw was the weak-minded race of humans who thought the world was theirs to give and rule over, failing to see that they were in fact on the way to destroy themselves. A pitiful race indeed, destroying each other even without the Legion's influence, yet he had to accelerate that process. At least the countless different Yakai races also fell under his care. It would be fun corrupting them, turning them against each other. So many puppets to control, yet he had already a perfect idea of what to do. Unknown to many others, Lord Kil'jaeden already discovered this world long ago, but until now, the time was not right to unleash this new untested weapon. Mal'Ganis finally arrived at the summit of Mount Everest, now standing before a high cliff formation. The temperature had dropped even more with the drastic weather change. Not many would venture up here, as it would mean their certain death, but it would not be at the hands of Mother Nature any longer. The Dreadlord placed his right hand palm on the cold surface stone, his claws making screeching sounds as they scratched it. A quick pulse of his demonic energy and slowly, the heavy and thick stone gave way, making a path as if it was a living substance. The demon said nothing as he entered the newly formed tunnel, leaving the crying snowstorm behind. The cave to which he stepped into was completely frozen, countless stalagmites of ice hanging from the roof and threatening to pierce everyone that dared to come to this place. A desolate place it was indeed, but given that no living soul had ventured here it was understandable. Mal'Ganis narrowed his eyes as he saw the reason for his coming. Deep inside the cave, a lonely throne-like structure stood. A throne made of a different kind of ice than the rest, which covered this cave. It almost seemed like crystal, a deep blue in color. The Nathrism smiled menacingly. He knew this kind of ice very well, the kind of ice which came from the twisting nether, his realm. The remnants of the once enormous ice block had long since fallen down onto this planet. It might already been several thousands of years since it crashed down here on Mount Everest. Mal'Ganis did not know. His Lord Kil'jaeden had made preparations for this world, and now, it was time to let it loose, under his exclusive control of course. To his utter amusement, the shattered ice block had taken the form of a throne, with actual stairs of thick ice and several pillars, which surrounded it. The Nathrism carefully walked the stairs up until he stood face to face with his future pawn. On top of the throne, encased in clear ice, was a suit of armor and a sword. Mal'Ganis smirked. He could not help but dwell in memories at the sight. After all, it was the Nathrism who crafted this suit and the powerful rune blade thousands of years ago, at the order of Lord Kil'jaeden himself. The rune blade Frostmourne, one of the greatest weapons ever crafted by the Nathrism. A sinister smile sneaked on his face as the demon stepped closer. Yes, this weapon would be the downfall of mankind, and maybe of every other race too. The Dreadlord could feel the sleeping spirit inside the ice block, even if it did not look like it. This block of ice was in fact a prison for someone who once failed to follow Lord Kil'jaeden's orders. Once known as one of the greatest leaders of his people, now only a shell of his former self. The great Orcish shaman Ner'zhul. He would fulfill the task his master gave him long ago. No one escaped from the Legion's grasp after all. This would only be the beginning. Sending a strong pulse of demonic energy through the ice block, Mal'Ganis watched with rapt attention as the encased helmet and blades started to shake, making fine fissures across the thick ice. That could become a problem, yet for the time being, he would surely be able to contain it. An unholy bluish light awakened in between the helmet visor. Yes, Lord Kil'jaeden's weapon would be put to good use. This was the rise of the Lich King and the birth of the Scourge. The next morning, Naruto's mansion, Kyoto City, Japan. One could see our favorite shinobi sitting inside the spacious kitchen, lazily sipping on a cup of freshly made coffee while reading today's newspaper, even though he often glanced through the glass door to look outside at the rising sun. A tired sigh escaped his lips. Still no news about them, not even a little trace did they find, and so, his two protégés were still out of his reach. The former shinobi could not help but feel utterly helpless right now, knowing that with each passing hour, the chances to find them alive and unharmed were getting slimmer and slimmer. He could only pray that they were still alive. The only thing he knew for sure was that they were not in the human world, that much Zetsu and his clones had found out, having searched nearly every corner of this damn planet. That left only three choices. He could safely discard Heaven, the Archangel Michael, and his council would not dare to move against the Yokai races, preferring to stay in their own little realm. That left only the underworld and the several godly realms. He had sent Zetsu out to scout the underworld for any possible traces, while several of his clones made their way to infiltrate the gods' domains, yet for the moment no one seemed to have found anything. He could only wait for the time being. Turning his attention to the newspaper in his hands, Naruto frowned. Naturally, the complete annihilation of Kyoto had not been left unnoticed by the human government. Japan's authorities had declared martial law on the land, not knowing what exactly had transpired that day. Many people thought it had been a nuclear incident, like it had happened a few years earlier in Fukushima. Yet there was no such a nuclear plant in Kyoto's near vicinity. Another theory was that terrorists had stolen a nuclear bomb, and Kyoto had unfortunately been the designed target. Others were sure that it had been an attack from another country. Yet for all those theories, there was no proof, especially since there was no sign of radioactivity in the wasteland that was once one of Japan's most beautiful cities. And so it was still a mystery for the humans what had happened. It is better they do not know after all. Rubbing his temple, the former Jinchuriki laid the newspaper on the kitchen table. Things were happening far faster than he had predicted. He feared this was only the beginning of something really terrible. Kami, he really needed a distraction right now. And right on clue, someone entered the kitchen. Aheyo Naruto. A small smile graced his lips at her ever-cheerful voice. His amused gaze fell upon Merity as she went to pour herself a cup of coffee before joining him, sitting on the opposite of the table, wearing a simple yet elegant blue shirt and a white skirt. She gave him one of her beautiful smiles, something he found quite enjoyable. He was truly glad that the young woman had managed to fight off the Legion's corruption and became one of his pieces, or better a member of his growing family. The pink-haired mage also had a truly good influence on Mirahin, who greatly enjoyed her company. A good morning to you too, Merity. Had a good sleep, I hope. The young woman nodded happily while she took a good sip of her drink. Licking her lips, she gave her master an even wider smile. You can call me Meldy like everyone else does, Naruto. We are friends now after all. Nah. Smiling softly, the blonde man replied in a bemused tone, Melody-chan it is then. Marity's cheeks reddened as she heard him call her name with such an endearing suffix. She really liked his smile. He did seem better than the day before. Now that she looked at him, good, he had her worried for a while. And not just her, even though all would never admit being worried about a man. Her adoptive mother could be such a prude sometimes. Her red-colored eyes continued to stare into his own, making him a bit uncomfortable. Yet seeing her smile was worth it. You seem better, Naruto, you know you had us quite worried. It took Gracia a while to calm us down. Tough she did not tell us what exactly happened to make you so sad. Ikaruga especially won't quiet down. Naruto chuckled mildly. Yeah, I am feeling better now, but it is complicated, Melody-chan. But thank you for your concern, I appreciate it, I really do. Seeing the woman nod hesitantly, he finished his cup of coffee. He knew that he had made his friends worry, and that did make him feel guilty. He had not had the chance to explain what happened 2 days ago. Marity was actually the first who he talked to since the incident, except Gracia and Ikaruga. The latter having waited all night long for the two of them to return from their date before asking her blonde master of his well-being. The former shinobi had been quite surprised by her evident concern. He was always amazed how much the pink-haired woman actually cared for him. Still, he needed to explain to the others as well. Probably during lunch when they were all assembled. They deserved an explanation after all. Focusing his attention back on the young woman, Naruto gave her a kind smile. So, how are you adapting to this world, Melody-chan? I hope you manage somehow, you and Altier. The pink-haired mage chuckled happily. We are managing, if that is what you are worried about. With the money you gave us, we actually managed to purchase quite the goods. Well, mostly cloths and such on. Mirahan and Grafiya also helped us a lot in adjusting here in your home, so we are thankful. But I must say that this is quite a different world compared to mine. They seem far more advanced. Although you know, most of them do not know any form of magic, apart from those supernatural beings you told us about. It is different, but also exciting. Naruto chuckled at her enthusiasm, yet one thing did surprise him, her rather cheerful demeanor despite the tragedy that had befallen her. Altier had been and partially still was quite shaken by the event, not that he could not understand her. I am glad you are doing well, yet I need to ask, or more like I am simply curious as to why you seem to cope up so well with the loss you have suffered. Pardon if that sounded a bit rude, nor is it actually my right to ask, but given that Altier, as well as all the others who I saved, are having difficulties to accept the loss of their homeworld, you on the other hand seem to take this quite well. I am simply curious as to why that is, if that is not too personal for you. Marity calmed down as she heard his soft-spoken words. A sad gleam appeared in her eyes, while an equally sad smile took possession of her lips. The young woman did not respond immediately, nor did Naruto press her. No, we were not good people, Naruto. I am not sure if she told you much about us, but you should know that we were not exactly what you could call good people. We did many mistakes that destroyed the lives of many honest and kind people. We were so-called dark mages, and as you can tell from the term, we did not do good deeds for our world. Naruto nodded at her words. Already being familiar with the term, yes, I do know some of the history of your world. Hato-chan Ikaruga, was also a dark mage. If what she told me was correct, it seemed she and her guild specialized in assassinations and sabotage. Not really something that was happily recognized in Fiori, if I dare to assume so. The young woman nodded. Yeah, contrary to legal guilds, we dark mages were part of Yami guilds, criminals if you wanted in simple terms, and to be honest, All and myself were part of one of the strongest Yami guilds, and one of the most wanted for all the terrible things we had done. That was nearly 8 years ago, before we truly became aware of what we had done, and due to Mira-chan's guild. All and I left our guild and the path of darkness for good. Oh? Naruto gave a surprised whistle. So you were part of Grimwar Heart? Yes, Mira told me about her guild's battle on Tenryjima Island with yours. Marity seemed surprised at his knowledge, but accepted it, deciding to continue her tale. Yes, Fairy Tail actually managed to persuade us of our mistakes. They had many really good and kind-hearted souls. The young woman briefly remembered her friend Juvia, sending a small prayer to her soul. After our defection, we tried to atone for our sins. Now actively fighting against the countless Yami guilds on the continent of Fiori, we hope to make the world a better place, to help the people and somehow ease our regrets, well, until it all came to an end, you know. The former Jinchuriki nodded briefly, knowing that she referred to the Legion's arrival. It is never easy to accept that you were in the wrong, and to make amends even more. A truly honorable task if you ask me. Yet I still fail to see how this seems to lead to your apparent indifference to the situation. He was met by her sad smile. Yet it is really simple. Given that All and myself were not well liked by the world, we did not have many contacts. You know, I never had many friends to begin with, Altier of course being the exception. Next to a few, very few others, I did not really lose much, not even a home to call my own, and apart from Jelil and Juvia, the person who mattered most to me was and still is Altier. A lone tear fell from her eye before she gently grasped his hand, giving him a real smile. And for that I must thank you, Naruto, for saving my precious adoptive mother and even myself from that terrible fate. You really are a good man, are you not? Giving a tired sigh, the blonde man could only stare into her beautiful eyes. I did what was right, Melody, nothing more, nothing less. The only regret I have is that I could only save so few of you, and to ease your worries, I would have saved you nonetheless, regardless of your past. You are not bad people, Melody. I can tell that just by looking at you, Altier may think little of herself. Yet I believe that the fact that she tried to atone for her mistakes was already enough. You two now have a place to call home, people to call family, and that will not change, I assure you. Melody widened her eyes at his words, and seeing the conviction in his strange eyes, knowing that he meant everything he said to her, made the young mage feel warm and safe. A soft dust of pink took possession of her cheeks, so she quickly averted her eyes from his own, hoping that her master did not see her embarrassment. Yet Naruto had seen it and chuckled at the flushed girl, finding her extremely cute with those reddened cheeks. Don't worry, Melody-chan, Altier too will overcome the grief she is feeling. I intend to talk to her, and maybe, I can ease her pain a little bit. I know what she is feeling right now, a helping hand would do her some good. His kind words made the pink-haired mage extremely happy, knowing for sure that she and her adoptive mother were in good capable hands, they no longer needed to live alone. Naruto's gaze softened as he saw her cheerful expression, the hope and joy he could see in her eyes. Altier is someone very important to you, is she not? Of course she is. She's the only real family I have left, always there for me and listened to my worries. She always tried to help me whenever she could, and she made me feel loved, that I actually mattered to someone, you know. So you will do everything in your might to protect her. Naturally. A sad smile appeared on his face as he heard her reply, confirmed in his belief. The former shinobi allowed himself to dwell in one of his most precious memories. If you have someone precious to protect, only then will you become truly strong. Is that not what you have taught me, Nahaku? He could still remember that faithful day, those words that were said, and which helped him to find his Nindo. Haku had been right all along. If you only had someone to protect, to fight for, there was nothing that could stop you from achieving it. It is how he became strong after all. And looking into Melody's determined eyes made him realize just how strong this young woman would become in the future, just as his other pieces who had similar persons to protect. Naruto smiled fondly, your teachings will not be forgotten, my friend, I will make sure of it. Dadabeo. Both continued to have a pleasant conversation, talking about some more trivial matters, yet he could not help but tell the young woman some of his former adventures, mostly the countless pranks he had pulled off during his youth. Melody seemed to enjoy them very much, giggling happily while listening to all the crazy stuff her new friend had done in his past. It was only an hour later when the other residents of the mansion started to awaken. Naruto already felt her magic signature long before she stepped into the kitchen, giving Mirahin a charming smile as she entered. The former fairy tale mage now wearing a superb black strapless dress, which left her shoulders and upper chest exposed, the dress having a long cut on her left side, giving him a good view of her creamy thigh, and the white stamp of fairy tale. In addition, she wore equally black arm-length gloves, which did yet not cover her hands, and black high heels. Naruto inwardly swallowed, trying not to be distracted too much by Mira's beauty, a difficult task indeed. Good morning, you two, already up at this time? Greeting the younger woman with a small smile, the ivory-haired mage then quickly focused her attention on her male friend, who had gained a small blush on his whiskered cheeks, much to her joy and silent hope. At least she knew he found her attractive. Can we talk, Naruto? The man blinked, tearing his eyes from her beauty before casting her a small smile. Sure, Mira, let's move to the living room then. Not a second later did a rather loud seductive voice resound through the mansion, making Naruto freeze in silent terror. Would you like to shower with your dear little Hato-chan, MMH Naruto-sama? Said man sweated bullets as he heard Ikaruga's flirty voice. Worse, the whole mansion heard it, his fiancée included, who until now had slept peacefully in their bed. Soon, a deadly frosty mist spread through the whole mansion. Clearly his Grafiya-chan did not appreciate the pink-haired woman's proposition, not in the slightest. On a better thought, we should talk in the training ground. A small smile was present on Mirahin's lips as the blonde man teleported themselves away from the imminent doom. A moment later, training ground underneath the mansion, Kuo City, Japan. Both reappeared in a flash of yellow. Breaking free of his embrace, Mirahin softly rubbed her temples, still not used to the strange feeling of his teleportation skill. Yet her curious eyes quickly shifted through the room they had traveled to. Well, room was quite the understatement, it was more like a huge rocky landscape, and if her eyes did not completely fool her, there was a bright shining sun up there in the blue sky. She should really not be that surprised anymore, already used to her friend's nearly godlike powers. Creating such a place right underneath his home for the sole purpose of training was surely but a trivial matter for him. So Mira, now that we are out of danger, at least I hope so, what did you want to talk about? you know I always have time for you. The ivory-haired woman giggled at his words, knowing very well what was surely happening between Gracia and Ikaruga many feet above them. She was amused that Naruto seemed to be really scared whenever the two clashed, which happened quite often after all. Casting him a beautiful smile, Mira shifted a bit closer to him, her cheeks reddening a bit. I have come to a decision, Naruto-kun. In response, Naruto only raised his eyebrows, yet his surprise did only last a moment before he smiled softly at the young woman in front of him. I see, granted, he had expected Mira to make her decision in the following weeks, but he did not complain, he was quite positive about her decision. So, will you tell me then, or may I have to guess after all? Mirahin reddened even more at his gentle smile. You already know it, do you not? Seeing him nod, the mage sighed, a smile of her own finding its way on her lips. You had such faith in me that I would make the right decision. You never forced me to accept or even pressed me. I don't know what to say for my defense. I was probably just scared and bitter. I hope I did not trouble you too much. You were never a burden, Mira, if that is what you are asking, nor will you ever be regardless of your decision. You will always have a home here, I promised you after all. Seeing her big blue eyes beaming with joy made the man quite happy. He slowly realized just how much he actually enjoyed Mira's company, more so her caring and warm personality, not that he did not appreciate her beauty at all. She really was one of the most gorgeous women he ever had the pleasure to meet after all. He was truly glad that the former mage was steadily regaining her former strength and will to live. Mirahin calmed her breath, yet the beating of her heart did not lessen in the slightest. I want to stand by your side, Naruto-kun. Seeing him smile made her continue. I had some worries and I was truly afraid, but you helped me during this particular difficult time for me without wanting anything in return. The least I could do is to help you, not just because you may think I'm only doing this to repay you, but to fight for this new life you gave me. You were right all along, Naruto-kun. I simply cannot forget my friends. I know that they would want me to live on and fight. They are all in my heart. Their feelings and strength, such a bond could never be broken. And now, you gave me new bonds to protect, a new place to call home, with friends who care for me, just as much as I want to care and protect them. Gazing into her passionate and determined eyes made him smile even wider. I want to protect this newfound happiness. I don't want the same thing to happen again. I don't want to lose them, Grafiya, Ikaruga and Altier and Merity, and I don't want to lose you, Naruto, so please, allow me to become one of your pieces, so that I get the power to protect you all. Just as I thought, you really are someone special, Mira. Naruto extended his right hand before a bright light erupted in his open hand palm. The moment the light died out, the former fairy tale mage could see a golden shining chest piece, a rook piece to be precise. I knew my faith in you would not be misplaced. You will become strong, Mira, that I can promise. The wish to protect someone precious to you can make you overcome every boundary, at least so I have been told long ago. And you know what, Mira, that person was right all along. The young woman stared for a while at the piece in his hands, before shyly smiling at her blonde friend, happy that he accepted her so easily despite giving him so much trouble, at least in her opinion, since Naruto never considered helping a friend of his to be trouble. So, are you ready for this, Mira? There will be no returning back after this. Instead of answering, the ivory-haired mage simply took his free hand in her own, gently squeezing it. Naruto got the message, giving her a bright smile before the rook piece in his hand palm started to float in the air. Only 2 or 3 seconds passed before the piece slowly moved to Mira, before finally merging into her chest. At first nothing happened, yet Naruto quickly moved several feet backwards, as a strong shockwave erupted from Mirahin, the woman being enveloped in a bright white light. The Transcendent sported a satisfied smile on his lips as he watched the evolution process. The power input was truly strong and thick, definitely far above the ones of his 3 latest pieces, yet weaker than during Grafia's transformation. Even after several minutes the power still started to spike, making the man raise his eyebrows in surprise. He did not think that Mirahin would already have such a strong power level, despite knowing that she had been one of the strongest mages in her homeworld. He was truly glad that every single one of his personal dimensions, this training ground included, were separated spaces and sealed off, or his mansion would probably be crumbling to pieces right now, as it currently happened with the countless rocks around them. Finally, the light slowly died out, and he got a good look at his new rook. Nothing much had changed after all. She was still as beautiful as ever, yet now she sported 7 sets of pure white tendril-like wings on her back, sprouting from her shoulder blades. A good thing her dress left the upper part of her shoulders free, if not, the gorgeous woman would have greeted her king with a wonderful view of her body, much like his queen had done it once. Not that he would have complained if he was completely honest with himself. A guy still remained a guy, even with hundreds of years of experience underneath his belt. Naruto nodded before walking closer to her. Mirahin opened her eyes the moment he stood once more in front of her, gazing down at her with a small smile. Feeling good, Mira? She did not answer right away, taking a deep breath before bowling her hands to fists, trying to get used to the new feeling. Her body did feel far lighter and more, it was difficult to say, she just felt better. Good, I feel really good. Splendid. you should feel the change in your body, as the process to become a transcendent allowed you to tap into your true potential. Your body has been enhanced to its peak, making you far stronger and faster than before. Not to forget the rise of your magical power, and a rather unique perk, which comes with my different pieces. Mirahin looked quite stunned at the reveal, already able to feel how strong she had become during her evolution. Naturally, even though you gained a tremendous power rise, that does not mean you can simply relax, my dear. Now, the time for your training has come to truly master your new power, and as such, you will start to train with the others, yet sometimes, I may train you personally if you wish so, and if I see the need to do so. Understood, Mira? The former mage nodded, finding truth in Naruto's words. Just because she had a sudden power boost did not mean she could neglect her training. A part of her was truly excited at the prospect of training with a blonde man, more so those supposed personal training hours. Now then, eyeing her pure white wings, the former shinobi gave a pleasant sigh. I know this might be too much to ask right away, but I would like to see your particular magic, Mira. Yes, you told me about it, but seeing it firsthand is quite different. Mirahin grew a bit uncomfortable, something her new master noticed before easing her worries with a gentle smile. No need to get nervous, Mira-chan. Her blush grew even more as she heard him calling her name with such an endearing term. She really could get used to it. I know you told me that you had problems accessing your powers since you came here, yet now, you should be able to do so, could you please try it, Mira-chan, for me? Looking into his warm expecting eyes made the young woman sigh in defeat before a small smile quickly took over. I will try, Naruto-kun. Yosh. Quickly stepping several feet backwards to give her more room, the blonde transcendent eagerly watched as Mirahin started to take deep breaths before closing her eyes. Show me, Mira, show me the power to protect your friends. His voice was nothing more than a whisper, yet said woman might have heard it since she tried to concentrate more. At first, nothing happened. Naruto, however, could start to feel Mira's power gathering after a while before a huge dark purple magic circle appeared right above her. Soon, the ground started to shake and break apart due to the high condensed magic that the woman was slowly but steadily unleashing. Naruto whistled as her magic power still rose with each passing second before her whole body shinned in a dark purple glow. Having anticipated the powerful blast that came only seconds later, the former Jinchuriki channeled chakra through his feet to stick to the ground, smiling proudly as Mirahin once more accessed her magic. With one last magical blast, silence fell over the waste training ground before the dirt cloud slowly settled down. Naruto's Rinnegan quickly recognized Mira's silhouette. Before he gained a clear view of her, the man rose one of his eyebrows, clearly impressed and surprised by what he saw. He smirked in amusement. Imagine no Mirahin, now I do understand. Said woman slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Having passed from a light blue to a darker shade, Mirahin's long white hair had jutted upwards and became wilder, yet she still maintained her front ponytail. Much to his amusement, her ears had also enlarged and became pointier to the edges, while the black zigzag marking her scar crossed her right eye vertically, much like his own scar, and with a dark red lipstick accentuated her pale porcelain skin even more. Yet her new outfit did manage to make him blush a bit. Her once black dress had all but vanished and been replaced by a very revealing dark red one-piece suit, not covering her arms and legs, but giving him a wonderful view over her near completely exposed front and back, her flat belly and wide cleavage especially. Similar scars or markings covered her creamy well-curved exposed eyes and upper part of her collarbones. The young woman also wearing similar dark red thigh-high boots with high heels and a pink cravat tie around her neck, which kept her skinny suit in place. But what gave this more mature and seductive Mirahin and unique flair was her additional changes. Like the dark long tail made out of scales and the equally dark green scale-covered forearms and clawed hands, Mirahin seemed to look herself up, clearly surprised that her magic had worked in the end. Yet the moment she looked over her shoulders, she was not greeted by her usual black bat-like wings, but by black tentacle-like wings with a weak white glow at the edges. Meanwhile, Naruto gazed at the transformed Mira with no amount of small surprise and respect. He had not thought that the woman would be this strong to begin with, despite knowing that she had been a very strong mage in her world, yet seeing it now made him realize just how much of a strong friend and ally he just gained. So this is Mira's magic, Satan's soul if I remember correctly, and if what she told me is correct, this is only her weakest form. Impressive, really impressive, Mira. The transcendent could not help but feel quite appealed by her magic, more so the traces of demonic energy he felt coming from the woman. Quite interesting indeed, and even though Mira explained to me how her magic takeover worked, I am still surprised how she could have tamed a demonic soul to begin with. Sure, this demonic being does not seem to be that strong in regards to the demons serving in the Legion, yet maybe we could make use of Mira's ability to seemingly control and take over demons. With enough training, she may even be able to. He did not finish his train of thoughts, although the takeover mage might be able to do so in the future, a faint possibility, but a possibility nonetheless, something he intended to fully exploit. Naruto focused his attention back on his newest piece. He had used his first rook piece on Mirahin, since she had told him to be an expert in hand-to-hand combat while she was transformed transformed, although now, he did regret not having made a second queen piece for the ivory-haired woman, with the abnormal high magical reserve said woman had gained with her takeover. Mirahan would have made a fine queen, versatile in near all fighting areas as it seemed, yet he was not sure if he would have survived in making a second such piece. Grafia's queen piece was special after all, just as much as the meaning behind it, given that it was his method to propose to the silver-haired beauty. Now that he thought about it, he still needed to formally purchase an engagement ring for his fiancée, something he intended to do the moment he had some free time to spare, which could take some time unfortunately. Yet for now, he would need to concentrate on his newest peerage member, training her together with the others with Grafia's help. The matter with Yusaka and Kunu was also still on his mind, something that, despite his outer attitude, concerned him greatly. He would not rest till he found those two and killed the one who had dared to kidnap them. Naruto gritted his teeth, knowing that while he was stuck with the search, both Yusaka and Kunu were surely tortured or even worse, if the Legion was truly involved in the incident. He did not even realize as Mirahan had closed a distance between them, her clawed scale-like hand gently touching his cheek to gain his attention. The blonde shinobi gazed into her dark eyes, taking in the caring and gentle side of Mira, even in her demonic form. He smiled in appreciation, but both knew that his smile was a fake one. The next day, midday, Occult Research Club Building, Kyoto City, Japan. Naruto, for the 10th time in just half an hour, wondered how he had gotten himself in this kind of situation, his right eyebrow twitching violently, which went unnoticed by the other two persons in the room. Naruto-sama, would you like to taste some of my house-made cookies? I made them just for you after all fufufu. He does not want your tasteless well, in fact they are really good Naruto-kun, but nevertheless, I am sure my boyfriend would not appreciate it, right Naruto-kun? Said man could not even respond properly before the two girls on his side Zenu started to quarrel and glare heatedly at each other. The only good thing in this whole mess. Both of their wonderful well-curved chests were pressed into his arms, which they hugged with a near-death grip, letting them disappear into their cleavage, a wonderful feeling maybe, yet his headache only grew with each passing minute of their verbal dispute. How did the women in this dimension even get this big in the chest area? He did not know. Hell, the two of them had an even bigger bust than his fiancée, something he thought was not possible until he met Akeno. Damn, Bachan's chest was a joke compared to the breast size of the women in this world. Oh, bad train of thought. He did not want to think about his surrogate mother that way. Naruto sighed inwardly. It should have been a relatively nice and relaxing day for him. This morning, he had gotten an SMS from Rias, asking if he was alright and if he wanted to hang out at her clubhouse. Given that he always sent one of his clones to take the crimson-haired devil out on a date, he actually decided to go in person this time. To be honest, he actually enjoyed the time he, or rather his clones, spent with a young woman, and maybe, spending some time with Rias, would help easing his worries, at least for a short period of time. Much to his surprise and relief, his fiancée did not voice her thoughts on the matter. She even did seem a bit relieved that he went out of the mansion to spend his time other than constantly worrying around. So Naruto met his girlfriend in front of Kuo Academy, before said girl dragged him inside her clubhouse to prepare a nice little picnic for them. Unfortunately, the two were interrupted by the arrival of a mischievously smiling Himejima Akeno and an embarrassed Yudo Kiba, two of Ria's friends and peerage members, which brought him back to the current situation at hand. Would you just leave us alone Akeno? I am sure Naruto-kun would like to spend some alone time with me, his girlfriend. Stressing the word girlfriend to make her point, the crimson-haired king was sorely disappointed as her queen did not react the way she wanted, preferring to smile with her eyes closed, a soft hint of pink adorning her pale cheeks. You make it seem like Naruto-sama does not like my presence at all but you. Akeno simply leaned in closer, snuggling deeper into Naruto's embrace, much to her king's growing anger and frustration. Rias was at the point of blowing her damn seductive queen apart with her power of destruction. How dare her servant try to get this close to her boyfriend? It seemed she had not educated her peerage members the right way, at least her queen and best friend, since Kiba had quickly understood the atmosphere and, after greeting her Naruto, had excused himself to leave, only her sadistic and lecherous queen stayed and quickly took the spot on the couch next to the blonde man, leaning in far too close to her liking. The crimson-haired Gremory princess was far from amused with the current situation. It should have been a quiet day for her, a day she intended to spend with her boyfriend. After all, she had not seen him during these last days, not since the complete annihilation of Kyoto, one of the strongholds of the entire Yaokai race, with their leader Yusaka, a nine-tailed kitsune with fearsome power. But now, nothing was left of the once beautiful city of Kyoto, only a wasteland with no living souls. It still scared Rias to think what could have caused it, to know who actually managed to defeat Yusaka, a Yaokai on par with an ultimate class devil, And some even dared to say on the level of a Mao. Each faction had sent their own investigators to the ruins of Kyoto, yet none found out what had happened. None had survived and Yusaka was presumed to be killed during the fight. Not a reassuring thought, given that Rias with her peerage had felt the enormous shockwaves that day, resulting in quite a lot of collateral damage to the city of Kuo. Fortunately, it was only minor damages, like broken windows and fissures in the roads and older buildings. It had been really hectic these last days, and until yesterday, she had not been able to contact Naruto to see if he was alright, if nothing happened to him during that day. Maybe she was a bit too worried about her boyfriend, but she would not risk anything if it only meant his well-being. She would not lose this one chance at happiness to no one, not even her best friend Akeno, who actually had the nerve to rub herself against her man. She would not have this sort of behavior from one of her servants. Naruto-sama, maybe we should let prude little Rias go to bed already, so that we can have a bit of fun together, Fufu. I am sure you would prefer a real woman over our spoiled princess here. Oh, I can see all the fun we will have, all the pain I can make you feel, or perhaps, you would like to punish me instead. Ara, I could become a masochist just for you, Naruto-sama. Not even able to properly respond to the lecherous woman attached to his right arm, Naruto could only hope that he would survive the incoming storm, knowing that Rias tended to be quite overprotective, not to forget territorial of him. On the other hand, he would be lying if he said that he was not enjoying the attention he got from the two young women, both of them being very gorgeous with quite the unique personalities. He could feel his perverted godfather patting his shoulder from the afterlife, clearly proud to see him in such a situation. Suo, what do you say, MMMH Naruto-sama? Shall we get to know each other at a more personal level? I bet I can make you forget all about old Butchu Fufu. That was the final nail in the coffin. Pure anger bubbled inside the crimson-haired ruined princess as her queen made her intentions blatantly known. Since the start of her relationship with Naruto, Akeno had been quite adamant about finding out more about said boy, or rather man, given that he was 5 years older than them. At first, she had thought it was only pure curiosity or even worry for her friend that the black-haired queen asked, yet over time, Rias was not so sure anymore. Sometimes, even though Akeno was her best friend and most trusted servant, the crimson-haired devil could not understand her. Her queen had never been interested in the opposite gender. Even though she often flirted with men to get what she wanted, she never really went further. She was not even interested in the younger devil populace, though she was quite popular among them. Yet now, it seemed she had a rather nerving fascination with Naruto, constantly trying to get more information out of her, and even though she never noticed her presence, Rias was sure that her sadistic queen had even stalked them once during a date, not that she could prove it. It was possible that Akeno was simply jealous of her, jealous that she had actually found a person she could love and spend her time with, maybe even her future. Yet seeing her now, so chummy and flirty with her Naruto, made Rias frown. Maybe she had misjudged her friend, maybe she was not only jealous or tried to tease her, it seemed more like she was trying to get in between them, something the Gremory princess did not appreciate at all. Would you quit already, Akeno? Can't you see we are trying to enjoy our time together? You are making him uncomfortable with your closeness and inappropriate behavior. Ara playfully glaring at her king, the black-haired hybrid only smirked wider. Is Butchu perhaps jealous of little old me? Fufu afraid your dear boyfriend will prefer me over you? Was it your fear he would choose me that you purposely did not introduce him to our club, to me, nah? That damn smile of hers made Rias grit her teeth while glaring daggers at her best friend. Jay, jealous please. Naruto-kun is my boyfriend, he likes me and would surely not let himself be seduced by a wench like you. Fufu, would you like to test that theory of yours, Rias? Akeno's tone had changed a bit, despite still smiling. Both Naruto and Rias knew that she was dead serious, making the former sweat bullets as he felt both girls drawing on their powers. It seemed they were only moments away from tearing each other's throats apart if both devils actually forgot to mask their non-human energy from him, believing that he did not know about their race. So currently, the two girls were doing quite an awful job at hiding their devilish magic from someone who was supposed to be a simple ignorant human, and they did not even notice it to begin with. Naruto was actually at the point of simply teleporting himself out of the danger zone, yet before he could create a clone to substitute himself with, did he feel two presences coming closer to the clubroom. He breathed a sigh of relief, which went unnoticed by the two glaring devil women on his sides. Not a second later did the door to the clubroom open with a loud bang, startling both Rias and Akeno, who had not even noticed the incoming presences, too engrossed into a glaring contest with each other. Butchu, the loud male voice resounded through the spacey room, belonging to one Haidu Issei, who was panting very hard, a proud and smug smirk on his lips. Butchu. I fulfilled my first contract to my best capability. That is one step further towards my dream of the harem king. Yosh. Issei needed a moment before he realized that his king was not alone in the clubroom. Yes, Akeno, the vice president, was also there, but that was normal after all. What was not normal, however, was the blonde man sitting on one of the couches, with both Rias and Kineko snuggling against his sides, pressing their wonderful oppi against his arms. The boy's jaw dropped to the ground. Rias' too sweet and dangerous voice brought him back to reality. The boy broke out in a cold sweat as he felt the two women's glaring eyes on his humble person, yet the man sitting in between them only had a bored look, despite the amused grin on his lips. Issei gulped in fear, rubbing the back of his head. Bad time butchu. Rias huffed in annoyance and closed her eyes, massaging the bridge of her nose to calm herself. Nothing was going as planned. First her sadistic queen, who did not take the obvious hint to leave them alone, and now, her newest member came rushing into her clubroom, at least this time. He seemed to have a valid reason. This was actually the first time her male servant fulfilled one of his contracts. She should be happy, yet she was not for some reason. In the meantime, Naruto examined the new arrival. Haidu Issei, seemingly a normal high school student, wore the typical Kuo Academy male uniform. At age 17, the boy had an average build and was probably a head and a half smaller than himself. His light brown hair was cut short and still maintained its spiky nature, much like Naruto's. While his brown eyes were surprised to see another male besides Kiba in their clubhouse. Despite outer appearances, Issei had become a devil, a servant under Rias, if he recalled correctly. Ikaruga told him that the boy had required 8 pawn pieces to be revived, not surprising, since he had one of the strongest sacred gears in this dimension, one of the 13 Longinus, the boosted gear to be precise. Naruto smirked inwardly as he watched the new Sekirute, the Red Dragon Emperor, getting reprimanded by his crimson-haired girlfriend while Akeno giggled at the scene, still attached to his right arm. A part of him did feel sorry for him, or more like the being residing within said boy, even though he was sure that this boy would become a good partner for him in the future. The back of Issei's right hand glowed green for less than a second, making Naruto nod in silent greeting, unseen by the other occupants. It was always good to see an old friend once again. Rias stood in front of Issei, having just finished to tell him how to behave himself in the future, although she did find his brash and naive personality cute in a way, though he did need to properly compose himself in front of others, more so her boyfriend who was unaware of them being devils, something Issei with his attitude just now could have told him. Issei, meet Naruto-kun. Casting her boyfriend a smile, said man rose up from the couch, unfortunately taking the flirty girl attached to his arm with him, much to the king's further annoyance. The blonde transcendent did not let Akeno slow him down, stepping up in front of Issei with a bright smile. Yo, name's Uzumaki Naruto. Pleased to meet you. The two males shook hand before Issei's eyes widened in realization. You are Butchu's boyfriend. Laughing at his outburst, Naruto watched in amusement as Rias delivered quite the hard slap to the back of her servant's head, shutting him up before he embarrassed himself and her even more. He seems quite lively, Rias-chan. That's good. This place sure needs some more living up, you know. I find it quite dark and creepy to be honest. Dadabeo. Akeno on his right giggled, casting a meaningful look at her king. You hear that, Butchu? Naruto-sama does not appreciate your decoration taste. Maybe you should listen a bit more to our dear man. The crimson-haired ruined princess crossed her arms underneath her bust, unknowingly giving Issei quite the show, given the lecherous expression on his face, as he shamelessly ogled her babies. Naruto was actually keen to punch him for that. It is actually quite the reasonable decoration, Naruto-kun, given that we are the Occult Research Club. We specialize in themes such as religion, myths and much more, so I find this particular style appealing. She paused for a moment, shyly looking away, yet I could make some arrangements to fit it more to your liking. Seeing that Rias was actually worried about his little joke, made her queen smile mischievously. Don't trouble yourself, Rias-chan. You should know by now that most of what leaves my mouth either makes no sense or is meant as simple joke to tease others or even both. Common, you should know me by now, don't you? Rias sighed before a small smile appeared on her lips. She should not look into his eyes right now. His cute and charming smile, as well as his lovely stupid expression, would make her crumble instantly. Issei, able to tear his gaze off from his Butchu's heavenly oppi, which was a wonder itself, could not help but feel jealous at the blonde man, who managed to charm both girls quite easily with his happy attitude. Even Akeno was all over him. Oh, how he cursed those Prince Charming males. First Kiba and now Naruto. Life seemed truly unfair sometimes. The boy watched jealously as Rias embraced him, pressing her wonderful oppi into his chest, while planting a soft kiss on his cheek, before heatedly glaring at Akeno, who returned the gesture. You are the reason Butchu won't show me her oppi. Damn you. The words had left his mouth before he realized what he had said. Issei sweated bullets as the crimson-haired king shot him an intimating glare. Rias herself did not know why she reacted so violently toward such a harmless statement of perversion, given that she actually never cared much what others thought of her body. She had never much modesty after all, yet since she met Naruto, she started to value her flesh, no longer allowing others to see her in such a state. She blushed, that privilege only belonged to one after all. Meanwhile, Naruto chuckled at the young boy's words. That was actually his greatest weakness, or maybe his greatest strength. That remained to be seen, yet the boy in front of him was probably one of the biggest perverts this world had ever seen. Naruto was sure he and his godfather would have gotten along just fine. Yeah, Jiraiya would have been proud to teach Issei the ways of the super pervert like he often called himself. He really missed Jiraiya, the old perv. Meanwhile, Rias gave a deep sigh before burying her face in the crook of his neck, enjoying the scent of the man she started to fall for. Things were not going exactly as planned, yet seeing that Naruto did not seem upset by the arrival of her peerage made her smile. She had already thought to introduce her boyfriend to her peerage in a few weeks. Given that Naruto was still new to Japan and did not have many, if any friends here, he told her that he was currently working in a traveling agency in the center of Kyoto City. Yet he had not made much friends as of yet, so she had hoped that at least her peerage could become a first base of friends for the blonde man. Rias was sure her Naruto would make quick friends with him, given his go-lucky attitude. And who might this young one be? The red-haired king turned her head in surprise, only now feeling the presence of her last servant in the room. Issei gave a startled yelp as he was roughly pushed to the side by a rather small person, something Naruto found quite amusing. The kendo giggled as the brown-haired boy fell to the ground. She must admit, with Issei things were never boring these last days. Naruto, however, had his eyes on the last person, a maybe 15-year-old young girl. Although she might be younger given her quite underdeveloped body, yet the girl was actually pretty cute, with sparkling hazel-colored eyes and white short-cut hair, several loose bangs covering her forehead and framing her cute face. She also wore two cat-shaped hair clips on both sides of her head, and, like Rias and Akeno, the traditional academy girl's uniform, although she did not fill the outfit as much as the two older girls. How'd you, Kineko? Her voice was just as emotionless as her facial expression, which was actually really cute. It was only a moment later that his eyes widened in recognition. Now this is a surprise indeed to think that Rias of all people would take her in, yet I should not be that surprised. If I recall correctly, Lucifer did try to stop the persecutions afterwards. Sadly, not that many Nekomata were left to be saved, only this little girl. Naruto sighed inwardly, another mistake of mine, another wasted opportunity to save lives for the incoming war. If not for Yusaka's warning, then only Akeno's gentle push brought him back to reality, her normally flirty gaze now sporting a worried gleam. Sorry, I just thought how cute Kineko-chan actually is. Nah. Akeno smiled mischievously while Rias gained a thick mark on her forehead. It was just not fair how easily Kineko had gained his attention, and his shameless remark, oh how she would get him for that. He should compliment her instead of her emotionless cute rook, damn it. Yet the white-haired girl did not visibly react to his words, only gazing into his own eyes. Naruto smiled in amusement as he noticed that the little girl seemed tense and flexed her muscles, like a caged animal. Shirin, you truly are Kuroka's little sister. She reacted the same way when she first met me. See, Yaokase and their troublesome instincts, they can feel that I am different and dangerous, at least. This makes things interesting with Rias-chan's peerage. Shirin, you truly have grown in these last 5 years, have you not? Kineko indeed did feel strange in this man's presence, ignoring both the pervert rubbing his sore face and the two older girls fighting over the blonde man's attention. The Nekashu narrowed her eyes, clearly seeing the small smirk on his face, as if he knew that she was wary of him. The following 2 hours were spent together in the spacious clubroom, despite Ria's best efforts to make them leave before she gave up, more occupied to keep her queen's daring hands off her boyfriend. Apart from her queen's lecherous behavior, it was actually quite pleasant, so to say. Naruto seemed to enjoy the company of her peerage, and over the course of the day, even her knight had come back to spend time with them. It made the crimson-haired princess happy that her man got along quite well with the rest of her peerage. A part of her really hoped that she could tell him in the near future that she was a devil and wanted him in her peerage so that he would always be by her side. But first, she had some things to make right. The evening came far too fast for her liking. Her boyfriend needed to return to town for a meeting with some of his colleagues, hoping that he could make some friends. The heiress was saddened that he had to go, but she wished him good luck. She had even given him some new mangas she had come to discover and wanted to share with him, quite happy when he took them with a smile, promising to read them quickly. Rias waved goodbye to him, watching him walk out of her clubhouse with longing eyes. The crimson-haired princess gained a thick mark on her forehead as she saw her queen next to her, waving excitedly goodbye to the man, a small dust of pink on her cheeks. The female king still felt her blood boil at her flirty friend, who actually had the nerve to kiss her boyfriend on the cheek. If she had not peeked him on the lips at the same moment, she would have blasted that damn woman to pieces. The heiress still stood at the doorway for a little longer before she felt a soft tuck on her left sleeve. She turned her head and stared confusedly at Kineko, worry evident in those innocent hazel eyes of hers. Yes, Kineko-chan. The petite girl bit her bottom lip, clearly shaken by something. Yes. Keep your distance from him. Rias blinked. What are you talking about? That man. Kineko's eyes showed fear, which greatly surprised her king. He is bad news, Rias-senpai. I do not trust him, nor should you. Are we talking about the same Naruto? Because as far as I can tell you, he is a really nice person. I mean, you saw him yourself, Kineko-chan. He's great company and easy to befriend too. The red-haired beauty shook her head. I am sure you are overreacting, Kineko-chan. Naruto-kun he's a great friend, and if you get to know him even more, you will surely come to like him like the others. I mean Kiba and Issei already seem to be pretty comfortable around him. Akeno unfortunately too. Not heading to her warning, Kineko watched as her king stepped back into the clubroom, a frown marring her cute face. She had a really bad feeling about this. Something about that man made the hairs on her neck stand up. She really hoped her doubts concerning Uzumaki Naruto were unfounded. Later in the evening, Bavaria, Germany. Naruto sighed happily as he felt the last rays of sunshine on his skin, walking through the near-empty streets of Lindau, a town built on an island on the eastern side of the Bodden Sea. The blonde man found the town quite beautiful, just as much as the lovely sight on the lake and surrounding mountain chains. Minutes later did his feet drag him to the small harbor, more precisely the lighthouse at the entrance. He smiled as he saw a lone person, a man, standing at the edge, looking at the vanishing sun. Not saying anything, the blonde transcendent joined the man, stopping to his right while also taking in the beauty that transpired in front of them. Neither said a word for several minutes before the other person finally decided to speak. You did not try to be silent, I could hear you the moment you stepped foot on the island. Giving an amused chuckle, Naruto did not take his eyes off the lake. Well, I thought you would not appreciate me sneaking up on you, must be pretty though for you, who normally can hear everyone from a mile away. The man snorted, yet a small grin appeared. So have you grown accustomed to this world? You disappeared quite fast on me that day, without a proper goodbye if I may add. Naruto seemed quite amused if his smile was anything to go by. See, what do you want to hear? This world is shit, to be quite frankly. You should hear what the people on this damn planet think. Hard to believe how corrupt and ill-willed they all are, and here I thought I was a bad guy. See, I am glad I can stop my sound magic to some degree, or else. The former Jinchuriki hummed in amusement. I can imagine, unfortunately, the humans of this world, just like most of the other races, do not seem to live by moral rules. Well, they try to, but we both know that their thoughts are far from pure. The very soul of a person never lies after all. Through silence fell once more. Unlike Naruto, who watched the last rays of sunshine disappear, his acquaintance gave a quick glance at him. He then grunted, making the blonde man smile in response. What is it? I still cannot hear your thoughts, and I do wonder why that is. A secret? Naruto grinned victoriously as the other man smirked in annoyance. Unless you want to hear my proposition. Interested, Cobra? Staring expectantly at the now named Cobra, the shinobi allowed himself to examine the man. Cobra, no family name, was another Fiori mage he had saved that fateful day, and just like most of them, he did not want to stick around with his savior. In fact, the man had disappeared the other day, making it clear he wanted to be alone. Naruto could tell that he was a loner and preferred to stay alone, not that he actually had a problem with it, but at least the other mages. Apart from his Hato-chan, damn, now he really started to call her by that cute pet name of hers. Well, apart from the pink-haired woman, had at least said their goodbyes before parting ways. It took the Transcendent some time to locate said man, who traveled through the world, not sticking to a place longer than a week, yet now, he wanted Cobra as an actual ally, just as he planned to recruit the other surviving Fiori mages in the near future. Cobra was, given Altier's information, a former or rather still a dark mage, who was once part of Oration Says, another one of the three great Yami guilds of the Barum Alliance. He was a bit complicated to understand, but that did not matter to Naruto, who was determined to gain him as a peerage member. Dark or legal mages, there was no longer a difference between them. The man Naruto intended to recruit was pretty tall, and had a muscular build, with tanned skin and spiky maroon hair, which was styled upwards. Apart from a tuft of hair covering his forehead, a scar ran across his right eye, seemingly having lost his eyesight, while his unharmed left purple slit pupil eye watched him carefully, his pointed ear surely trying to catch a glimpse of his thoughts. The man sported a small smirk on his lips, allowing the former Jinchuriki to see his canine teeth, contributing to his snake-like features. Cobra wore dark black pants with scale-like patterns, equally black combat boots and a leather belt, a simple black shirt underneath a long white coat with furred edges, finished his outfit. Cobra, despite his seemingly bad guy attitude, was easy to talk to as it seemed, and Naruto really hoped the man would accept his proposition to join. At least then, he would no longer be the sole male in the mansion. Not that he did enjoy living in a house full of beautiful women, it seemed Jiraiya did leave an impression on his godson after all. The dark mage grunted, a thick mark appearing on his right forehead. Well, would you tell me already? I can't hear your damn thoughts, so spill it already. Or would you like that, I guess? If so, you can disappear right now. Mama. Cobra, chuckling, the Transcendent rummaged through the pocket of his pants. Quite stingy, are we not? You could have at least said that it was nice to see me again, maybe even, well, I don't know, thanking me for saving your ass that day. You know, a simple conversation would be nice. Cobra only looked at the grinning blonde man with a deadpan expression. Did that silver-haired chick of yours punch you too hard? Because if I remember correctly, you were covering in fear in front of her. It seemed she had not been too thrilled by your secret voyage to Fiori. You were pathetic that day, completely under her thumb. I still find it hard to believe that you are as powerful as you claim to be. Naruto's sweat dropped at the remark. He could still feel Grafia's iron fist on his head from that day. Not one of his most glorious plans, teleporting to an unknown world without even being sure it would succeed, not to forget doing so without telling his girlfriend. A bad idea indeed. A good advice: never anger a woman who can freeze your balls off. I was sure that my pair could be thrown in the trash can after Gracia was done lecturing me. Cobra's lips curled up a bit. Now that we are done stating the obvious, which is that I am an henpecked husband or fiancé who has terrible fear of a single woman's freezing wrath, thank you kindly for the reminder. Pouting undignified, he pulled a single chest piece out of his pocket, presenting it to the curious Fiori mage. I came searching for you in order to ask you to join me in the war against the Legion. You are not stupid, so you are surely aware that they will come for this dimension too. What of it? What kind of question is that? Are you that eager to die? Damn, if I had known that fact, maybe I should have tried to save someone else. Thanks. Now there we have it, although you could have tried to add a bit more emotion into it. Coughing as he heard the dark mage growl in annoyance, Naruto adopted a more serious tone. My proposition is for you to join my peerage, a group I am currently forming to fight against the Legion. Several of your Fiori mages have already decided to follow me, and I do want your aid too. Not to be a smartass, but I think we don't stand a fucking chance against them. Hell, if not for you, those shitty demons would have skinned me in the prison. I couldn't do shit about them. And you want my help. I hate to say this, but I'm not strong enough to give them a fight, nor are the others. And this is where this comes into play. Showing him his rook piece, the former shinobi gained a small smirk. I can make you powerful enough, far more powerful than you could ever imagine, Cobra. The only downfall, you will have to follow me and aid in this world's protection. Oh? And pray tell, why would I want to protect this? I know how rotten they are. I can hear their secret thoughts and desires. I'm not eager to fight for such people. And for your own life. See, a sorrowful gleam appeared in his lone eye. I don't care for myself. I lost my only friend that day. No longer will I be able to hear her voice. You could make other friends. Don't bore me with that shitty monologue. Yet he grew silent for a moment. They killed everyone, did they? Those who were present during that day in your house were the only survivors. Yes, they were. Cobra grew silent for a while before he gritted his teeth. You can give me power, right? Power I need to kill those demons. The ones who killed my friend. Fine then. I'll become your ally in this, as long as I can avenge my friend Cubelios. Naruto, however, only watched a maroon-haired mage with narrowed eyes. Right now I'm stuck with an avenger. Why does this seem so familiar to me? A deep groan escaped his lips as he thought of another revenge-stricken person he intended to recruit. Things would surely become troublesome, like Shikamaru used to say. In the meantime, a small old mansion south of Vomavech, Romanian coast. With a deep sigh, Mephistopheles laid down the test papers, massaging his aching temples. The old devil, like so often, wondered why he had founded his troublesome magician school in the first place. He truly hated correcting the papers of his students, always taking far too much of his time. Yet he could not help himself. Humans were truly an interesting race to deal with, yet he not once met another human like Georg Faust. A part of him really missed traveling with that interesting human, who introduced him to this world, a world he now lived in since leaving the underworld. Ah yes, those good old times nearly 500 years ago. Mephisto tensed as he felt a dark, powerful aura entering his estate before he heard the sound of footsteps, obviously a female since her high heels made loud noises on his wooden floor. The extra devil relaxed a bit as he felt the familiar energy signature, yet his eyes betrayed the growing worry he felt. Is this a way for one of my children to live? In such a desolate place? A mature feminine voice resounded through the mansion, making Mephisto tense in concern. Why so tense, my child? Why, you ask? Is it not evident you vanished long ago, 800 years to be precise, and now you came back? Sufficient to say, I am quite concerned by that fact. The female chuckled in amusement, the sound of her high heels now directly behind him. Mephisto did not visibly react as he felt two slender hands caressing his scalp, her long black-coated fingernails not hurting him. Much to his surprise, she touched him with great care. It felt just like back then, when he was still but a child. The loving touch of a mother. He nearly forgot that feeling over the last centuries. Why have you decided to show yourself now of all the times? Why, you ask? Her voice dripped with lust and excitement. Someone has caught my attention while I was sealed away, someone strong enough to become the ultimate existence, and you know, my son, I only desire the strongest. Mephisto narrowed his eyes at her purring voice, already having a hint who she was referring to. Yet that is not the only reason for interrupting my slumber. Taking her hands off his head, the female walked over to the window, her black wings and the grey slender tail swaying with each step she took. Even the skimpy armor she wore made small noises and gave a healthy view of her well-toned body. I could no longer sleep while my children are standing at the brink of destruction. They have come, have they not? My eldest child, my firstborn devil son has already fallen to them, blinded by the promise of great power, even going so far to lose his soul to serve them, a pity is it not? Mephisto narrowed his eyes further. Did you not notice what happened to your elder brother? And you two were so close back then unfortunately, he seems beyond salvation now, nor is he the actual reason for my coming, yet, my motherly instincts urge me to help him, and I need help. Mine? No, the woman chuckled in delight. I want to meet this friend of yours, my son, the one known as Uzumaki Naruto, for he shall help me in saving my precious little children. The female turned her head, an amused gleam in her yellow glowing eyes, while she licked her black-coated lips. And maybe, he will grant me the chance to birth another race, a race stronger than the one known as devils. Lilith smiled seductively. Deep darkness and eternal silence was all that greeted them. Naruto's eyes shifted across the large throne room, not at all disturbed by the darkness that consumed the once great castle. Yet it was a problem for his companions, so it seemed, as his lovely Gracia casted a small light spell, illuminating the waste room and allowing them to see the ruined state it was in. This place seemed to have been deserted for many hundreds of years, yet the blonde transcendent knew better. He could still feel some traces of devilish energy in the air, reinforcing him in his belief that they arrived at the right place. The group walked deeper inside the castle, exploring the ruin yet finding nothing of interest. Naruto frowned. This was not what he had expected. At first, he had been delighted that his spy Zetsu might have found something concerning Yasaka's and Kuna's location. Kagaya's creation had found this abandoned castle ruin only 2 hours ago, since before, it seemed the building had been shielded away by some sort of barrier, something neither he nor Zetsu had come across till now. Suspicious enough since there was no devil barrier that could not be felt or penetrated by them. Naruto immediately traveled to Zetsu's position in the underworld, taking some of his peerage members with him. Needless to say, the former shinobi had started to hope once more, hoping to find some clues of his two protégés' whereabouts. A faint hope it was, but better than nothing, at least now, they knew where to start searching. Grafia's light ball floated above the group, illuminating the spacious throne room in an unholy bluish light. Can you hear something, Cobra? Anything of interest? The former dark mage grunted, keeping his gaze solemnly focused ahead. Nothing, only vermin, maybe some rats crawling underneath us, yet I hear no other soul, not even in the near vicinity of the castle. His king remained silent, yet his pieces knew that he was not pleased. Were they too late? So it seemed, yet still maybe they could still find some useful information, anything that would help finding them and the ones who did this. The group of four slowly moved further into the castle, inspecting the countless ruined rooms before descending the main stairs down to the cellar. Just as expected, no one was there, the place was completely deserted, and whoever had been here, he practically left no traces. Almost. There was not much inside the spacious room underneath the great hall, yet his eyes caught sight of a single elevated platform in the middle. His eyes narrowed. Slowly, he stepped closer to the granite platform, followed by his faithful fiancée, who was dressed in her specifically made battle outfit. The blonde shinobi crouched down, letting the small ball of light float above his head to get a better look. Shattered chains were spread over the platform, he could still feel the remains of magic inside them, suppressive magic, perhaps. It was then that he noticed the dark patches on the granite stone, several of them staining the cold surface. Carefully caressing over the dark red stains, fear gripped him, dried blood, and a lot of it. Anada, do you think? Gracia did not even need to finish, as the expression on her king's face was already answer enough. They were here, I just know it. Naruto focused his gaze once more across the room, hoping to find some more traces. Boss, I think I found something. Cobra's shout brought him out of his stare, quickly moving towards his rook piece with his queen and bishop in tow. The former dark mage stood at the end of the large room, an uneasy gleam in his lonely eye as he stared down to the ground. Narrowing his eyes, the blonde transcendent crouched down in front of the strange object, or rather the pieces that were scattered over the cold stone ground. Taking one of the small green crystal-like pieces into his right hand, he analyzed the strange object, clearly feeling the dark energy that still lingered within it. This energy was strangely familiar to him, and it did not soothe his troubled mind, if he might say. An uneasy thought invaded his mind. Altier, if you may please. His bishop silently nodded, the raven-haired woman now dressed in a black long-sleeved shirt, which exposed her flat stomach, the woman also wearing matching combat gloves and black boots. Altier, on her adoptive daughter's insist, had taken a liking to wear very revealing and skinny black pants, leaving a good amount of her creamy thighs exposed, while a white long skirt was wrapped around her brown belt, only open to the front. A simple gray coat was draped over her shoulders. Naruto had taken her with him to this reconnaissance trip, glad he had done so, since her unique ability was truly useful in situations such as these here. Toki no Aku. Risuda. Altier's left eye glowed red before changing to a pinker shade. The unleashed magic quickly took effect, and right in front of their eyes, the shattered device was restored to the state it had been before whoever destroyed it. Naruto rose back to his feet, a frown marrying his stoic face as he stared at the restored object. His fiancée stood at his left side, her silver eyes hiding the worry she currently felt. What is this thing? I have never seen such a material in this world. It is as I feared. His words made the other three tense. Carefully, the former shinobi touched one of the strange green glowing crystal pillars. He did not react as Zetsu emerged from the ground, a frown on his teethed face as Kagaya's creation stared at the scene. Someone managed to build this portal, a weak one it may be, but a portal nonetheless, and something came through it. Our worst fears have come true, they are already here. Naruto gripped the crystal pillar tighter. At least some of them have come through. The portal itself seems too unstable and weak to allow a great number to pass. Yet I fear what those few who came through will unleash upon this world. Indeed, Kil'jaeden is no fool, and he surely made plans for the inevitable invasion we will have to face. Can you not trace them, Naruto? You should be able to, or not. The blonde man gave a weak and forced smile to his fiancée before shaking his head. Unfortunately, I am not. The situation is a bit more complicated after all. The demons of the Burning Legion are not from this world, or should I say, not from this cosmos. They have a dimension of their own, known as the Twisting Nether, and as such, they should not even exist in our worlds. It is impossible to feel or track a demon's signature unless they want us to feel their foul power, and therefore, this is most troubling. The few who have arrived on this world cannot be felt by any creature, not even by myself or Kagaya. Great, simply great. Cobra clearly did not appreciate this new information, a sentiment shared by the two women of their small group. Trying to find them is futile. Our only lead will be the upcoming events that might seem strange or out of this world. Mother will not be pleased with this new turn. Scoffing, Naruto's grip on the crystal tightened, small fissures appearing on the green glowing surface due to his strength. He could not believe how stupid and careless he had been. How could it have come to this? Had he truly been so blind and narrow-minded not to see all the possible leaks in this world? Someone had managed to sneak past his senses and allied with the Legion, actually managing to bring some of them through the dimensional barrier into this world. He dared not think what horrors they would unleash upon this dimension. And Yusaka and Kunu were in the middle of all this. How could he have failed this much? His oppressive aura leaked out and made the ruined castle crumble in its very foundations. The cursed crystallized portal was blown apart, shattered into millions of fine dust particles, while the ground beneath him cracked open. Altier and Cobra especially were shaken to the core as they felt but a fraction of their king's power. They knew or had heard that he was strong, the strongest being they had ever met, yet seeing and feeling it now firsthand it was terrifying. Gracia did not dare to calm her lover, knowing that it would be a futile task, though his thick and heavy aura was slowly becoming too much, even for her. Out of the corner of her eyes, she could see both Cobra and Altier on their knees, panting hard and trying to stay conscious. Zetsu did not seem to mind, though she could see the worry gleam in his wide eyes. Fortunately, Naruto had erected one of his strongest barriers around the castle. If not, then the whole underworld would have felt his anger. The castle already vanished in a huge cloud of dust and dirt. Later in the evening, Naruto's mansion, Kuo City, Japan. Quickly slugging the entire glass content down his throat, Naruto slammed the empty cup onto the table to his right, nearly crushing it. The former shinobi sat on one of his comfy chairs, facing the open glass wall of his private bedroom, to gaze at the slowly vanishing sun on the horizon. The blonde man silently poured himself another glass, his hollow gaze not lingering on the 8 empty vodka bottles on the table. Taking another gulp of the strong alcohol, he tried to focus on the more pressing matters at hand, mostly how in the blue hell they should deal with this new development, and unfortunately, no useful ideas came to his mind. To his great fury, they had found nothing useful inside the rundown castle, where the Legion had first stepped foot into this world. The demons had made sure that nothing of value would remain inside. Apart from the shattered portal they had come through, Naruto balled his left occupied hand to a fist, knowing that they had wanted him to find the remains of the portal. They wanted him to know that this world would suffer the same fate as his. And as it looked, it could truly happen that way. And as Zetsu and he had thought, the search for the few demons would prove difficult, if not outright futile. And knowing that Yusaka and Kunu were right in the middle of this ordeal, made the former Jinchuriki desperate to say the least. He knew that the chances were slim that he could find them in time, more so if they were taken prisoner by the Legion. The two kitsunes surely had demonic suppression magic on their bodies to prevent anyone from pinpointing their location, so it was like searching for a needle in a haystack, literally. It was even possible that by now the two were no longer alive. Naturally, he did not want to think about it, yet now, with the evidence of the Legion scheme, it became more and more probable that both Yusaka and Kunu were dead. Yet he still grasped the faint hope in finding them, sooner or later. He could and would never forgive himself if his two godchildren had been killed. He had failed too many precious people already. So far, his search had been fruitless, his cage buncheons having found no traces of apparent demonic influence in all the godly realms, so the Legion had not been that long in this world, yet it was only a matter of time surely, before they would spread their corruption. He did not even want to think how many servants they already managed to corrupt prior to their arrival. Once more, he had underestimated Kil'jaeden's cunning mind and his prowess in manipulating others, a mistake he would not make again. The only good thing that had happened so far lay in his left-hand palm. Unclenching his fingers around the small object, the blonde transcendence stared at it, a small dark brown gem, no bigger than his palm, with the number 8 engraved into it, something that managed to ease his troubled mind a bit. One of his clones had found another gem, one of 9 gems he intended to collect in order to stand a small chance against the coming invasion. It seemed Odin, the old chief deity of Norse mythology and ruler of Asgard, had installed the precious gem into his royal staff, surely not knowing what he had exactly found and took in. It was only by luck that his Bunchen, who infiltrated Asgard in search of Yasaka and Kunu, had spotted the staff inside the throne room, a rare chance of luck for sure, something he could not waste, so his clone managed to replace the jewel with a hastily created fake, hidden in several layers of Jinjutsu, the old fool, and his people would not be able to tell the difference. Naruto allowed himself one last glance at the jewel in his hand, a rare true smile graced his face. It's good to have you back, Jayuki. The gem then vanished into his pocket dimension, where the other 3 were stored for the time being. The former Jinchuriki continued to stare outside, before a small sigh escaped his lips, and he opened the first upper buttons of his white shirt. His fingers softly grasped the now visible chain around his neck, letting the small simple medallion rest on his open hand palm. His eyes gained a sad gleam as he stared down at one of the last pieces of his old life, the last reminder of his lost family. Opening the two-faced medallion, Naruto's gaze softened at the small image of his wife, Mei Uzumaki Terumi, and their 3-year-old daughter, Rin Uzumaki. It had been taken on their daughter's birthday, only 5 months before the Legion destroyed his homeworld. If only he had known. Those memories of his wife and daughter were still strong and meant so much to him, even after 3 centuries, or were it nearly 4 now. Damn, he even forgot his own age by now. He was so lost in his memories that he did not even react as the door to his chambers opened and Gracia stepped in. Said woman silently moved towards him, though he noticed that she was a bit hesitant to interrupt him. He sighed as his fiancée wrapped her slender arms around his neck and rested her chin on his head, yet she did not speak. Casting one last glance at his deceased family, Naruto closed the medallion and stored it back inside his shirt, not seeing the sad gleam in Gracia's silver eyes. The former devil knew that she should not have interrupted him during these moments. Yet her heart pushed her to be there for him and give him some form of comfort. He needed it, especially after it became clearer and clearer that both his godchildren were possible dead. She bit her bottom lip at the thought. Feeling the tension rising inside his lover, Naruto lovingly caressed her arms, satisfied to share such a moment with a woman who taught him to live again. After a few more minutes of silence, Gracia softly raised her voice. Dinner is nearly ready, Mira is finishing the last preparations, and the others have already gathered. MMMH. The silver-haired beauty hummed softly, thinking about them, are you not? Her man chuckled mirthlessly, not a single day since their disappearance has passed without me worrying about them, but please Gracia, let's just drop this, alright? I am not in the mood for that conversation, though I do appreciate your concern. Gracia only sighed sadly, if you insist, but know that I always have an open ear for you, my love. I know babe I know. They remained in their positions for a few more minutes before Naruto slowly rose from his chair, casting a small smile at his queen, who stood behind him, worry clearly visible in her beautiful eyes. You should go and help Mira finish, I will go greet our guests outside. As you wish. Before he stepped through the doorway, Naruto turned his head to gaze at his fiancée and prepare 2 more rooms. I think we will have 2 more housemates from now on. Yes, master. A small smile graced Gracia's lips as she heard him cursing, knowing that he did not like to be addressed in such a formal way, especially not by her. At least she still could rile him up sometimes. Revenge for the countless times when he managed to tease or embarrass her, which happened quite often, much to her frustration. While his silver-haired queen moved to the kitchen, Naruto walked out of the mansion, through the driveway. He did have a car, but only to keep appearances for the neighbors, as he did not want to completely shield his life by an illusion. He could already see his 2 guests standing outside the metal gate, patiently waiting for the house owner to arrive and greet them. One of them was a small young woman or rather girl, while her companion was definitely a man, a rather tall and bulky looking man. A small smile graced Naruto's lips as he caught sight of the 2. Happy to see them looking well after the whole Legion experience they had to endure. Flicking his right thumb and finger, the gate to his alleyway moved to the right. I already wondered if you 2 would return, I thought you would be out for a little longer, already tired of sightseeing. The man, who was at least 1.5 head taller than him, gave a small smile before bowing slightly, much to Naruto's annoyance. Naruto dono, it is good to see you again. I already told you Jura, you do not need to call me that way, in fact, I would appreciate if you just stopped, you know. The now named Jura just shook his head, his smile still present. That I cannot do, Naruto dono, you deserve nothing more than my respect, given that you risked your own life to come to our aid, showing you my respect is the least I can do. Naruto's right eyebrow twitched, already fearing that this would become a common occurrence in the future, especially if they now stayed with him. He truly hated honorifics even in his younger days. He never showed any respect, and actually, he never wanted to be respected in such a way, more like acknowledged for being himself, and not his Biju friend Kurama. Those were the old days, some good, some bad, though he would never question the choices he had made, or he probably would not have caught the eyes of his beautiful Mei-chan after all. Shaking his head, the blonde shinobi allowed a smile to grace his lips as he studied his two guests. Jura, Sharia, it's good to see you two again. I hope you had a nice trip, and may I presume that you will stay for a bit longer this time? That was actually our plan, Naruto Dono. I think we have seen enough of this world for now, so if the offer still stands, we would like to take it. The petite girl next to Jura smiled and nodded, something Naruto was glad to see. Sharia had been a mess when he brought them to safety. Clearly, Jura managed to cheer the young woman up a bit. Both of them were survivors from Fiori, saved from the grasp of the Legion in the last moments when all seemed lost. Juranikis was a truly tall and muscular man, easily towering over Naruto, who himself was already quite tall. The man was bald, or maybe he just shaved his head, with large round eyebrows and black eyes. His skin was quite tanned, though his most notable trait was the long thin dark beard, which grew from his chin and went down to his upper chest, coupled with a small cut mustache. Jura wore a more Japanese outfit, which had him surprised. Well, at least he would not draw that much attention to himself this way. His clothes consisted of a dark grey hakama, combined with a long-sleeved white kimono, showing off a bit of his chest. Jura wore white sandals and traditional Japanese sandals, while a simple dark brown mantle was dragged over his shoulders. I would be honored to welcome you into my humble home, enough room we have after all. Naruto's eyes then shifted over to the petite young woman next to Jura, a large smile now adorning his face. And how are you, Sharia? Did you see some interesting things while traveling with Jura? The girl was the youngest survivor of Earthland, and cute to boot if you might say so. Sharia was 16 years old, being a lovely young lady with shoulder-length amaranth hair, which she tied with orange bows in two short pigtails. Two smaller hair bangs framed her cute and innocent pale face, while her big blue eyes peered up to him, her lips curled into a small yet beautiful smile. Her outfit however drew attention since not many girls her age would dress the way she did, not that he would dare to criticize Sharia's fashion style. He actually did find it quite interesting if he was perfectly honest with himself. Well, the pale blue miniskirt she wore was more than normal, the rest of her clothes were not so common. A pink sleeveless top from the middle of her chest in a deep blue color, doing nothing to hide her already quite developed figure, with white short gloves and a pink thin fabric going up to her upper arms, black stockings, which went up to her creamy thighs, with white leg warmers and black pink shoes and an orange ribbon tied around her neck completed her outfit. All in all, he quite liked her fashion style, though he did wonder if all the money he had given them was used to make similar dresses. Sharia definitely was not your common girl, something he actually quite enjoyed. Naruto could not help but beam inwardly. Finally, another person seemed to appreciate the glorious color that was orange. Those ribbons looked really good on her, though he would not mind more orange, even after all those centuries, he still found the color to be awesome. Unfortunately, the ladies in his life seemed to have a different opinion. The former Jinchuriki could still remember the time when he started to date Mei-chan. Though he really loved the auburn-haired woman with all his heart, she had not appreciated his fashion style, and on their fifth date, when things seemed to get really serious between them, the female Cage had taken him on a shopping tour to purchase a more adequate set of clothes. That was the moment where he had to say goodbye to his various orange jumpsuits. He nearly cried when Mei-chan burned them with her yuten. It was only 10 or 11 years ago when he had found a similar looking jumpsuit in one of the stores in Tokyo. Great had been his joy as he bought the cloth, though the joy would of course not last. The moment his Grafiya-chan laid eyes on, in his opinion, awesome cloth, her mouth corners twitched violently before she froze his newly bought jumpsuit, much to his horror. And with the beating that followed, he was forbidden from buying such a horrendous thing ever again. Seriously, why was he the only one who liked the color orange? At least, the silver-haired beauty allowed him to wear some clothes with the color, mostly some shirts. It was not much, but he could not whine. To contrary belief, it was not him who wore the pants in this relationship, but Gracia of course. Why was he so attracted to women who knew how to restrain him? Or beat him up? Surely something he inherited from his father. He was shaken from his thoughts as Sharia's cheerful and soft voice reached his ears. It was truly fascinating, Naruto-san. There were so many cool places Jura-san and I visited, you know. It was refreshing for me, those travels to keep my mind off. I wanted to thank you for all you did for us till now. Thank you, thank you. Chuckling, the blonde man patted the young woman on her head, ruffling through her hair and making the girl's cheeks flush red at the warm gesture. Glad you enjoyed yourself, Sharia. You know what? I know a person who would be really happy to see you again. I am sure Mira would be more than happy to welcome you in our home. Sharia's blue eyes shinned with joy, making him smile happily. Mira-san is here really? Yes, so go on already. she is in the kitchen right now and will too be happy to have you here. The cheerful girl immediately ran past him and dashed into the mansion, though not before tripping over a non-existent brick on the driveway. Fortunately, she did not hurt herself and laughed innocently. It seemed she was still clumsy and cute not to forget. Both men gazed at her before she entered the house. A small smile crept up Naruto's lips. She truly seems better now. I am glad you really did a good job, Jura. She was a mess just 4 months ago. The Fiori mage nodded, knowing that it had taken quite a while for him to help the girl cope up with the tragedy. Indeed, I too am surprised how quick she recovered, though I cannot blame her. She is still young, and it was simply too much. She lost too much that day. All of you lost much that day, Jura. Yes, but for Sharia, not only did she lose her loving cousin and guild members, but also a good friend she had made, and her first love. She may look fine now, Naruto Dono, yet the pain is still there, and it will take far longer for her to heal. I can only admire her strong will. She will become a great person, Naruto Dono, that I can promise you. No need, Jura. The blonde shinobi turned his head to look at the tall mage. She already is a great person, don't you think so? Jura only smiled, wholeheartedly agreeing. So, how was your trip? Did you have any problems during your travels? Nothing, Naruto Dono. It was quite eventful and we learned much about this world, though I still wonder how technically developed the people here are, even without the use of magic. We even encountered some of those supernatural beings, but good for us, you had placed your suppression seals on us. We did not really want to be involved in any of their conflicts, as they would have surely followed us if they knew of our power. Indeed, nodding, the blonde shinobi crossed his arms over his chest. Most of them tend to recruit gifted humans into their ranks, not a bad thing per se, yet I considered that if someone managed to take you under their wing, it could be very well myself. For the better, I think, personally, I would have accepted your offer the day after our rescue, but with Sharia's broken state, finding time to heal her was more important. She did not seem to trust you or the other people, maybe she was even afraid of you, so taking her away seemed like the best way. Well, it did help her, as I can see, and that is all that mattered. Nodding at Naruto's offer to move to the house, both males continued to talk while walking up the driveway. It seemed clear to Jura that his savior had further plans, which involved them in some way, and he was pretty interested in hearing them. And what is this proposition of yours, Naruto Dono? Smiling gleefully, the blonde shinobi patted the bulky man on his shoulders. You will see in a short while, my friend, but first, let us enjoy Grafia's and Mira's amazing cooking skills. Amazing, I say. There would be enough time to speak after some healthy dinner after all. 3 days later, afternoon, outskirts of Kyoto City, Japan. Taking a soft breath, letting the fresh and strong air fill his lungs, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, dropping his Senenmoto, and feeling completely at peace for once. This was one of the reasons why he enjoyed gathering nature's energy, to let it ease his mind and strengthen his body. Meditating always helped when he needed to clear his head. He really thanked Pa and Ma for all their training, for letting him succeed in Jiraiya's steps. Though a soft sigh escaped his lips as his ears picked up the faint sound of sandals on the wet grass in the distance, he already sensed the presence a while ago, trying to sneak upon him with great care, yet it was near impossible to try sneaking up to him. The intruder did not learn in that regard, so it seemed, or she did not care. Naruto focused his attention back on these last few days, even though he still knew nothing new about his godchildren. The blonde shinobi was happy to have gained 2 new members to his peerage. After having explained his plans, both Jura and Sharia agreed to stay and help in the upcoming war against the Burning Legion, though Sharia had been quite scared, but with Mira's comforting presence, the young girl too wanted to help. He was quite pleased with his newest members. While Sharia was the weakest among his allies, she would still be a valuable comrade in the coming fights. Jura though had been a surprise. The tall bulky man was instantly reborn with 8 sets of wings, something he thought not to be possible apart from Cao Cao and Volley, should he decide to include them into his peerage. Naturally, Mirahin had told him that Jura was considered to be one of the strongest mages in her world, but hearing it and seeing it with own eyes was something different after all. It had been a pleasant surprise and raised his dampened morale after the terrible news from the past few days. With both a new rook and a new bishop, Naruto could start and try to finish his peerage in the near future. Time worked against him, so he needed to go and recruit them quickly before it might already be too late. Rubbing his temple, his noise picked up the faint scent of lilac and gooseberries, quite a familiar scent, maybe even too familiar for his taste, given that said person often, if not always, teased him. Why do you still try to sneak up on me? By now, you should have realized that I always managed to find you long before, and here I always thought cats learned from their mistakes. There was no response for a moment, but Naruto already knew what would happen next, and so he was not at all surprised when someone jumped onto his back, and his head was squished against something very soft, against 2 very soft and large pillows to be precise. To his credit, only a light blush tainted his whiskered cheeks, given that he had experienced this feeling already often enough, though he could not help a slight twitch of his right eyebrow after all. 2 slender arms wrapped around his neck neck and pushed him deeper into one of the softest embrace to have ever existed before. An amused and seductive voice broke the silence on the clearing. I just can't help but try to surprise you, Naya. Nena, have I gotten any better? He could already feel the incoming headache. You know, I do not have a problem with you visiting me, in fact, I quite enjoy it, yet your welcoming hugs tend to get a bit too much, maybe. Naya, you say you don't like it anymore? His blush deepened a bit. I didn't say that. The newly arrived person laughed happily before Naruto felt the grip on his neck loosening, followed by his head being freed from the soft coffin, though his relief only lasted shortly, as the female presence now took a seat to his right, pressing herself as much against him as possible, her arms once more finding its way around his neck. You never change, do you, Kuroka? It was a rhetoric question and both knew it. The woman also knew that he did not mean it as such. She knew just how much she meant to him after all. Naruto's now amused gaze fell upon the woman on his right, taking a moment to gaze at the stunning and familiar female attached to his side. Kuroka was truly a beautiful and attractive woman, seemingly in her early 20s. She could not remember her family name nor her parents, but she liked to take his name, often calling herself Uzumaki Kuroka, which left no mistake to her intentions and future plans. The woman had pale flawless skin with long black hair, but she kept tied in several long buns while more bangs framed her beautiful face. Her exotic hazel gold eyes with cat-like pupils stared mischievously into his own, a playful smile on her plump cherry-colored lips. The skimpy yet elegant outfit of hers did nothing to hide her amazing voluptuous figure, only wearing a black kimono with a red interior, the cloth being open at her shoulders and giving quite the view on her large cleavage, which always managed to capture his eyes. Currently, the young woman was pressing herself deeply into his side, while her kimono struggled to keep her two large babies contained. They were even bigger than Grafia's, which was a feat in itself. Her outfit was completed by a yellow obi, which kept her kimono tied around her slim waist, followed by several golden beads, though the black kimono barely hid her most private parts and gave him a wonderful view of her creamy thighs and her long strong legs. She only wore simple brown sandals and nothing more, her finger and toenails coated in a layer of black, the color he had come to like over the last years. While Kuroka looked like a normal yet extremely beautiful woman, she was in fact a devil yokai mix, or more precisely a nekashu of the Nekomanta race. Given her origins, she had some distinctive features only to those of her race, namely two black cattails sprouting from above her firm behind and two black fluffy cat ears atop of her head, which were simply too adorably in his eyes. The female yokai gave him a wry smile, content to push herself as close as possible to his frame. His warmth and scent always managed to calm her down and feel at ease, especially after he stored up some senjutsu, one of the reasons why she tended to visit him after his meditation. Just basking in the feeling of his potent chakra was simply indescribable to her. So, any reason why you graced me with your beauty? Or do you actually have a valid reason this time, huh? She could clearly see his amused gaze, as well as the small grin that spread across his face. Do you? Nope. Pinching him in his side, satisfied to see the brief expression of pain on his face, Kuroka puffed her cheeks. Moo. You didn't even hear me out, Naya. Naruto simply rolled his eyes. I am quite sure you wanted to try and seduce me again, am I right? You see, my little kitten, I don't even need to hear you out. You made your intentions quite clear over the last years. Outing, the black-haired nekashu rested her head on his biceps, her cat ears twitching cutely. It was then that Naruto's gaze caught sight of something special, at least it was for him. Proudly displayed on top of her head, directly attached behind her fluffy ears, was an old worn and black-colored headband with a metal plate. A single leaf was engraved into the metal plate. A soft sigh escaped his lips. Apart from the medallion of his family, this was actually the only thing that remained from his old life. He had never worn it again since his arrival in this dimension. Too painful were the memories in the end, only keeping it on his person. He had given it to the young woman only 3 years ago. As a gift, feeling the feline stirring against his arm, her bemused voice reached his ears. And here I thought I was sensei's favorite student, Naya. More like my most troublesome one if I may say it in the words of an old friend. Yeah, she had been, or still was in fact, his disciple, one of them, the former shinobi started to train her, together with her current teammates, teaching them many things during the last 6 years, although none of them as much as Kuroka. The reason was simple. The female yokai could use chakra, like most yokais did, his godchild Yasaka included, but unlike the training with the beautiful kitsune, he could even extend Kuroka's training regime and had helped her to master her greatest ace, as well as her greatest fear senjutsu. So even though he trained her whole team, the black-haired woman definitely learned the most from him, next to Biku who too could use a different yet weakened form of senjutsu. And to crown the end of her training, he had gifted her with one of his greatest treasures. The blonde shinobi thought she deserved it, showing how much faith he actually had in her, something she quickly realized as she took his gift with shaking hands. Though her training was mostly finished, Kuroka still had much to learn from him, and he quite enjoyed her presence. Though her attempts to seduce him grew more and more daring. So how comes your training around? Did you finally master the few Jikiden ninjutsus I taught you? Hopefully you were careful, those jutsus are not for blind use, they could very much kill you if used unwisely. Naruto raised his eyebrows as he saw the big smile on her lips and her shining golden eyes. Sensei does care for his little stray cat after all. I am so lucky, Naya. And before he could retort, the daring woman had latched onto his neck before licking his whiskered cheek. Naruto shuddered at the feeling of her rough cat-like tongue, even more so as she licked his sensitive whiskers. Damn, she knew exactly how to play him. Trying to stop her proved to be quite fruitless, as she was more than persistent, though that was a trait he liked about her in the end. He had to give her credits for her stubbornness and persistence. Kuroka was much like him in that regard, though both knew that she was right about her being his favorite. Kuroka indeed was his favorite disciple, even more so than Vali or Cao Cao. He did not know why exactly, but he had always held a soft spot for the black-haired Nekashu, something the young woman made use of many times. Kuroka always managed to crumble his hardened shell, especially during training. Naruto smiled. His youngest student, Lefei Pendragon, often whined because he went too soft on her female teammate, though to be honest, the young girl too was sparred from his most intense training sessions, so it were mostly Vali and his two male friends, Biku and Arthur, who were beaten to the ground. Honestly, as if he could ever hurt his two cute female students. Casting a brief glance at the black-haired woman snuggling into his right side, he allowed a small smile to grace his lips. Though it is good to see you again, Kuro-chan, maybe you could bring your team next time. I actually have to speak with Vali about something. The beauty clinging to his arm blinked before she followed his gaze. Naya, Vali too wished to talk, but he seemed a bit off lately. I don't know why, but he seems sad. Not even mine and Bika's pranks managed to rile him up. Naya, is that so? Seems our talk needs to happen sooner than I thought then. Kuroka hummed softly, letting her chin rest on his biceps to look up at him, seeing him staring calmly into the depths of the forest surrounding them. A soft smile graced her lips. She really had missed him these last few weeks when she could not visit him. Damn her smug team leader from keeping her from visiting. Yet at the mention of Vali, she grew a bit nervous, worried even. Something seemed to deeply trouble the current Hakuryuku, the White Dragon Emperor or Vanishing Dragon, as he started to behave strangely about a week ago. Now that she thought about it, Vali grew tense the day of Kyoto's destruction. A bit strange indeed since her team leader was quite the easygoing guy and solemnly focused on fighting strong opponents, though to be honest, his crazy battle lust had considerably lessened after their sensei trashed the ground with him, on several occasions she might add. Vali changed much since then. After learning from the blonde shinobi that an even greater force would soon invade their dimension, fighting the Great Red, the supposed strongest existence in their plane, became without purpose since Naruto forbid him to fight the true dragon, who seemed to be one of their sensei's allies and subordinates. As long as he could challenge the blonde shinobi, Vali did not mind, especially since he was far stronger than Great Red, though he still wanted to kill that certain someone, something he had not even told their sensei. Even his team did not know whom it was that they were supposed to fight in the future. Kuroka was quite sure that this was the cause for Valis' unrest nowadays. Yet she had no proof. She would let the two of them speak before jumping to conclusions, something her lovable sensei taught her, among many other things. You know, he respects you very much, Naya. Chuckling, Naruto gazed down at her beautiful face. You should have seen him the first time I met him then. Such a foolish and prideful brat he was, a true battle maniac at heart to put it mildly, with no respect for his elders, though I should not speak in that regard. Leaning his head on hers, the shinobi smiled at the fond memories. After several beatings, he became a bit more calm and collected before he wished for me to train him and the team he wanted to assemble. The Vali you came to know is far more sociable and likable than his previous self, which I had the great pleasure of educating. Truly, youngsters these days. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Though he has by far exceeded my expectations in the end, he has become even stronger than Albion's previous wielder. I am sure Daisuke is more than proud of his successor. I know Albion is, though honestly, I do not know if Issei will reach the necessary height. Only time will tell, I fear. Both shared a comfortable silence, basking in the cool summer wind and the warm rays of the sun. I met your little sister several weeks ago. Kuroka instantly shifted against his side and gazed at him with expectant eyes. Shirin, Naya. Yes, though she goes by the name of Kineko nowadays, Taoju Kineko to be exact. Inakasha's ears fell a bit, but she brightened as she saw his smile. She seemed quite fine to me, a bit too quiet and emotionless for my tastes, but the Gremory family took good care of her, like I told you. Yet, even if it is not my right to say, I think you should soon try to speak with her. Kuro-chan, she needs it more than anything else. With a saddened smile, the female Nekashu snuggled into his neck. Easier said than done. Naya, surely she hates me, sensei, for not taking her with me that time. I couldn't even rescue her in time, and if not for. Seeing her eyes tearing up, he kissed the top of her head, knowing that that particular day was still a sore spot for his favorite student. Now Kuroka, don't think too much about the past. That's not healthy. I should know after all. But everything will come alright if only you take the time to talk to her. The female remained silent for a few seconds, her lower lip trembling. If it had not been for you. Naruto raised his right eyebrow. You knew? Since when? She chuckled bitterly. Did you really think it was a mere coincidence that the current Lucifer was that day in the capital, whereas he should have been at a ball sponsored by the Belial Pillar, Naya? Was it coincidence that the Elder Council wanted her to be executed on the spot, yet chose not to due to some of them being kept from the meeting? Hiroka took a deep sniff of his scent, regaining some of her previous composure. You managed to keep my sister from getting executed, Naya. If not for you, Lucifer wouldn't have been in the capital at all to oppose the council, nor would Shirin even have gotten a fair trial. I owe you my precious little baby sister, Naruto-kun. Said man sighed, a hint of guilt and regret creeping into his voice. I'm sorry, Kuroka, I could have freed her, yet choose not to. I thought it would be best to let the Satans handle the situation, thinking that it was for the best not to directly involve myself. I knew that Serziches, despite being a knucklehead, would never allow such a decision, and would surely take her to his family. If I had known you at that time, I would have freed her myself so that you two could have been reunited. I thought you said not to dwell in the past, sensei. He chuckled at her response. Indeed, you little smartass. Nevertheless, I wish I had done it another way, as I wish I had been faster to prevent a hunt on your race, Kuroka. The black-haired woman stiffened. To my great shame, I did not even know what happened that time in the underworld, and I had Zetsu doing some reckoning in the Norse god realms. If not for Yusaka contacting me, I wouldn't even have known of the necromantas. I grew too lax and didn't take the necessary precautions. I know I should have persuaded Yusaka to keep the necromantas in her territory and not settle in the devil's territory of the underworld, even though they allowed it. Too many lives were lost, just as I lost some great and loyal allies that day. Even to these days, relations between the devils and the Asian Yakai tribes lie in pieces if not for Yusaka and Serapho. War would have erupted that day. Hiroka only listened silently with sad eyes. Her sensei still felt responsible, even though it was her who condemned her already endangered race to near extinction. So many of her kin were hunted down, leaving only a handful left, scattered all over the world. It was my fault, Naya. No, it was not, Kuroka. She flinched at his raised voice and could not even look into his eyes. You did nothing wrong at all. I would have done the same thing, of that you can be sure. Honestly, I am actually surprised you managed to endure your former king for such a long time given my informers. Rassel Malphas was, even for traditional devil standards, a prideful and arrogant one even among his peers, not to mention a disappointment as rightful heir to his pillar clan. Gently taking her chin into his hand, he gazed into her sad eyes. Remember this, family always comes first, Kuroka, always. Slowly, a beautiful smile came across her lips, feeling extremely relieved that the man truly did not hold her responsible for the loss of his valued allies. Naruto softly kissed her forehead, earning a rosy blush in response. You could not have known the consequences of your actions, at least not that your race would suffer from this lone act. In fact, the devil's ignorance left me stunned, as if Senjutsu could make you lose control. Truly ignorant fools they were, and unfortunately, most still are. As she wiped her tears away, the female Yaokai could not help but fall even harder for him. She was sure of it. She definitely found her one and only mate, the man she intended to share the rest of her life with. Though the situation was a bit complicated, much to her ire, well, she could accept him being in another relationship already. It would take a bit more time to persuade his first mate, namely one Gracia who she had the pleasure to encounter on several occasions already. Needless to say, the silver-haired devil did not appreciate her teasing, not at all. But she would convince her somehow. More importantly, she wanted her sensei to return her feelings, already knowing that she held an important part of his heart. Yet even though he may very well love her like she wanted him to, Naruto would never cheat on Gracia. He was loyal to boot, something she found quite attractive and made her desire him even more. All she needed was time before she could embrace her future. Casting a brief glance at his silent company, Naruto sighed before smiling. You know, your dear sister was quite suspicious of me the first time we met. I am sure she will keep a close eye on me, not trusting that I am a but simple human. That's my Shirin, Naya. Kuroka laughed happily, feeling proud that her little darling sister still trusted her instincts to guide her. But she will soon see that you are a big softy at heart, Naya, plus, you won't dare to hurt cute little things. Naruto rolled his eyes, an amused smile present on his lips. If I remember correctly, a certain young black kitty was quite afraid the first time she met me. She was so scared that she did not even dare to come closer than 20 feet to my person. Naya, I was not. Snipping her cute nose, Kuroka scrunched her face and hissed, her cat ears flattening on top of her head as she showed her sharp fangs. Her reaction made Naruto laugh and ruffle her hair, much to her embarrassment. Oh yes, my dear, you were a terrified little kitten that time, though to your defense, you were actually the first Yaokai to actually feel a part of my sealed power. something not even the Kyuubi tribe managed. Most yokai do trust their instincts when it comes to me, feeling that I am stronger than them and could threaten their existence. Hence the reason why the yokai tribes became my first choice and possible allies, better having them directly on my side than keeping myself hidden all the time. The other factions and various gods are far easier to trick after all. Naya, so I was just unlucky. More like it showed me your potential, and I was not disappointed in the end, my star disciple, are you not? Kuroka's fluffy tail swirled excitedly behind her back, so I am your favorite, Naya. Yes, you are. The Nekashu happily buried her head back into his neck, making him sigh in amusement. Will you keep an eye out for my Shirin, Naya? Of course I will. I actually spent quite the amount of time with your sister's peerage nowadays, and I'll keep my eye out for her. Maybe I can incite them to train a bit harder from now on. I truly hope Rias will start to really train herself and her peerage. She will need it. Thank you, Naya. Kuroka's head then dropped a bit, biting her bottom lip before she addressed the surely sore topic. I am sorry for your loss, about Yusaka and her daughter, Naya. She could feel her sensei tense before taking a deep breath. She knew it must be all the harder for him. Yet I still hope for the best, Kuroka-chan. My heart tells me they are still alive, even though the chances are slim, very slim, and unfortunately, things are not looking very good for us. Another reason why I need to speak to your team and Cao Cao's faction. My team too started to search for them, as does Cao Cao's hero faction. Office has been quite silent these last few weeks, and doesn't even bother to keep us in check, Naya, though we too did not find anything. Honestly, I don't expect you to find much. Things have gotten complicated, to say the least. Kuroka hummed, her sensei seemed deeply troubled, so it must be truly something big that had happened, and whatever managed to trouble the former shinobi meant big problems for the entire world. Not a reassuring thought, she might add. Despite the rather dark and discouraging events that they shared moments ago, a comfortable silence fell upon the sitting couple, both simply enjoying each other's presence and the warm sun tickling their skin. Kuroka especially enjoyed the time with her sensei, something she had desperately missed these last few weeks. She truly hoped they could start to spend more time with each other from now on. You know what, Kuro-chan? Just bring your team over in the next few days, and I'll try to convince Volley that you can stay at my mansion. Maybe the rest of your teammates too will take up my offer. You know how much I want to spoil my cutest little student, LaFay, though I admit, your sister may be cuter. Naya purring happily, the black-haired Nekashu pecked Naruto's whiskered cheek, making him smile. She often forgot that he could read emotions, if he wanted to. Her sensei always knew what troubled her. He should even feel the love she held for him, though he not once returned her feelings. Disheartening for her, yes, but she had time. He would soon realize his feelings for her. It was only a matter of time after all. The sly smile spread on Kuroka's lips as she embraced the man's right arm. Naruto soon realized that his student was far too quiet from her usual self, though he noticed how she tightly hugged his arm into her soft cleavage. Not that he was complaining, yet the former shinobi was too slow to realize her intentions. His cheeks gained a deep blush as his hand made contact with something very soft, warm and wet. The female Nekashu giggled, gaining a rosy blush of her own as she felt his hand on her sacred part. Kuroka. Naya. You are not wearing any panties today, are you not? That was a stupid question. Now that he thought about it, he often tended to forget how shameless his favorite student in truth was. Of course not, silly. Sensei knows how much I hate wearing underwear, Naya, they are so uncomfortable after all. The woman only purred happily, quite smug with herself if the trickle of blood flowing down his nose was any proof. Damn that woman. In the meantime, somewhere in the underworld, the two armored guards made place for the lone person walking up to them, opening the large hall door to let him in, not sparing the two devils a single glance. Rizivum Lucifer walked into the large throne room of the castle, noticing several others of his kin seizing him up as he moved towards the throne at the end of the room. The sly smirk sneaked upon the silver-haired man's lips. The silence was broken by the deep royal-like voice of the man sitting on the throne. It has been quite some time since your last visit, brother. To what do I owe this pleasure? Rizivum chuckled softly, ignoring the frown that appeared on the man's handsome face. Quite simple, my dear brother, do you enjoy being Office little pet? The man sitting on the throne balled his hands to fists, making the devils spread across the ballroom tents, several of them already ready to attack the intruder on their master's order. Yet he waved them off after a moment. His stern gaze once more fell upon the silver-haired super devil in front of him. What do you truly want, Rizivum? You rejected Office offer for power a long time ago, not at all wanting to join her cow's brigade, nor do you want to restore our old bloodlines, so I ask again, what is your business with me? Lucifer's descendant slowly walked up the stairs before stopping right in front of the throne. I came with an offer to you, my dearest brother. Shalba Beelzebub, descendant to one of the original Satans, only raised his left eyebrow. Is that so? An offer you will not refuse, that I can promise you. Beelzebub's air hummed in contemplation. Shalba was a tall and handsome man, seemingly in his mid-30s yet far older. His brown hair went down to his hips, with several hair bangs framing his cold pale face and covering his right eye. His lone visible blue eye carefully studied his brother standing before him. The descendant was clothed in black armor, with a brown furred cape draped over his shoulders. An offer I cannot refuse, you say? I wonder, will this proposition of yours have the same effects on my person as it seems to have on yours? The green glow in your eyes does not seem healthy, brother. Rizivim chuckled as he massaged his stiff neck. I agree, my appearance may not seem appealing. Believe me, brother, those green veins disgracing my usual flawless skin were a pain at first, yet I never felt better. Lucifer's air smiled. Back to the question at hand, Shalba, do you not wish for more, my fellow Satan? I know Office forbid you from planning your coup against the underworld. I am in the belief that her decision did not well with your future plans. Kateria and Crusory are surely just as disappointed, after all. The only reason you joined the Cows Brigade was to gain part of Office power to ensure your rights on our forefathers' positions. Their point being, Shalba was beginning to get annoyed with his fellow Maguire, something Rizivim was counting on. The Office snakes can only do so much, my friend. The power boost you gain from them is far too low, is it not? Surely even you have realized that even with them, you can never hope to match Surzich's or Ajuka's true powers. It simply is not enough for you to succeed. Gritting his teeth, Shalba tried to rein in his anger, though he knew that his brother was right. Despite his hatred and despise for the current Satans, they were no pushovers, especially that damn Surzich's. The power they gained from Office was simply not enough for their plans to succeed, especially since that naive dragon forbid the old Satan faction from attacking the underworld. Things had not progressed as he had planned in the beginning. Surely you must feel frustrated. Knowing that Office does not allow your little rebellion against the current generation of mass, she did not tell you why, of course. Even Office seems to follow someone's commands, someone powerful enough to order her around, a person we did not yet have the pleasure to meet, my dear brother. Beelzebub's air narrowed his eyes, growing increasingly curious. Office, the infinite dragon god, follows someone's lead. Surely you jest, Rizivim. Lucifer's son smiled wryly. Oh, but she does, even she has become someone's pet, even though it may seem surreal. She no longer can do what she wants, and therefore, her little group too, is not allowed to do whatever they want. Office may seem naive to many, but she is not that stupid. Even she knows that going against her master would mean certain death to her. The two heirs fell into silence as they eyed each other. Shalba was tipping his fingers on the armrest of his iron throne, clearly shaken by the news his brother brought him. He knew they were true. Rizivim, despite being just as cruel and manipulative as himself, did not lie about something of this magnitude. So even Office had been put on a leash. Quite the interesting fact. I know you are quite disappointed with your current employment, my dear brother. As such, I came here today with a special offer for you and your fellow Satans. Continue. Grinning darkly, Rizivim stretched out his left hand before a golden chalice appeared in it. I have a gift for you, brother. Shalba narrowed his eyes. Inside the chalice, he could clearly see a glowing green bubbling substance. Embrace my master's gift, my friend, embrace it, and you will acquire power beyond your imagination, power not even Office can give you. The silence inside the room was deafening. Drink, brother, and reclaim your true heritage. Drink, and become the true ruler of the underworld and of your kin. 2 days later, abandoned church, outskirts of Kuo City, Japan. They will kill each other, Naruto. I know, my love. The Shinobi's gaze never left the scene, which happened right beneath them, though I doubt Rias and Akeno will have any problems in dealing with them. Currently, the group of 5 people was floating several feet above the ground, hidden under several layers of genjutsu to prevent anyone from seeing them. Naruto was sitting cross-legged in the air, levitating without the use of his wings. As he watched the upcoming battle beneath them, his silver-haired queen was floating next to him, her 12 sets of silver glowing tendril-like wings gently sweeping behind her. Should we not intervene, Naruto-sama? Surely you do not wish for anything bad happening to your protege's peerage. When the time is right, shall we intervene, Hato-chan? This lovely pink-haired swordswoman was right behind them, floating next to Altier, both women gazing down at the scene. The two of them had grown stronger since their evolution, now sporting 6 sets of wings, Ikaruga's being a gentle pink glowing color, whereas Altier's were black colored. Naruto rested his head on his right hand palm, unimpressed as Ria's queen summoned a red glowing barrier around them to prevent the 3 fallen angels from escaping. And you are sure those fallen did not act on someone's orders? Not even yours. See, as if I would waste my time on them. Azazel and his loyal dogs, especially Shemhazai, are far too scared to risk a war over something like this. Despite his thirst to categorize every single sacred gear, Azazel would not risk war because of twilight healing. The gruff voice of Kakabiel echoed in the air, the fallen angel leader flying several feet away from them with his 10 wings out. Naruto hummed in thought, even though this incident was not planned, we can make use of it in the end. Yet I hope your plan will be of success, Kakabiel. I need a reason to bring the 3 factions on the negotiation table. table. Something important enough to make them talk. Failure is not an option, you know that. Yes, you were quite persistent on that point, Naruto-san. I already dispatched my minions to Vatican City and Istanbul. They will return once they stole the remaining fragments. Michael will have to react, yet he will probably only send some weak church followers to reclaim the swords. He will not risk sending one of the seraphs. It'll hold you to that, Kakabiel. Now go and make sure it will succeed. The fallen angel grunted and with a simple bow, he stretched his black feathered wings and flew off. Now that the troublesome one has left us, let's see how this will develop. A sigh escaped the blonde man's lips as he sensed another signature popping up in the nearby forest, futilely trying to stay hidden, but not from him, so it seemed. Gracia, be a dear and please look after our newly arrived devil, will you? Just don't kill him, a simple memory wipe should be enough I think. As you wish, Anada, his queen vanished in a burst of speed. And what should we do, Naruto-sama? This little dove of yours is itching for a wondrous fight, yet she would not dare to reject her handsome master's advances. Now that his protective fiancé left his faithful side, Ikaruga hid her smirking lips behind her long sleeve, wiggling her eyelashes at her king, who slapped himself. Altier too seemed quite embarrassed, though the light pink staining her pale cheeks indicated that she was too imagining some alone time with their savior. Not now, Hato-chan. The pink-haired woman pouted at yet another rejection, which earned her a snicker from the other woman present. Meanwhile, Naruto rubbed his temples, clearly able to feel the glaring contest taking place just behind him. Sometimes, they were a handful, his peerage, and yet, they were his friends, his family. Focusing his gaze back on the small battlefield beneath them, the shinobi already knew how this would end. The moment Akeno transformed into her Maiko gear, ready to fight the three weak fallen ones, now would be the time to interfere so it seemed. Altier, said woman stopped glaring at the annoying pink-haired mage, her curious eyes staring at her king. Yes. Could you please try your new technique? Let's see if your training has been fruitful, shall we? Altier seemed a bit hesitant, something he could feel even without looking at her. I don't know, Naruto, it isn't field practiced yet, I'm not sure if I can do it. Now, Altier-chan, she blushed at the affectionate suffix added to her name, even more so as her king turned his head and smiled at her, his strange purple ringed eyes holding warmth and confidence in her, something she was not used to. Just do what I taught you during training. The more you believe in yourself, the more powerful your magic gets. Now you have to believe in yourself, just as much as I believe and thrust in yourself. Can you do that, Altier-chan? I can, damn, he surely did not know how much that smile of his was charming. Smiling, the blonde man turned his attention back towards the fight, which was about to start. Hearing his bishop taking a deep breath, he patiently awaited the result, and he was not disappointed. Toki no Aku. Taketsu Jiken. The moment the words left her lips, Altier's time arc magic took effect, much to his joy and pride. The whole area around them simply froze, the whole forest, plus the neighboring church, stopped moving, save for Naruto and his peerage. The former dark mage panted hard as her magic was completed, clearly exhausted from her first successful use of this technique, yet a proud grin quickly grew on her lips. She did it, she finally managed to evolve her arc of time to a new level. After only being able to manipulate time around non-sentient objects, to move them forwards or backwards in time, and to a lesser degree on living beings. Yet now, with Naruto's guidance, she could freely change the condition of anything, even freezing time and space itself, though it was far from perfect and had many weaknesses. Wonderful, my dear, simply wonderful, I knew you could do it. Blushing under the praise, the former dark mage tried to hide a red face from the giggling swordswoman. Better not let that seductive woman have any more leverage against her. Now then, follow me, my dear ladies. Their king floated to the ground, quickly followed by his two pieces. The red barrier Akeno had set up only shortly before shattered into million pieces. The moment Naruto passed right through it, grunting, the man landed right in front of a frozen Rias and her black-haired queen. A small smile crept its way on his lips as the former Jinchuriki gazed at his girlfriend. He did not like doing this, he never liked lying to the young woman. He needed to make it up to her, sometimes in the future telling her the truth, and hoping that she would forgive him, a faint hope it was. Glancing at the three fallen angels floating in the sky, two women and one man, he shook his head, stretching his right hand in their direction. The two women of his peerage could only gaze in awe as the fallen ones were slowly being moved towards their direction. Pushing the three angels towards him, Naruto then softly placed them onto the ground, keeping his eyes firmly glued to their frozen forms. The former host did not react as Zetsu emerged from the ground next to him. Bring them back to the Gregory, Zetsu, make it seem like they are given as a peace offering. This will ease the path to further negotiations, or at least I hope so. Consider it done. Naruto glanced at Kagaya's creation. Are you able to infect them with those spores you used during the war? Zetsu only shook his head before grabbing the three fallen angels. Unfortunately, this body of mine does not have Hashirama's cells infused. Only Zetsu could use Mokuton to such an extent. Shame, could have been useful to gain more intel on the Grigorous lower ranks. It seems like Volley is still my only good lead to Azazel's schemes. Tough. That cunning pervert starts to distrust him more and more. Naruto turned back and walked closer to the two devil women. Get them out of my sight already. Zetsu did not reply, simply vanishing into the ground with their three prisoners. Humming to stop in front of the crimson-haired woman, his gaze softened, staring down at her frozen somewhat angry face. Naruto could not help but smile a bit. Rias sure looked cute when she was angry. To be honest, she was always cute, especially when she tried to act like a proper lady, or more like a proper girlfriend in his presence. He truly enjoyed his time with the young woman. Leaning down, he gently kissed Rias' forehead, ignoring his Hato-chan's annoyed huff at the gesture. This is for your best, Rias-chan. The first path towards a true peace for all factions. The first step to a peaceful life for you, your family and your friends, my dear. A sad smile graced his face. I hope that soon, I will be able to tell you the truth, and I hope you can forgive me for all my lies, Rias. The former Jinchuriki then placed both his hand palms on the two girls' foreheads. This will be the last time I manipulate you like this. Afterwards, I will let you make your own choices, that I promise you. His hands glowed white before he altered the girls' memories. 10 minutes later, the somber look was plastered all over Naruto's face. His eyes were emotionless as they continued to watch the ongoing battle. A battle he needed to interrupt as soon as possible. The Transcendent, together with his peerage, Gracia, having returned from her mission, stood shielded away by a barrier in the corner of the abandoned church. Things had taken a rather interesting turn. After altering Rias and Akeno's memories, making them believe that they refrained from killing the three fallen angels to let them face punishment by their higher-ups, Altier cancelled her magic and time returned to normal. His group watched as the girls moved to the church to assist their friends in rescuing that nun from whatever plans the fallen angels had. His faithful Ikaruga, who was tasked to observe Rias' peerage members, told him days ago that one of his potential allies, the current wielder of his old friend Drake, Haidu Issei, had befriended a young blonde-haired nun who had been exiled from the church and brought to Japan. The nun's future did not look bright. Maybe he should have kept more attention to Kuo City. He had believed that Rias' peerage would be able to deal with this rogue group, a group Kakabiel had not included in his plan, and thus was irrelevant to his cause. The same group that killed Issei and allowed him to become a devil. At least this way, the boy could activate his sacred gear and would hopefully reach the heights of his predecessor, because honestly, he had been disappointed with Drake's new wielder, already knowing that the perverted boy, even though he was nice and loyal, would never become as strong as the previous Welsh dragon wielder. He was not as promising as Volley, who had surpassed his predecessor, much to his joy. Maybe as devil, Issei would be of use to him, only time would tell. Following Rias and her queen into the church, he had come upon an interesting scene. Naturally, he had already sensed several presences inside the old building, most of them being humans with a single fallen angel presence, a familiar one now that he concentrated on it. Most of the humans, who were either exiled exorcists or fallen templars, had already been defeated by Issei and his two friends, Kineko and Kiba, Ria's lone knight piece, who he had not yet met on many occasions. That feat itself was not surprising, but the act that they actually managed to free the nun, who was called Asia Garganto, from the huge wooden cross she was tied to, they freed her without the female fallen angel doing anything against it. Staring at the cute and young blonde nun, Naruto could not help the smile that came to his face. She was such a beautiful young girl, and her soul was so warm and pure. He had never felt such warm feelings coming from a human. He basked in her pureness, in the warmth, the joy she felt as her friend rescued her. Asia truly had one of the most beautiful souls he had ever come across. The former host was glad she had been saved from whatever fate the fallen ones had planned for her. Yet after the heroic rescue, things did not went in favor of the Gremory group. Rias decided to engage the lone fallen angel, the last of the little rogue group, and despite having her outnumbered, the crimson-haired devil was still losing the fight. During the whole encounter, Naruto's eyes were solemnly focused on the lone angel. He had already been suspicious before, yet now, she had changed, blossomed into a beautiful woman, that much he could tell. Yet seeing her now, it just reminded him of his many mistakes. Ray-chan. He watched the whole battle, saw how Kiba and Kineko were quickly disabled by the fallen angel, shortly followed by a very tired Issei. He could only watch as Rias and Akeno tried their best to overwhelm the lone enemy, yet it was of no use. While the young nun desperately tried to heal her fallen peerage members, the crimson-haired heiress fired one last magic spell at her. The black-red orb of destruction growing in size and destroying everything in size, ready to annihilate the female angel. The moment he gazed into Rainer's tired and lifeless eyes, the moment he felt her sadness, her despair and loneliness, he acted. He would not allow her to die, not like this, not without apologizing to her, and try to fix what had become of her. She deserved better better than this. The loud explosion shook the abandoned church as the power of destruction seemingly annihilated the lone fallen angel standing in its path. Only a few black feathers remained. An hour later, outside of the church in the forest, the darkness slowly ceased to have her in its cold grip. Her whole body was cold, it hurt, and she was exhausted. Opening her eyes, it took her a moment to adjust to the dazzling light, noticing that she was in a forest, leaning against a tree. Ignoring the pain in her limbs as she massaged her temples, Rainer tried to stand up, despite her body's protests at the unwelcomed action. What had happened? All she remembered was that girl's attack threatening to destroy her before darkness claimed her. Why was she not dead? Biting her supple bottom lip, the fallen angel balled her fists. She had been ready, that attack could have killed her, even though it had been weak, without the desire to defend herself. Pretty much everything could kill you after all. I see you have recovered. That lone and soft-spoken voice froze the angel to her deepest core. It could not be. Slowly, Rainer lifted her head. Her vision was still blurry, so she had not immediately spotted the group of persons standing only a few feet in front of her. She could not even feel their presence at all, as if they did not exist. Yet it were not the women who held her gaze. No, her eyes were solemnly focused on the lone man standing a bit further away from them. Her sight bettered, and she caught her first real glance of the male. Of him. It has been a long time, has it not, Ray-chan? It truly was him. The same whisker-like marks on the cheeks, the same bright blonde and spiky hair, although a bit longer, and the same azure blue eyes she had so often gazed into as child, though now they actually radiated warmth and regret. Naruto, meanwhile, simply gazed sadly at the unmoving woman in front of him. His peerage was oddly quiet, probably feeling that it was not right to intrude on their moment. Even his Gracia was standing behind him and not on his side. The former shinobi sighed before eyeing the lone fallen angel once more. She still looked mostly the same as she had done as a child. Her silky black hair reached her waist, several smaller bangs covering her forehead and framing her beautiful yet tired face. She still had those gorgeous violet eyes. Her pale skin matted with several bruises from the fight, but nothing grave. She had matured a great deal, and due to her fallen blood, her body had developed quite nicely, far more than a normal human body should have over the years. Though he blushed a bit at her rather revealing outfit, wearing a black leather corset that did nothing to hide her most generous bust, leaving her flat belly exposed, with equally black shoulder plates and matching thin gloves, down to her wide hips, only covered by a black string, while thigh-high stockings and combat boots completed her seductive appearance. Gone was the one small child she had matured into a beautiful woman, his little Ray-chan. Naruto smiled sadly, seeing the shock and unbelief in her wide-open eyes, the fallen angel desperately trying to stand on her feet. His eyes drifted briefly towards the now 3 sets of black feathered wings that sprouted from her bare shoulder blades. She grew stronger. Part of him was definitely proud of her, though he tensed as the black-haired woman slowly moved closer, signaling his peerage to remain silent. The blonde transcendent did not move an inch, not even as his former charge came to stop only a mere inches in front of him. Gazing down into her violet orbs, he noticed how she bit her bottom lip. Are you really him? I am. He saw it coming. He did not react. He had no right to evade. The resulting slap he earned echoed across the silent forest. It hurt, it truly did, emotionally at least, knowing that he deserved way worse than this simple slap. Gracia especially looked stunned for once, having not expected that her lover would let himself be hit by this fallen one. She already deduced that this woman may have history with Naruto, but she had not expected this, not this violent reaction. The regretful gleam in her man's eyes would be forever engraved into her mind. How dare you? Her voice was low, yet with a dangerous and dark hint. Something he had expected, yet it still hurt. He could still faintly remember her shy and soft voice as a child. The woman standing in front of him, he could hardly recognize her, apart from her presence. I deserved that. This only seemed to infuriate the fallen angel even more. She was now biting her lips, drawing blood while glaring hatefully at the man, who flinched. Why you think you only deserved that slap? No, the former Jinchuriki continued to glance down at the beautiful woman, a frown marring his face. He should have known it would come to this. He had left her alone after all. That was not something to do to a young child, a child who only had you at that time. Ray-chan, don't call me that. This time, Naruto grabbed her wrist before she could slap him, noticing how she had coated her hand in her magic. He smiled sadly. You have no right to call me that, not after abandoning me. You left me alone when I needed you most. It was because I was annoying, wasn't it? A child only slowed you down, especially an abomination like me. Rainer grew silent while tears started to pool down her pale cheeks. She slapped his hand away before freeing her captured hand from Naruto's now loosened grip. I'm sorry. The female angel chuckled mirthlessly, a bitter smile gracing her now bloody lips. You're sorry, as if that could make everything alright. Naruto, you left me all alone. You left me when I thought I finally found someone who actually cared for me and not saw a disgrace in me. I was a fool, was I not? for believing I could count on you. You were the same as them. He wanted to say something to retort, yet he did not know what. She was right, he had left her. He hoped someone else would take the child in. He had been a coward, he still was. The raven-haired beauty sobbed before turning around, not bearing to be in his presence any longer. Naruto could only watch helplessly. He wanted so much to hug her, to make up for her pain, to say he had not forgotten about her, yet nothing escaped his lips. He simply did not know how to help her. You know how much I wished for you to come back and take me with you? The wish of a stupid and lonesome girl, a wish that never came true, despite of my prayers that were never answered. If not for Shemhaz-Isama, I would have died in the streets. Brushing away her tears, Rainer turned her head, her usually shiny violet eyes full of sorrow and grief, her anger long since forgotten. She did not even have the strength to be angry with him anymore. She truly was a failure. That was surely the reason he deserted her. He had foreseen what would become of her, so the man wanted to get rid of her. This was the price she had to pay for existing. The fate of loneliness. I never wanted this to happen, Rainer. The black-haired woman chuckled bitterly. Neither did I, and yet, it did. The two stared at each other for what seemed like an eternity before Rainer smiled. There was no joy in that smile, nor in her violet eyes. I hate you. Naruto did not react, yet his former charge saw the brief flash of pain in his strange eyes. The Jinchuriki did not stop the injured angel as she spread her black feathered wings and took off into the darkening sky. He did not know how long he started a retreating form, even as she disappeared on the horizon. He looked down at the ground, a single black feather was lying in front of his feet. Sighing, the man turned his gaze off the feather, turning around to face his peerage who had watched the whole scene with mixed emotions. He preferred they had not seen this, but perhaps it was for the better. They had a right to know what he had done in his past, and how easily he threw away those that needed him. Gracia slowly stepped forward, a frown etched on her beautiful face as she saw the man's hollow eyes. How she loathed seeing him like this, it reminded her too much of how he used to be. What was that all about? She asked the question they all wanted to know. Naruto simply gazed at the three women before moving past them. As he passed his silver-haired queen, the shinobi smiled sadly. Just one of my many past mistakes, Grafiya, just one of many. The day after, island of Capri, Gulf of Naples, Italy. A soft breeze blew across the idyllic landscape of Capri, accompanied by the warm sun and beautiful weather with no clouds on the sky. Even though the day was nice indeed, Naruto could not really welcome the inviting mood of this beautiful island. The blonde shinobi slowly walked the pathway along, already seeing the Punta Carina lighthouse only a few hundred meters ahead of him. The sight was worthwhile, yet he was not here for the sightseeing. It was already enough that Gracia urged him to visit this island more often than he liked, but what could he do? His fiancée loved the flair of this particular island, and he happily obliged in the end. Though the man wondered why his next recruit had chosen this place, even with all the money he had given Fiori survivors on their way, they still needed to be careful. Capri was expensive, something his wallet had come to feel whenever Gracia went on a shopping spree. Maybe he shouldn't tell the other ladies of his peerage about Capri, now that he thought about it. That was the best for his wallet after all. Naruto's eyes fell a bit. The day before had not been one of his best. Not only had he manipulated Rias and her friends again, no, as if that was not enough, he coldly apologized to Rainer as she flew off before he could form the words in his mouth. And he had not stopped her. What was the old saying? Once a coward, always a coward. That actually nailed the situation quite good. He simply did not know how to deal with the situation. There was no good way to make things right, nor did he have the right to earn her forgiveness in the first place. Hell, he won't forgive the person who abandoned him, abandoning a small child nonetheless. Rainer did not deserve her fate. She was all alone only because he could not move from his past. The girl at that time had reminded him too much of his sweet daughter, a daughter he was not able to protect, and being with Rainer, who needed him more than any other, it hurt him so much. But it was not her fault for his failures, and yet she was the one who suffered. Naruto balled his fists. He desperately needed to amend. He would not leave the fallen angel alone again. He would not fail her again. His train of thoughts was interrupted as something landed on his left shoulder. Cursing himself for failing to notice, the blond man turned his head to gaze at his attacker. Well, attacker was a far stretch, since he already knew who it was. Lecter. Standing on his left shoulder was a cat. No normal cat, of course, since he had yet to encounter other cats such as Lecter, something that would probably never happen, since the Burning Legion had annihilated the world he came from. Contrary to the cats he was familiar with, Lecter had a more humanoid form, standing on his rear legs while his front legs acted as arms. He was as tall as his head, covered in dark brown fur, except for his large head, paws and belly, which were of a lighter pink, and contrary to normal cats, this one actually wore some cloths. Well, only a blue unbuttoned shirt, but a cloth was a cloth. Oh, and the white feathered wings sprouting from his back were probably an abnormality too. Long time no seen, Naruto-san. And that he could talk, that, in fact, was the least surprising for him, since most of the summons of his old world could talk. Well, he was not a cat per se, but what was it called? Exceed, or not? Yeah, he was an exceed, a special race of cats, which could use minor magic, flight magic to be exact. Shaking his thoughts off, Naruto smiled at the small cat. You seem to be doing well, Lecter. It actually took me some time to track you down, since you changed locations quite often in the past, so, why did you stay here for the last 2 weeks? The cat scratched his whiskered cheek, an uneasy smile on his face. We are actually stranded on this island, much to my ire, and we have no more money left to leave, we don't even have a roof to sleep under. Oh? Raising his eyebrows, Naruto continued to walk towards the lone lighthouse and the platform underneath it. Why did you even come here in the first place, I wonder, and where has your wonderful companion gone to? I only felt yours and Rogue's magic signature on this island. Ah yes, Lecter smiled sadly. Our lady left us a while ago, said she wanted to explore the world alone. She was also the one who wanted to come here, with her magic. It is really simple to travel, you know, yet now, we don't have that luxury any longer, so I have to track her down. Great, that will be some fun I presume, but that will be for another time. I've come for you too, in fact, how's Rogue doing by the way? You will see, Naruto-san. Both finally arrived at the elevated platform, which gave a wonderful view over the Mediterranean Sea. A lone man was sitting on the only bench available. Sighing, Naruto sat down next to the male, Lecter still on his shoulder, said Cat looking worriedly at his partner. Neither of the three said anything for a few minutes, only continuing to gaze at the faraway horizon. The silence, however, seemed to unnerve the other man, who signed. Not gonna ask how life has been. Shrugging, Naruto scratched Lecter behind his pointy ears, earning a purr from the exceed. Well, I can already see from the glooming atmosphere how things still stand for you, Rogue. Did Minerva leave you too because of that? Not that I could fault her. Rogue simply scoffed, even as Lecter replied that it was that exact same reason why their lady left. So, you enjoy being stranded here? With nothing to do as it seems, apart from pitying yourself and giving Lecter headaches on how to cheer you up. I wouldn't say headaches, Naruto-san. Now, no reason to beat around the bush. I can see that you moved on from the past, unlike this big baby who can't seem to honor the memories of his friend who saved him. Rogue balled his hands to fist, his body tensing much to Naruto's amusement. Good, he was still easy to rile up, maybe then he would hear his request. I lost 2 of my best friends, one of them sacrificing himself and taking the hit that was meant for me, while I was mourning the loss of Frosh who I was unable to even protect. How is that different from what happened to you, Naruto? Staring right back into the man's narrowed eyes, the former Jinchuriki smiled sadly. At least I learned not to spit on their sacrifice. Rogue widened his eyes, before turning his head away, sighing. The blonde shinobi clapped his shoulder, feeling him tense at the amicable gesture. It is alright to mourn, Rogue, we are only human after all. Closing his eyes, Naruto remembered how he felt, how he still felt sometimes. But do not question why your friend saved you, don't question why he gave his life to save yours. As a friend, as a true friend, you would gladly sacrifice yourself if it means your loved ones would live on, and that is the person Sting was to you too, wasn't he? The small exceed on his shoulder wiped the tears away, remembering all the happy moments he had shared with his deceased partner Sting, and with his fellow exceed Frosh. The 4 of them had always been family, a family they did not have before. Naruto gazed at the morning man next to him. Rogue Chaney, the young man in his end teens, of medium height, a head smaller than the blonde shinobi, he seemed to be quite handsome. Red eyes with black slits, a small scar across his nose, pale skin and messy black hair, which he kept in a small ponytail, while the right side of his face was covered by his hair. Rogue wore white light leather armor without sleeves, dark gray pants that were tucked in his black combat boots, as well as a leopard patterned kimono that only covered his right side however, leaving his left arm free. A gray sash around his waist kept the kimono together. The man also wore black-gray combat gloves. Quite an impressive outfit he had chosen, must have cost a small fortune, of that he was sure. Naruto did not want to know what their female companion had bought, most of the money surely went down that window. From what Mirahin told him, Rogue too was quite a powerful mage from their world, who seemed to have been her guild's enemy, just moments before the gate had opened. While the beautiful takeover mage had not much positive things to say about Rogue's guild, Sabretooth, though the man seemed to be the most caring and dependable of them, though naturally, that did not mean that his guild deserved the fate that had consumed their world. Rogue still was not over the fact that he had lost his 2 best friends, one of them had sacrificed his own life to save his. A difficult situation it was for him, something he came to help with, among other things. So, Rogue, the blonde man glanced at his brooding companion, maybe you're interested why I'm here. The mage scoffed, wanting to teach me a lesson, I suppose, saying how much of a coward and failure I am, are you not? How I shouldn't let myself fall so deep. Easy to say for you, I guess you probably won't know how I feel, how much I despise myself right now, for letting my friends die while I survived, for breaking my promise to protect Frosh, the one promise I never wanted to break. He clenched his teeth, I should have been the one to die, not Sting. He had his own promises and dreams, his own friend to protect, and yet, he chose to save me. He chose to save someone who doesn't even know who he is, who can only live in the shadows, someone who has been manipulated by them his whole life. I wouldn't have saved someone like that, and yet Sting did. He can no longer protect Lecter, all because of me. Rogue Kun said Cat could only look at him in sadness, before sitting down on Naruto's shoulder, a lone tear threatening to roll down his whiskered cheek. Naruto simply closed his eyes. The coward like me has not the right to live in his place after all. Then from one coward to another, both Rogue and Lecter looked up, gazing at the silent man, trust in the words of someone who too lost everything he held dear in his heart, someone who suffered long enough because he too was a coward to move on, someone who would still be lost if not for Gracia. The shinobi turned his head, a sad smile now present on his face. I know exactly how you feel, my friend, how powerless you feel, how much you want to exchange your life for that of your friends. I felt the same way for a very long time. I was alone, no I wanted to be alone, thinking I deserved it due to my failure, for breaking my promise. He shook the image of a smiling May with their daughter in her arms out of his mind. Yet you still have someone to live for, don't you think so? The former Jinchuriki pointed to the furry friend sitting on his shoulder. You still have Lecter, just as he has you. Your friend Sting has entrusted his safety to you, has he not? Would you simply disregard his feelings? Rogue's eyes widened. I do not think you are the kind of person who would disrespect his friend. After all, your friend Sting chose to save you, you said so yourself. You should not question why he did it. A true friend would save you, no matter what, even at the cost of his own life. Naruto smiled softly. So instead of grieving his loss, you should learn to treasure his life. I should know after all. After losing my family and my friends, I lived in the past for far too long, and in doing so, I spat on the memories I had of them. I did not have someone like Gracia for the first 2 centuries. I had no one who was there for me, granted due to my own fault, no one who told me what I just told you to. The 2 Fiori survivors continued to listen, clearly mesmerized by the words the blonde man spoke, to listen how he dealt with all the crap that happened, how broken he sounded, how his voice filled with warmth as he spoke of this Gracia woman and his new friends. Rogue especially was shaken. This man may have lost more than him, had a far more difficult and gruesome past than him, and yet he managed to move on. I'm not saying you should stop to grieve, no, in fact, I think it is quite important to do so, but honestly, you forget that you still have Lecter here with you, as well as your charming Melody, wherever the hell she graces the people with her beauty. The Exceed on his shoulder actually chuckled at his remark, just as Naruto himself who already feared the joy he would experience the moment he actually found the woman, even Rogue lips slightly curled upwards. You already know what to do you not? To not let your friend's sacrifice be in vain, to follow into his footsteps and to live for him. The mage lowered his head, gazing down at his open hand palms. He did not react as Naruto stood up and patted his right shoulder. Lecter flew off from his shoulder, a small smile present on his adorable furry face, as the cat gazed down at the 2 humans. Your friend gave you this power to live on in his place. Rogue's right hand was engulfed in shadows while a piercing light erupted from his left hand. I think that it is time for the White Shadow Dragon Slayer to rise, my friend. Later on in the evening, Kuo Academy, Old School Building, Japan. Rias Gremory continued to stare at the falling sun. Since she was little, she had always enjoyed gazing at the sunfall. One of the reasons why she had often visited the human world in the past, much to her parents' amusement, a shame the underworld only had an artificial sun, yet it still lacked something compared to the real thing. The heiress stood near the large window, crossing her arms underneath her bust. Her expression softened as she saw the last rays of sunshine disappearing on the horizon. It always managed to ease her mind, and she had a lot to think about at the moment. After all, her peerage had nearly died that day. And all because of her stupid decision to engage that fallen angel. It actually was a miracle that they had managed to beat the rogue angel. Ria's bit her bottom lip. She knew why they had won, only because their enemy had not fought them seriously. She had seen the look on her face, the look of someone who had given up on life. The fallen angel had simply let herself be hit by her empowered orb of destruction. If not, they would have not made it out alive that night. That simple fact had hurt her pride. She realized just how much her peerage, herself included, was lacking in strength and proper training. Her friends were simply not ready to truly step into this world, where power was all that really mattered in the end. Rias knew that she was not the best king. Well, she may be a good friend, she was not that good of a leader. Unlike her friend and rival Sona, she had considerably weakened her peerage by not training them, unlike what her brother had done in the past. Granted, the underworld was engulfed in a civil war that time, and the need to grow stronger was more urgent that time. But her older brother had always trained himself and his peerage, even years after the war, and now he had one of the strongest peerages of all, maybe only second to Daihauser Belial's peerage. The fight with the six-winged fallen angel had shown her how much she and her peerage needed to improve in order to survive in this world. The crimson-haired heiress had not told her family what had happened. She knew that it it would not end too well for her, given her quite irresponsible actions that day. Even though she had been in the right to protect her territory from the unauthorized visitors, it still may have led to some major consequences for her brother. Rias did not want to be a bother to her beloved sibling. She just hoped that the Gregory would accept her peace offer, the 3 fallen angels they had defeated and returned back to them. Even Azazel would surely not want to risk the feeble truce that existed between devils and fallen angels, not over a group of rogue ones. The young lady shook her head, taking deep breaths to calm herself. She only hoped that none of this would leak to her family. Well, Serzich's wouldn't take many measures. The case might be different for her father, who could order her back to the underworld, something she desperately tried to prevent. Rias played with her hair a bit, her eyes gaining a sad gleam, as her thoughts drifted towards the man who had captured her heart in these last months. Naruto. The true reason why she was so shaken by her near-death experience, she would have died before having had the chance to tell her boyfriend her feelings. Yes, Rias could not deny it any longer, she was sure of it. This feeling was simply too beautiful and strong, nothing like she ever had felt before, and it is all because of that goofy-looking man of hers. The female devil smiled brightly while touching her chest, right above her heart. She finally felt like a normal girl. With Naruto, she could act like her normal self, where she was only Rias his Rias. Now that had a nice ring to it. After all, she did really like how possessive the blonde man could become on their dates, whenever some guys looked at her in a less than appropriate way. She had truly fallen hard for him, had she not? Her eyes hardened. The Kineko, who came with a fresh cup of tea, quickly noticed her king's growing tenseness. The queen dutifully delivered the hot beverage and stood behind the heiress as she took a first sip of the delicious tea. Rias. Cancel all our plans for the next week and prepare a note for Sona so that she may excuse us from school activities. The raven-haired beauty looked curiously at her friend, feeling her queen's gaze behind her back. Rias finished her tea. I think it is time for us to do some serious training, don't you think so too, Kineko? The busty young woman smiled charmingly. Sona won't be happy about this, but I guess she does owe you a favor. Yudo too will be thrilled to hear about this training trip. Issei not so much I think, but this will only make it more interesting. The Kineko cupped her right cheek, so I won't be able to see Naruto-kun this week. How mean of you, but you. Just when it became so good between Whiskers-chan and me, I only hope his poor heart can endure this. The heiress rolled her eyes, quite unnerved by her queen's words. Oh, I am quite sure Naruto-kun will be able to survive without you bugging him all the time. Jealousy doesn't suit you, but you. The crimson-haired devil snorted. Why would I be jealous? He's my boyfriend, and he will only miss me. Just as I will miss him. Though, naturally, I'd prefer to stay here and spend even more time with him. So, why this trip now of all times? This is for Naruto-kun too, Kineko. The Gremory heiress turned her head, and for us. We need to grow stronger, all of us. I don't want something like that to repeat itself, you probably too, huh? The Kineko smiled, though it was not a pleasant one. Definitely not, absolutely not, but you. Nodding, Rias moved over to her desk, followed by her loyal queen who took the empty cup from her friend. So the raven-haired girl poured her king another cup. Would you actually ask your brother for some training advice? I am quite sure Serzich's Sama will be delighted in teaching his little sister, even though it may be seen as favoritism by the other houses, not that it would deter him in the end. No, I cannot always rely on Ani-san, Kineko, the heiress furrowed her eyebrows, but I am not too proud to admit that we actually need some sort of help. Rias eyed her cup of tea before a mischievous gleam appeared in her sea green eyes. Maybe I should just take my dear cousin up on his offer for some training exercises. Won't you think so, Kineko? Said Queen only smiled wider. In the meantime, outskirts of Kuo City, Japan. Nothing new to tell Naruto in the end. See, this is getting quite humiliating for me, the supposed best spy in the world. I can find absolutely nothing about them, not even a single damn trace. Kuroi Zetsu had returned from his scouting in the underworld, empty-handed of course, even though he had hoped to find something, which was a blow to his pride of course, not being able to locate these visitors. His mother had indeed always told him about the Legion, but he had yet to encounter them personally. He could appreciate their elusiveness if nothing else. A tired sigh escaped his teethed mouth. Things sure had changed drastically these last few days. They had severely underestimated the Legions, ways to sway the population of the world, the plan to destroy. The demons were surely scheming right now on how to bring this world to its knees. Naruto feared for the survival of this world, and his fears were not unfounded, but very much true. They needed help desperately. Shaking his head, Zetsu was just about to vanish into the ground as he stopped abruptly. His white pupilless eyes widened before turning his head. Only seconds later did a rift manifest behind him, opening moments later, and much to his growing surprise did a woman fall out of it. Zetsu instantly rushed towards the downed female, not minding the rift closing. He carefully grabbed the kimono-wearing woman at her shoulder and gently rolled her on her back. The woman's long silver hair was partially matted with bloodstains, as well as her clothing, Yet what worried Zetsu more was that she seemed to be unconscious, probably from the pain she might be feeling. Her feminine pale face, once shining with beauty and grace, was disgraced by countless green-looking veins, which seemed to spread from her upper body. A huge slash blemished her left side, having shredded her kimono, blood gashing out of the giant wound, which still glowed a bright green. The wound was not healing like it should, much to Zetsu's consternation. Mother, how could this have happened? Utsutsuki Kagaya seemed on death's door, her breathing basically non-existent, while blood leaked from her black-coated lips. Zetsu established a mental link and could only hope that Naruto would get here soon. So that's it for today, I will stop here and hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, please hit the like button, share and subscribe. Also don't forget to drink water and do support fanfiction author, link in description. Take care, bye.